बंदर कूद खेल होता है, उसी के खिलाड़ी हो गए। राजनीति में और बिहार के हित में यह खेल उनको खेलना उचित नहीं था, लेकिन अब तो वो ये खेल खेल रहे हैं। अब उन्होंने भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बनने का सपना देख लिया है, तो उछल कूद कर रहे हैं अपना। उन्हें कुछ नहीं प्राप्त होने वाला है और बिहार का बेड़ा गर्क करेंगे, ये हम लोगों ने कहा है और वो सत्य आगे कुछ दिनों में ही दिखाई पड़ेगा कि बिहार का बेड़ा ये गर्क करेंगे। और ये लोकतंत्र की हत्या है, विश्वासघात तो है ही है। विश्वासघात हम लोगों के साथ नहीं, विश्वासघात बिहार की जनता के साथ उन्होंने किया, जिसने उन्हें मैंडेट दिया था, जन्म दिया था बीजेपी के साथ राज चलाने का, बीजेपी के साथ इस राज्य की जनता का सेवा करने का।
You heard clearly stating that Nitish Kumar is an opportunist, and therefore the reason perhaps he has now joined hands with the RJD and Congress like-minded parties, because he wanted to be in the power in the state of Bihar, and that's why the reason perhaps he has joined the alliance of Congress and the RJD, and this is the betrayal of the people of Bihar. This is the betrayal to BJP from which they fought elections together. But these are the visuals from the Maha-Dharna of BJP just outside the state BJP headquarters, where all the top BJP leaders, including Sanjay Jaiswal, the state BJP president, as well as Rakesh Sinha, Shahnawaz Hussain, Ravi Shankar Prasad, and all the BJP MLAs sitting together and protesting against Nitish Kumar, who yesterday had dumped BJP from the NDA alliance, and now will be taking oath today with the alliance of RJD and Congress, and will take oath as the 8th Chief Minister of Bihar. This is Aishwarya reporting in Patna.
So that's a ground report from there. BJP staging a Maha-Dharna, saying that the people of Bihar have been cheated. The Nitish Kumar government's decision, in fact, Nitish Kumar's decision took the BJP by surprise. It was late last evening that the developments took place, even though Nitish Kumar had made it clear that he is unhappy with the BJP alliance. Now the BJP questioning Nitish Kumar, saying you're not even the largest party in the state, elected to power as the third largest party, coming to power with the RJD. In fact, even the recent past, Nitish Kumar had hit out at the RJD on various occasions, accusing the party of corruption. The BJP now reminding Nitish Kumar of the statements that he had made, saying what happened to these allegations now. Aishwarya Jain is back live with us. Aishwarya, BJP workers, BJP top leaders also there staging a protest. What's happening?
अब मैं माननीय राज्यसभा सांसद शंभू शरण पटेल जी से आग्रह करूं।
Aishwarya, if you can hear me, if you can get us some voices, the BJP workers and BJP leaders protesting there against Nitish Kumar's decision. So we'll go back to Aishwarya in just a bit. The BJP leaders are staging a protest. Like we mentioned, they're questioning Nitish Kumar on the statements that he had previously made.
या 17 में हमको लगा कि पहली बार उन्होंने ये गलती की थी भाजपा से अलग होने की, और एक अपराध दुनिया में हर व्यक्ति का माफ किया जाता है, और इसी के तहत हम लोगों ने उनके साथ सरकार बनाई थी। लेकिन इस दूसरी सरकार बनने के बाद जब शराबबंदी के कारण मौतें होती थी और हम उनके पास शिकायत करने जाते थे तो उनको यह बुरा लगता था। जब हम यह कहते थे कि जो राजद के जमाने के जो हत्या और अपहरण करने वाले थे, यह सब अब शराब के धंधेबाज हो गए हैं, और इनको पुलिस की मदद है, पुलिस से कह के इनको कंट्रोल कीजिए, तो उनको बुरा लगता था। विगत 4 महीनों में जिस तरह से बिहार में
can clearly see BJP is holding Maha-Dharna at the outside the BJP state headquarters, and several ministers have been saying that by Nitish Kumar.
All right, so we'll get you more reactions coming in from the BJP, but the BJP workers are continuing to stage a protest and have also questioned Nitish Kumar on his previous statements. Listen into some reactions coming in.
कनेक्शन है और पुलिस के मिली भगत से यह हो रहा है, आप इन पर कार्रवाई कीजिए, तो इनको बुरा लगता था। अभी अचानक जो उन्होंने 2007-8 में कागज दिए थे तेजस्वी और लालू परिवार के खिलाफ, उनकी तार्किक परिणति होने लगी थी। वह हमेशा उनके अगल बगल के लोग कहते थे कि तेजस्वी पर इतने कागज हम आपको दे चुके हैं और इतने सबूत है, तो उन पर कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हो रही है। अब जब भोला यादव और हृदयानंद की अरेस्टिंग हुई, तब उन्होंने इस बात को लगा कि अगर ये लोग जेल जाएंगे तो राजद को हम अपने में समाहित कर लेंगे, इसलिए वह उधर गए हैं। और तेजस्वी को लगा कि हम उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे तो हम
वो बैकगेट से गए हैं, तो एक तरह का सरेंडर है। यही बीजेपी भी कह रही है कि बैकडोर से करके एक तरह का सरेंडर जो है वो नीतीश कुमार ने कर दिया है, क्योंकि अप्रोच सरकार बचाने की और नई बनाने की नीतीश कुमार की तरफ से हुई, ना कि आरजेडी की तरफ से। तो ये इसीलिए जो शर्तें होंगी, जो शर्तें मानी जाएंगी, वो बड़े स्तर पर आरजेडी की मानी जाएंगी, ना कि जेडीयू की। इसीलिए कहा जा रहा है कि ज्यादातर मांगों को मनवाने में कामयाब हुए, लेकिन गृह मंत्रालय एक ऐसा मसला है क्योंकि वो मुख्यमंत्री के पास है, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर से उनके सुशासन बाबू की छवि बनी है, तो संभावना यही है, टाइम्स ऑफ भारत के पास जो जानकारी है कि गृह मंत्रालय वाली बात को न मानते हुए गृह मंत्रालय अपने पास रखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं नीतीश कुमार।
So the statements that they're talking about are the statements that Nitish Kumar had made before against the RJD. Listen in.
सात पार्टी एक साथ आप समझ लीजिए कि लोकसभा में 264 इंडिपेंडेंट, 164 इसके अलावा एक इंडिपेंडेंट हम लोग के साथ, तो 7 पार्टी और एक अकेला इंडिपेंडेंट, और हम लोग जो उधर थे उनसे हम लोगों ने रास्ता आज समाप्त कर दिया और हम लोग एक साथ मिल करके 7 पार्टियों में जो हम लोगों का महागठबंधन है, हम मिल करके आगे काम करेंगे, सेवा करेंगे।
और ये तो इतिहास बताता है कि भाजपा जहां रहती है, जिसके साथ रहती है, उसको खत्म करने में लगी रहती है। लेकिन जो देश में जो अराजकता का जो माहौल बन रहा है, जो सांप्रदायिक जिस प्रकार से फल फूल रही है, जिस प्रकार से सामाजिक न्याय पे हमला हो रहा है, उसको देखते हुए, देश के माहौल को, स्थिति को देखते हुए, आप बीजेपी का तो एक ही काम है, डराओ, जो डरता है उसको डराओ और जो बिकता है उसको खरीदो। पूरे देश में क्या हो रहा है आपको नहीं पता।
पूछने का काम कर रहे हैं आखिर क्या वजह हुआ कि नीतीश कुमार जी को आपने गाली दिया, कोसा, उनके खिलाफ चुनाव लड़ा, मैंडेट आपको मिला, जो आज राष्ट्रीय जनता दल का मैंडेट है, ये तो नीतीश कुमार के खिलाफ मैंडेट मिला था। आज क्या वजह है कि उनके साथ आप मिल करके सत्ता में हिस्सेदारी लेने का काम करें? ये सारा सवाल है जिसको बिहार की जनता जानना चाहती है, तो इनको जवाब देना पड़ेगा। बिना जवाब दिए हुए बिहार की जनता छोड़ेगी नहीं और आने वाले वक्त में ये हाशिए पर जाएंगे।
आने वाले समय में ये हास्य बनकर रह जाएंगे। दैट्स व्हाट मिनिस्टर
लोग ये डर है, एक अच्छे साथी को छोड़ दिया अच्छा सिला दिया हम लोगों के प्यार का, ये तो बड़ी गलत बात है। जब भी मिलते थे कभी आभास नहीं हुआ कि वो छोड़कर जाने वाले हैं। हम लड़ेंगे, सड़क पर लड़ेंगे, विधानसभा में लड़ेंगे, लोकसभा के चुनाव में 40 की 40 सीट भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। नहीं, वो तो कोऑर्डिनेशन तो अच्छा ही था, वो हमें छोड़कर गए। वो बताएं आखिर क्या वजह थी। एक जो पार्टी पर इल्जाम है बहुत से घोटाले का, क्यों चले गए वो बताना चाहिए।
लड़े थे 2014 में तो 2 MP हुआ था, इसलिए जनता को पता है कहना क्या है, बोलना क्या है, वो विषय अलग। लेकिन देश की जनता, बिहार की जनता जान रही है इस बात को कि किनसे उनको फायदा हुआ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ उनको ज्यादा सीटों का सब दिन बढ़ोतरी मिला।
कंट्रोल कौन करेगा सर इस सरकार को, तेजस्वी यादव या फिर नीतीश कुमार, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी पार्टी राजद है।
अब तो देखिए, जैसा सुना है कि गृह मंत्री मांग रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक तरफा उनको आज तक सपोर्ट किया, गृह मंत्री नहीं दिया। अब तो कल देखे पैदल उनके आवास तक गया। इसलिए नीतीश कुमार स्वाभिमान का राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, वो ऐसो आराम की बात करते हैं। उनको कुर्सी चाहिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बढ़ता हुआ जनादेश से घबरा गया, इसलिए यह निर्णय लिया। और ज्यादा दिन ये सब नहीं चलेगा। वो चुनाव में भी बोले थे कि हमारा अंतिम वोट है, अंतिम वोट बोल के वोट भी बनना है। और विनाशकालीन विपरीतेन बुद्धि, जब नाश मनुष्य को छाता है तो पहले विवेक मर जाता है। बुद्धि मारी गई, गलत जगह गया है, उसको भोगना पड़ेगा।
From the BJP leaders over here stating Maha-Dharna outside the state BJP headquarters, and they are clearly stating that Nitish Kumar is an opportunist, and therefore the reason perhaps he has gone with the alliance of RJD. The BJP had given all sorts of demands that was there as far as Nitish Kumar is concerned in the earlier government, and now Nitish Kumar has betrayed, and therefore the reason perhaps you can see over here.
BJP continues the protest. Now information also coming in that the RJD MLA, the senior leader Awadh Bihari Chaudhary, will be the speaker of the assembly. We are slipping into a short break here. News and updates continue on the other side.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಬೇಕು, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
He has openly confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies should book a case, should really book a case against him and also make an enquiry, because he would be knowing who are all the beneficiaries.
Welcome back. 5 years after he walked out of the Maha-Gadbandhan, Nitish Kumar is back and he is now all set to take oath as the Chief Minister at 2 p.m. today. The BJP has accused him of being a habitual betrayer and is staging a protest.
जानते थे नीतीश कुमार जी को लगने लगा कि हमारी पार्टी में ही हमारे प्रति खिलाफ है, हमारी पार्टी के विधायकों को आरजेडी तोड़ लेगी और सरकार बना लेगी, तो अपनी कुर्सी को बचाने के लिए उनसे समझौता कर ली। जो भी वह आरोप बीजेपी पर लगा रहे हैं वह निराधार है, झूठ है, उसमें कोई भी सत्यता नहीं है। पलटी मारने की उनका स्वभाव है और इसके तहत उन्होंने कुर्सी के लोभ में चले गए। नहीं, यह गलत आरोप है। उनकी ही पार्टी को तोड़ लेगी, विधायकों को तोड़ेगी, ऐसा उनको शक था कि नीतीश जी की पार्टी को आरजेडी तोड़ेगी, ऐसा उनको सूचना मिलने लगी, इसलिए उन्होंने जाकर उससे समझौता कर लिया अपनी कुर्सी के लोभ में। और मैं आपको बता दूं कि बिहार की जनता है, सब जानती है, पहचानती है। और 2024 के चुनाव में 40 की 40 सीट यहाँ बीजेपी और एनडीए के साथ रहने वाली सहयोगी दल जीतेगी। और प्रधानमंत्री का ख्वाब उनको किसी ने दिखाया है। उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी ट्वीट करते हैं, कहते हैं कि आगे बढ़ो, आप प्रधानमंत्री के मटेरियल है, 77 जन्म में भी नहीं बनेंगे। गरीबों ने अपना प्रधानमंत्री चुन लिया है। जब तक नरेंद्र मोदी जी रहेंगे, देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ही रहेंगे। यह देश और बिहार के लोगों का आशीर्वाद और संकल्प है।
So the BJP workers are staging a protest. Remember, they have called Nitish Kumar a serial betrayer, while Nitish Kumar is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister at 2 p.m. What's coming back to haunt Nitish Kumar is the previous statements that he had made. Remember, just 5 years ago, he walked out of the Maha-Dharna, and back then, it was because Tejashwi Yadav refused to quit even though there were corruption charges against him. In the course of the last 5 years, Nitish Kumar has often taken digs at Tejashwi Yadav and the RJD.
देखिए, जब स्वार्थ की पूर्ति होती है, भतीजा व्याकुल थे सत्ता के लिए और चचा को रात में सपना आता था पीएम मटेरियल के लिए, तो दोनों का, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो पीएम मटेरियल का जगह नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ देश में एक ही पीएम है, उसका नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी, और देश की जनता के दिलों का धड़कन है। आज देखिए, पीएम ने अपने संपत्ति का ब्यौरा दिया। आज 20 साल से वो मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री हैं, लेकिन उनके पास संपत्ति एक जमीन नहीं।
अब देखिए क्या होता है, ये एक स्वार्थी गठबंधन है, बेमेल दिलों का मिलन है। हम तो आपसे आग्रह करेंगे कि अपने चैनल पर नीतीश कुमार के 17 के कमेंट को दिखाइए आप, कि भ्रष्टाचार, रेलवे भर्ती स्कैम, रांची के रेलवे होटल की बिक्री के स्कैम, पटना में मॉल स्कैम का जवाब नहीं मिल रहा है। वो सब भूल गए। आपको नेता किसने बनाया? भाजपा ने कंधा दिया ना। अटल जी की सरकार ने आपको कृषि मंत्री, रेल मंत्री, अच्छा काम किया। और 2005 के चुनाव में आपको चेहरा बनाया मुख्यमंत्री का भाजपा ने, आपकी पार्टी के लोग असच थे। 20 के चुनाव में आपकी सीट कम हुई, फिर भी मुख्यमंत्री बनाया नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। 19 में लोकसभा में आपको अच्छी संख्या मिली मोदी जी ने के कारण, तो वोट लिया मोदी जी के नाम पर। नेता बड़े बने बीजेपी के नाम पर, आज चले गए, अच्छी बात।
बीजेपी ने जितना सम्मान दिया उतना सम्मान कभी उनको राजद कांग्रेस में नहीं मिल सकता है। उनके 44-45 विधायक थे, तब हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री स्वीकार किया। तो अगर हम चाहते तो उसी समय कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी भी अपने किसी सहयोगी को धोखा नहीं।
Question corruption. How will these two alliance partners who have so much of bad blood between them and have spoken out so much against each other be able to work together is a question that is being asked.
No, they have worked in the past also. See, you have to see this in a larger context of the political instability which the state has been witnessing since 2012-13. I don't see it as one-off thing that has happened yesterday or is happening now. Since the arrival of, so to say, Narendra Modi ji as the most significant political face at India level, the after effect has been there in Bihar as well. And if you recall, since 2012-13, there has been a kind of instability, political instability in this state. This is the 6th government formation that is being attempted. So since 2012-13 till now, in last 10 years, this is the 6th government formation that is being attempted. But for one, where Mr. Manji was the chief minister, in all such formations, Nitish Kumar ji has been the chief minister. And each time there has been people who have been skeptics, and there have been people who have been gung-ho about it. They have been very optimistic about the future of the alliance. My limited take here is that let this also play out. There is 3 years left for this government. So long they do the right work, so long they put in the public domain what their priorities are going to be, what the programs are going to be, and if that they are able to implement, execute it on the ground better than previous formations, certainly people will support them. Beyond that, if you are not able to do that, what formations you are making yourself part of, what you have said about others, your opponents, your allies, has got little significance. You know, in politics, whoever is benefiting would find reason to justify it. Those who are losing out, they would find reason to criticize it.
Right, and very interesting that you mentioned that 5 out of 6 times Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister, but virtually every time he has spoken about his conscience, his antaratma, and how his antaratma speaks to him when the situation evolves. So is this a antaratma logic that is losing its currency, or do you think the image of Nitish Kumar has also, with the numbers, taken a beating over the years?
Yes, for sure. You know, I've been hearing some media channels and people, commentators talk about, you know, him being Teflon coated, or his imagery, or the impact on the electorate. That's not true, as you rightly said. If you see the electoral journey of Nitish Kumar and his party since 2010, his party is now reduced to 1/3 of what it used to be in terms of number of MLAs. So that itself is a reflection of the fact that maybe people have taken cognizance of some of these apparent contradictions in his own stances and his own perceptions or utterances. But having said so, you know, for the people at large, what you have said, which formation you are in to form and run government matters, but is not the most important factor. What the most important factor is the agenda on which you are running the government and whether you are able to successfully execute it or not. Just to give an example, see, when 2017 he went with NDA, a lot of people across the aisle, they thought that this is a very formidable combination, because in the past that formation, NDA, JDU and BJP has done wonderfully well electorally, and a lot of people predicted that this is the alliance that is going to stay forever. But we have seen, while in the Lok Sabha that alliance did very well, presumably under because of the popularity of the Prime Minister and BJP, etc. In Vidhan Sabha, the assembly
All
elections.
right, that's Madhav in conversation with Prashant Kishore. We'll be right back, slipping into a very short break here, but stay tuned to Times Now for non-stop political updates coming in.
The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough, to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else.
A very good afternoon. Thanks for staying with us here on Times Now. I'm Kritsween Wale, and today Nitish Kumar will be taking oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for an 8th time. We get you non-stop political updates. The biggest team of Times Now reporting from Ground Zero. First up, let's begin with the top headlines. Nitish Kumar to take oath as CM again today afternoon. Tejashwi Yadav to be sworn in as Deputy Chief Minister. RJD to get 16 cabinet berths as per power sharing agreement. JDU gets 12 apart from CM's post. However, mantris won't be sworn in today. Dumped twice by Nitish, BJP reminds Lalu Yadav of his famous tweet comparing Nitish to a snake who shed skin. Party to also protest against betrayal. In handcuffs, Shrikant Tyagi expresses regret for abusive assault on a single woman, but history shows a man high on power. Spotlight returns to political patronage to Tyagi. Police claims he was close ally of SP leader Swami Prasad Maurya and got Vidhayak sticker through him. Maurya claims BJP patronized Tyagi. Now, more developments to come in. Pro-hijab students at Mangalore University object to saffron flag in Bharat Ma poster. SC to hear plea against bulldozer drive in Delhi and Uttar Pradesh. Jamiat alleges persecution, state defense due process. Concern over illegal plotters, BJP netas listed as violators. Facing heat, BJP says list is fake, opposition ups ante on graft. Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants near China border and boundary with Pakistan sends a strong message to India's rivals ahead of Independence Day celebrations. All right, let's start with the top developments we're tracking as far as the ongoing political drama in Bihar goes. Now, Nitish Kumar is all set to take oath as the Chief Minister for the 8th time. This is going to be his 8th time as the Chief Minister in Bihar. Next up, Tejashwi Yadav, as per sources, will take oath as his deputy. So he will be sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Furthermore, the oath-taking ceremony is to take place at 2 p.m. Earlier, we were picking in news of how it could be 4 p.m. But yes, it's been preponed. 2 p.m. is when the oath-taking ceremony will be witnessed. The BJP, meanwhile, also taking to streets, is holding Maha-Dharna across the state and saying that this is betrayal of the people. BJP alleging people of Bihar have been cheated, and more news coming in, more political reactions also coming in. Awad Chaudhary to be the Bihar speakers, also an update that we're tracking here on Times Now. As per the JDU has rejected the Jungle Raj claim that has been made by the BJP. The BJP, remember, has said this is the very flashpoint on which, taking to which Nitish Kumar dumped the Maha-Gadbandhan earlier on. The Congress is also saying that the BJP is known to backstab allies. So the Congress and the JDU along with the RJD hitting out at the BJP taking to streets. So not non-stop political reactions coming in on this big story, but we've seen how in the last 36 hours, Bihar has seen too many political ups and downs. Nitish Kumar resigned last afternoon and is now all set to take oath today at 2 p.m. For a second time in the last 8 years, we are seeing how Sushasan Babu has dumped the Saffron Party, and that's a question that the BJP is also raising. Why is it that Nitish Kumar did not think this through in 2020? Now, a deal sealed at Rabri Devi's residence yesterday evening, and the third largest party in the state still gets to keep the Chief Minister's chair. So now that Nitish Kumar has dumped the BJP, nothing really changes for him, because he will continue as the Chief Minister, will take oath as the Chief Minister for the 8th time in the state. Listen in to what the four stern friends had to say.
तो 7 पार्टियां एक साथ आप समझ लीजिए कि लोकसभा में 164 से 64 और इसके अलावा एक इंडिपेंडेंट हम लोगों के साथ 7 पार्टी और एक अकेला इंडिपेंडेंट, और हम लोग जो उधर थे उनसे हम लोगों ने रास्ता आज समाप्त कर दिया, और हम लोग एक साथ मिल करके 7 पार्टियों में जो हम लोगों का महागठबंधन है, हम मिल करके आगे काम करेंगे, सेवा करेंगे।
और ये तो इतिहास बताता है कि भाजपा जहां रहती है, जिसके साथ रहती है, उसको खत्म करने में लगी रहती है। लेकिन जो देश में जो अराजकता का जो माहौल बन रहा है, जो सांप्रदायिकता जिस प्रकार से फल फूल रही है, जिस प्रकार से सामाजिक न्याय पे हमला हो रहा है, उसको देखते हुए, देश के माहौल को, स्थिति को देखते हुए, आप बीजेपी का तो एक ही काम है, डराओ, जो डरता है उसको डराओ और जो बिकता है उसको खरीदो। पूरे देश में क्या हो रहा है आपको नहीं पता।
All right, so non-stop political developments coming in on this big story. The BJP on its part is holding a dharna across Bihar, alleging that the people of Bihar have been cheated. Now, what BJP is saying at this point in time is that Nitish Kumar has done this for a second time. Why is it that he did not make up his mind back in 2020? How is it that in 2017, the same Nitish Kumar who was accusing the Maha-Dharna, in particular RJD's Tejashwi Yadav, of corruption, and how, you know, there was a graph cloud surrounding the RJD and several top leaders of the RJD, including Lalu Yadav, how all of it is not being seen by Nitish Kumar anymore? Those are the questions being asked by the BJP. Reactions coming in. Listen in.
इसलिए जनता को पता है कहना क्या है, बोलना क्या है, वो विषय अलग, लेकिन देश की जनता, बिहार की जनता जान रही है इस बात को कि किनसे उनको फायदा हुआ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ उनको ज्यादा सीटों का सब दिन बढ़ोतरी रहा।
कंट्रोल कौन करेगा सर इस सरकार को, तेजस्वी यादव या फिर नीतीश कुमार, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी पार्टी राजद है?
अब तो देखिए, जैसा सुना है कि गृह मंत्री मांग रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी एक तरफा उनको आज तक सपोर्ट किया, गृह मंत्री नहीं दिया। आपको कल देखे पैदल उनके आवास तक गया। इसलिए नीतीश कुमार स्वाभिमान का राजनीति नहीं करते हैं, वो ऐसो आराम की बात करते हैं। उनको कुर्सी चाहिए और भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बढ़ता हुआ जनादेश से घबरा गया, इसलिए यह निर्णय लिया। और ज्यादा दिन ये सब नहीं चलेगा। वो चुनाव में भी बोले थे कि हमारा अंतिम वोट है इसमें, तो अंतिम वोट बोल के वोट नहीं बनना है। और विनाश कालीन विपरीतेन बुद्धि, जब नाश मनुष्य को छाता है।
मंत्री अग्निवीर बन गए, उनको पूरा बिहार वासियों की तरफ से हम बधाई देते हैं। उनको बिहार में हर उड़ता हुआ चिड़िया को हल्दी लगाया जाता है। हमारे आदरणीय लालू प्रसाद यादव जी कहा करते थे कि जो उड़ेगा उसको यहीं से इलाज कर दिया जाएगा।
क्या वापस लेंगे?
वो वापस करेंगे कि वापस करेंगे, सो आज देखिएगा क्या होगा।
All right, so several reactions coming in. We'll keep cutting across to the live reactions coming in from the Vidhan Sabha as well. But yes, that's what is happening ahead of the oath-taking ceremony of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar for a 8th time this time. We are seeing how non-stop BJP reactions are also coming to the fore. The BJP essentially pointing out that the people of Bihar will never forgive the JDU leader, that he stabbed the people of Bihar in the back with the dagger of betrayal, and the people of Bihar will never forgive him. Instead, they will teach him a lesson in the coming elections. The BJP will come back to power and with a greater majority is what is being said by the BJP. In fact, they've also said that under the leadership of Narendra Modi, we did get majority in the assembly elections in 2020, but this is Nitish Kumar and his party insulting the public opinion that Nitish Kumar came to power.
किसी के डेमोक्रेटिक राइट का हम हनन नहीं करवा सकते हैं। हम लोग डेमोक्रेसी पसंद लोग हैं। यदि हम लोग यही धरना दिए होते तो उस पर बहुत तरह की बातें होती, दमन करने की कोशिश होती, प्रदर्शन होता। हमारा प्रदर्शन वही 50 आदमी 25 आदमी के बैठ के नहीं होता, पूरी जनता सड़क पर आती, तो उसके बाद दमन की कार्रवाई शुरू होती। लेकिन हम डेमोक्रेसी पसंद लोग हैं, इसलिए उनको पूरा राइट है अपनी बात को रखने का। भले ही गलत ही बात रख रहे हो, लेकिन उनको राइट।
आप लोग इस फैसले से क्या जनता पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ रहा है?
हमारे इस फैसले से जनता उत्साह में है और जनता की चाहत को देखते हुए ही, और जो देश की परिस्थिति है कि प्रजातंत्र पर खतरा था, इसलिए यह निर्णय लिया गया।
अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया गया है, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव भी लाया गया?
बिल्कुल लाया गया है। हाँ, धन्यवाद। उसका भी तय नहीं हुआ।
Aishwarya, my colleague, continue to stay on with us. Aishwarya, we're picking up non-stop political reactions from outside the Vidhan Sabha as well. What's important to point out at this moment is that though quickly action is going to shift to the oath-taking ceremony that will go underway close to 2 p.m., the BJP has decided to stage a Maha-Dharna. They've been saying this is the ultimate betrayal by Nitish Kumar. We'll go across to Aishwarya in just a bit, but those are the kind of reactions coming to the fore from the BJP. The BJP, of course, swinging to action yesterday, right after Nitish Kumar submitted his resignation and could be seen at Rabri Devi's residence along with Tejashwi Yadav, then moved to his own residence. Let me go back to Aishwarya, who is with us. Aishwarya, the BJP calling it the ultimate betrayal, saying that people's mandate has been cheated.
Well, that's right. It's an important day today here in the state capital of Bihar. On one side, outside the BJP state headquarters, the Maha-Dharna is being staged by all the top BJP leaders. On the other, at around 2:30, there will be a swearing-in ceremony of Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, where Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav will be taking oath respectively of CM and Deputy CM posts. But clearly, on one side, the BJP has been saying that it's a betrayal to people of Bihar, and also what Nitish Kumar has done in several occasions in the past while going to back to the alliance is something that the people of Bihar will not forget. Remember, during the time of elections, the BJP clearly stated that Nitish Kumar came and joined hands with Narendra Modi and had promised the people of Bihar to fight against corruption and for the development of state. But now going back to the same alliance which have time and again called him Paltu Ram and attacked him on several occasions in the House of Assembly as well. Tejashwi Yadav had personally attacked Nitish Kumar, and going back, forgetting all of those is something that is the kind of attitude Nitish Kumar has. That's what BJP is alleging. BJP is also saying that Nitish Kumar is an opportunist, and today when he was witnessing that his party is not willing to go ahead with the NDA, then he decided to again go back to the alliance of Maha-Dharna. But it all comes down to a number game where Nitish Kumar has the majority figure of 165 plus MLAs with 7 parties supporting to him, and the letter of support has already been handed over to the governor yesterday. And today at 2:30 at Raj Bhavan, Nitish Kumar will be taking oath for the 8th time for the state of Bihar. Is something which has never been done. BJP also saying that this is an unprecedented history of Indian politics, that a chief minister who has never fought an election and is the 8th time chief minister has never been in the history of Indian politics. Just behind me is this BJP headquarters. If I can tell my camera person to show these visuals just at the back, this is BJP state headquarters, and all the BJP Karyakartas have gathered over here, including senior BJP leaders from Ravi Shankar Prasad to Shehnawaz Hussain, Deputy Chief Ministers Tarkishore Yadav and Rabri Devi, and also the other top ministers including Nityanand Rai also is currently staging Dharna. It's a 3-day Maha-Dharna that is being organized by the BJP against Nitish Kumar. Today at the state BJP headquarters, and August 12th it will be at the 12 districts across the state, and on August 13th it will be at the block headquarters in the entire state. So yes, the Dharna has been planned by the BJP against Nitish Kumar, but they have been left aside because all the opposition parties have come together to form this new Maha-Dharna government. Now how long this will survive and what will be the arrangement in this new government is something that is to be seen. But what we are getting to understand from our sources is that Congress can get 3 ministerial...
All right, so non-stop reactions of course coming in from the BJP. Another Congress reaction we're picking up. Listen in.
सत्ता में बने रहने का ये उन्होंने फॉर्मूला बनाया है. हो सकता है उनको एहसास होने लगा हो कि उनकी लोकप्रियता कम हो रही हो सकता है कि उनको एहसास होने लगा हो कि सत्ता में लंबे अवधि तक बने रहने का ये रास्ता है. पार्टी बदलते रहो, दल बदलते रहो, सिद्धांत के साथ कॉम्प्रोमाइज करते रहो. तो क्या ये अपॉर्चुनिस्टिक पॉलिटिक्स कहा जा सकता है? दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण होगा. मुझे विश्वास है कि बिहार की जनता इन सभी उत्तरों के इंतजार में है, और निश्चित रूप से बिहार एक नए परिवेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में उभर के खड़ा होगा.
आरजेडी की महासचिव ने ये यहाँ पर कहा है कि 10 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों को नौकरी मिलेगी। सांप्रदायिकता से लोग
देखिए, शपथ लेने के पहले ही घोषणा शुरू हो जाना तो शायद बिहार की जनता ने पहले भी देखा है उनका कार्यकाल, अब भी देखेंगे और ये सभी तथ्यों को हम लोग नोट करके रखेंगे आने वाले दिनों के लिए। लेकिन जिस तरीके से सरकार परिवर्तित किया गया है ये दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है।
एक अंतिम सवाल और
And ahead of the oath-taking ceremony, the Congress certainly extremely happy at the moment, saying that this is the BJP's fate given the kind of breakup politics it's been playing across the nation in several other parts. Let's listen into what the Congress is saying in the latest.
एकदम से उलट गई। अब महागठबंधन की सरकार, नीतीश कुमार एक बार फिर मुख्यमंत्री, लेकिन बीजेपी के नेता लगातार हमलावर है नीतीश कुमार पर, आरजेडी पर, कांग्रेस पार्टी पर, कि आखिर उस नेता के साथ एक बार फिर नीतीश कुमार कैसे जा सकते हैं जिस पर भ्रष्टाचार के इतने बार आरोप लगाए थे।
देखिए, अभी जो राजनीति है वो नीतीश कुमार जी को धन्यवाद दिया जाना चाहिए उनके इस साहसिक निर्णय के लिए। जिस तरह से अहंकारी नेतृत्व भारतीय जनता पार्टी का पूरे देश में लोगों को कुचलने का काम कर रहा था, सरकार गिराने का काम कर रहा था, उसमें उनका इस तरह का निर्णय एग्जाम्पल बन गया। और सभी पार्टियां एक साथ गोलबंद होके भाजपा का मुखालफत कर रही है और इस तरह की राजनीति अब देश में बाकी प्रदेशों में भी होगा।
आप कहना चाह रहे हैं कि बिहार एक तरह से मिसाल पेश की है बीजेपी के खिलाफ। 2024 में जिस तरह से कहा जा रहा है कि विपक्ष को एकजुट होने की जरूरत है, मजबूत होने की जरूरत है, उसकी मिसाल बिहार से शुरू हुई।
बिहार की धरती ही हमेशा से ऐसा रहा, पहले भी बिहार ये काम करता रहा है। परिवर्तन की लड़ाई में हमेशा बिहार अगुआ रहा है और फिर से ये परिवर्तन की लड़ाई की शुरुआत हो गई।
कांग्रेस की हिस्सेदारी कितनी देख रहे हैं? कहा जा रहा है, सूत्र बता रहे हैं कि 4 मंत्री कांग्रेस के कोटे से बनेंगे। क्या कांग्रेस पार्टी, क्योंकि बिहार से कांग्रेस की बड़ी राजनीति आप भी करते हैं, हर तरह से सक्रिय आप रहे हैं बिहार में, क्या लगता है कांग्रेस की हिस्सेदारी कितनी होगी इसमें?
कांग्रेस पार्टी सेकुलर गवर्नमेंट चाहती है कहीं भी, और जहां कहीं भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ कोई गवर्नमेंट बनती है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी सहयोग करती है। अभी भी कांग्रेस पार्टी पूरी तरह से नीतीश जी को छूट देगी कि आप जैसे चाहते हैं वैसे आप काम करिए, बिहार के लोगों का भला करिए, बिहार में अच्छा शासन दीजिए। कांग्रेस इसमें केवल खुश है, कांग्रेस बार्गेन करने वाली पार्टी नहीं है, ये बात।
Let me go back to Aishwarya once again. Aishwarya, we heard a Congress reaction there, but what is in this grand alliance for the Congress? Really, source-based information coming in that the RJD will be given 16 cabinet berths. As for the JDU goes, they'll be getting 12 portfolios, including the Chief Minister's post. But what about the Congress?
Well, that's right. Sources within the RJD camp has been saying that 16 ministerial posts can be given to RJD, including the Home Ministry post. But you know, the Home Ministry is something which is still in discussion with the JDU. Yesterday, remember when Nitish Kumar dialed to Tejashwi Yadav, you know, it was not finalized about the Home Ministry, but Speaker post can be given to RJD. On the other side, Congress could be given 3 to 4 cabinet berth in the upcoming Nitish's cabinet, while the JDU can get 13, including the Chief Minister's post. So yes, you know, there were some sort of negotiation that was done between the JDU and the RJD for the Home Ministry post, but as Nitish Kumar yesterday demanded that one Deputy Chief Minister should be from the Congress's quota, which Tejashwi Yadav denied, and that's what was later agreed to by Nitish Kumar, and only after that the letter of support was handed over to Nitish Kumar, which where they later submitted it to the governor of Bihar. So certainly it will be in the upcoming few days where the cabinet extension will take place, but today only CM and Deputy CM will take oath at the Raj Bhavan at 2:30 PM in Patna at the Governor's House.
All right, so we do see how several political reactions are coming in ahead of the oath-taking ceremony of Nitish Kumar, also being told that Tejashwi Yadav will be taking oath as his deputy. But the big question that the BJP has been asking is how long will this grand alliance once again last for, because Nitish Kumar in the past has announced how this is the corruption allegations against the Lalu family that have been a deal breaker for him. So whether or not we will see a smooth sailing tenure for the Maha-Gadbandhan, the remaining session remains to be seen. Here's what the BJP is saying.
देखिए, जब स्वार्थ की पूर्ति होती है, भतीजा व्याकुल थे सत्ता के लिए और चचा को रात में सपना आता था पीएम मटेरियल के लिए, तो दोनों का, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ तो पीएम मटेरियल का जगह नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ देश में एक ही पीएम है, उसका नाम है नरेंद्र मोदी, और देश की जनता के दिलों का धड़कन है। आज देखिए, पीएम ने अपने संपत्ति का ब्यौरा दिया। आज 20 साल से वो मुख्यमंत्री और प्रधानमंत्री हैं, लेकिन उनके पास संपत्ति एक जमीन नहीं।
अब देखिए क्या होता है, ये एक स्वार्थी गठबंधन है, बेमेल दिलों का मिलन है। हम तो आपसे आग्रह करेंगे कि अपने चैनल पर नीतीश कुमार के 17 के कमेंट को दिखाइए आप, कि भ्रष्टाचार, रेलवे भर्ती स्कैम, रांची के रेलवे होटल की बिक्री के स्कैम, पटना में मॉल स्कैम का जवाब नहीं मिल रहा है। वो सब भूल गए। आपको नेता किसने बनाया? भाजपा ने कंधा दिया ना। अटल जी की सरकार ने आपको कृषि मंत्री, रेल मंत्री, अच्छा काम किया। और 2005 के चुनाव में आपको चेहरा बनाया मुख्यमंत्री का भाजपा ने, आपकी पार्टी के लोग असच थे। 20 के चुनाव में आपकी सीट कम हुई, फिर भी मुख्यमंत्री बनाया नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। 19 में लोकसभा में आपको अच्छी संख्या मिली मोदी जी ने के कारण, तो वोट लिया मोदी जी के नाम पर, नेता बड़े बने बीजेपी के नाम पर, आज चले गए। अच्छा,
बीजेपी ने जितना सम्मान दिया उतना सम्मान कभी उनको राजद कांग्रेस में नहीं मिल सकता है। उनके 44-45 विधायक थे, तब हमने उनको मुख्यमंत्री स्वीकार किया। तो अगर हम चाहते तो उसी समय कुछ कर सकते थे, लेकिन बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी भी अपने किसी सहयोगी को धोखा नहीं दिया। हम लोगों ने उन्हीं लोगों को तोड़ा जिन लोगों ने हम लोगों को धोखा दिया। चाहे वो अगर महाराष्ट्र के अंदर शिवसेना, जिसका समझौता था बीजेपी के साथ, और शिवसेना ने जब धोखा दिया तो उसका परिणाम भुगतना पड़ा।
देखिए, बिहार में 2020 में बिहार विधानसभा का चुनाव हुआ था, तो नीतीश कुमार जी एनडीए के पार्ट थे, और एनडीए के नाम पर बिहार में जनादेश मिला और एनडीए के पक्ष में जनादेश मिला। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सदस्य ज़्यादा होने के बावजूद भी नीतीश जी को मात्र 42-43 सीट मिला, फिर भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नीतीश जी को मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। आज का जो नीतीश कुमार जी का कदम है, बिल्कुल बिहार के जनता के जनादेश के विपरीत है, और बिहार की जनता इसके लिए उनको माफ नहीं करेगी।
All right, let me go across to Mr. Jainarayan Pandey joining us with more details to really break down the situation for us and help us understand what perhaps went behind the scenes as far as this big political jump once again of Nitish Kumar from the NDA to the Maha-Gadbandhan goes. Mr. Pandey, what do we make of this? Because either ways, you know, had he continued with within the NDA, or now that he's, you know, crossing over to the Maha-Gadbandhan, he continues as the Chief Minister. Nitish Kumar remains the Chief Minister. But in this particular scenario, given the war of words we've seen between the RJD and the JDU the past few years, doesn't this mean loss of credibility also to an extent for Nitish Kumar?
Yes, certainly. In general public's view, he has lost the credibility. But in politics, people forget everything after a while. And that has been happening, because unless there is something immediate happening before election, people won't remember that Nitish had been with RJD, then he switched over to BJP in 2017, then he contested 2019, 2020 with BJP, and he again went back to RJD. And it is not a jump, it's a gradual movement or a strategy by the JDU, as I think, because after being reduced to 43 seats after the 2020 elections, they had a perception that somewhere BJP is trying to downsize through different means. Had BJP tried, then Chirar won't have contested or fielded so many candidates against JDU. So this is one thing, but politics, whether it's BJP, JDU, Congress, RJD, whoever, it's all politics of convenience. No one can claim that, no, I stick to a principle line of politics or I follow that. That is not the case. And people also know it.
But the fact is also that the BJP is not going to let go of this easily. We see them staging this Maha-Dharna for the coming 3 days. Let me go across to Sanjay Jha as well, who is with us. Sanjay Jha, Mr. Narayan Pandey once again making it very clear that yes, this certainly is a marriage of convenience once again, and that's not quite worked out for the opposition in several other states. What about this one? Is it going to be a smooth sailing tenure given the kind of unpleasant exchanges we've seen between the RJD and the JDU in the past?
Well, the BJP has become like the giant anaconda that swallows up its own partners. And today it is facing a crisis of confidence because nobody can trust a party like the Bharatiya Janta Party. Through their Operation Kamal, which is a brutal misuse of power, basically money, muscle, ED, CBI, income tax, etc., they have completely disrupted and destroyed Indian democracy. What happened in Maharashtra was exactly a curtain raiser for what they were proposing to do in Bihar. Nitish Kumar today has done a master stroke. He has checkmated the BJP. The BJP today sounds, kind of seems completely confounded. It looks confused.
But he's checkmated the BJP in the past as well.
And it doesn't know what to do.
And he did quite regret it, Mr. Jha.
Sorry?
He has checkmated the BJP in the past as well, and he quite regretted it. That's exactly what the BJP is saying this time around. What happened to, him seeing the corruption allegations against the Lalu family as the deal breaker? How has all of that been sidelined this time around?
Well, let me tell you, firstly, in 2017, it was again the same old BJP playbook of using the ED against the Yadav family. I mean, that is exactly the kind of external pressure that was created, which forced Mr. Nitish Kumar to back out of the coalition that had completely trounced the BJP in the 2015 assembly elections. But at some point, as Mr. Nitish Kumar very correctly pointed out, that you are actually looking at a national party that is defying India's constitution on secularism by breaking up our own society, by dividing and polarizing our own communities, by essentially playing a crude and an extremely filthy and a repugnant game of lust for power at any cost. And this is the Sam, Dam, Dand, Bhed politics of the BJP. I live in Maharashtra. Let me tell you, the people of Maharashtra will teach BJP a lesson in the BMC elections. And at some point, somebody had to go and expose, this hypocrisy, the arrogance, the brutal, emasculation of Indian institutions of governance, the way of law enforcement agencies have been trampled with. I mean, the BJP has made Indian democracy a joke. And today, the Indian constitutional principles are not being adhered to. Where are the foundational pillars of democracy functioning independently today? They are not, and the people of India know it. So today, when I see these pictures on your program of the BJP sitting
the current
in Dharna,
circumstances,
it is absolutely absurd.
It is the party number 3. It is the RJD which came out as the party number 1, thereafter the BJP and the JDU. So the BJP says that it is because of us that we made Nitish Kumar on the basis of the popularity of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the CM. It's the party number 3. Once again, the leader is being sworn in as the Chief Minister.
Well, I'll tell you why that is a blatant lie by the BJP again. You see, the BJP are monumental and mammoth liars who have practiced the art of bluffing people. Let me tell you, you think the BJP did not gain out of its 19% vote share? You think they did not benefit from the votes transferred by JDU to them? the entire, and I don't want to get into the caste arithmetic, but we know exactly what are the dynamics on the ground. I mean, the BJP basically piggyback rides on regional partners, and then it consumes them, like it has done with Shiv Sena in Maharashtra. The same thing they were planning to do with the JDU in Bihar, which has preempted their nasty political game. And you will see it, that I don't think the BJP will have a single ally of any repute with it in the future, because the arrogance, the abuse of power, and the absolutely, what I call as the ruthless attempt to exterminate opponents is really a worry for any political party in India. You have the BJP president openly saying that India will soon have only the BJP. I mean, is this the kind of democracy that we deserve in this country?
So, Mr. Pandey, was that the deal breaker when the BJP president talk about, BJP being the biggest party and the regional parties have no or lesser role to play? But when it comes to politics, there are no friends or foes. I mean, the Palturam yesterday has now become their Mukhyamantri.
You very brief.
Mr. Pandey.
Yeah. Please come again.
I'm saying that when it comes to politics, there are no friends and there are no foes. So the Palturam yesterday, that who was being called, has become their Mukhyamantri again today.
Yeah. That is not the case. Actually, every political party will speak its own language.
Absolutely. So, sir, request Mr. Jha and Mr. Pandey to continue to be with us. We are going directly to Bihar now. My colleague Madhav is joining us live. Madhav, over to you. Lots happening there in Patna.
Well, yes, thanks so much for that, Amita. We'll be coming back to our guests as well. And before we go across to Aishwarya, let me bring you a quick update as to what's happening over here. We're right outside the Chief Minister's residence. This is one of the access points to the Chief Minister's residence right here at the Raj Bhavan Circle. And the Raj Bhavan Circle, of course, literally being prepared, being decked up, as you can see. In fact, water being sprayed, the entire circle being cleaned up, all in the run-up to 2 o'clock today, when that swearing-in ceremony is to take place inside of the Raj Bhavan. And just in a few, less than half an hour from now, we'll perhaps begin to see all the dignitaries arrive, the leaders arrive for that particular function that is to take place at 2 o'clock today. So for Nitish Kumar, he's going to be sworn in for the 8th time and perhaps for the record time as Chief Minister of Bihar. Of course, a very, very important day for him. And at the same time, of course, the political battle as far as Bihar is concerned continues with the BJP continuing its protest today, saying that what has happened is against the mandate of the people, and that in fact this is an alliance that will not last, with the kind of contradictions and contradictory statements that we've seen in the past that leaders have referred to each other. Where is the Antaratma of Nitish Kumar, and can the Antaratma have so many changes of heart over the past several years? These are some of the questions being posed by the BJP as far as Mr. Nitish Kumar is concerned. Mr. Nitish Kumar himself, of course, someone whose party's numbers may be waning, it may be dwindling, but Mr. Nitish Kumar himself, of course, continues to be in the chief ministerial seats. The last 6 times that the chief minister has changed in Bihar, out of them 5 times it was Mr. Nitish Kumar who was sworn in as the chief minister, and now, of course, for the 8th time will be taking oath of office as chief minister. Let me quickly bring in Aishwarya on what the BJP has been saying, because he was there at that protest on ground. Before we go across to our guests, Aishwarya, take us through what the BJP is saying. They are going to continue to protest on this issue, but the larger question is this: the BJP will continue to protest, but it will be in opposition, because virtually all the other political parties of Bihar will be part of this government.
Well, it's a 3-day long protest that is it's a 3-day long protest that is being planned by the Bharatiya Janta Party in the state of Bihar. Today, the BJP top leaders, including senior BJP leader Nityanand Rai, Ravi Shankar Prasad, Shahnawaz Hussain, all are sitting on the Maha-Dharna outside the state BJP headquarters. And certainly on August 12, the BJP has planned its Maha-Dharna at the district headquarters and on August 13th at the block headquarters. So it's a 3-day long Maha-Dharna that is being planned against Nitish Kumar, who has now joined hands with
attempt to connect with Aishwarya is concerned. We'll try and reconnect with him, but this is the situation on ground over here in Bihar, where in fact in a short while from now we expect to see the swearing-in ceremony take place as far as Nitish Kumar Kumar is concerned. Number of issues, for instance, of Jungle Raj that the BJP says the days of which will now come, and that all the more controversial given the fact that the RJD has asked for the home portfolio, a portfolio that has thus far always remained with Nitish Kumar. So what happens as far as that crucial portfolio is concerned is also a very, very important aspect to look out for. At the same time, of course, many would be looking at how, in fact, does this entire alliance come together. In coming days, will we be seeing, for instance, the issues or the ideological issues that we've been seeing between the JDU and, in fact, the RJD. Will they crop up once again is also an important question that many are looking at. So several important such aspects that will be looked at. Will the two alliance partners go together till the year 2024 when the next Lok Sabha election takes place? Because that too will have its own dynamic and its own importance as far as the continuance and as far as opposition's politics is concerned, and particularly the attempt to bring all regional parties are concerned. We put that question across to Prashant Kishore. He said it's a premature question right now. We can't answer that at the moment because even though he's a person who's worked with Mamata Banerjee, has worked with Jagan Reddy, has worked with Stalin and Mr. Kejriwal, despite having worked with several opposition leaders, at the moment the question is premature and it's perhaps too early to say that Mr. Nitish Kumar could be an alternative or a credible alternative as far as the centre is concerned. So these are some of the aspects and some of the ways in which this is being seen as an important development. Of course, in the past we've seen several attempts at opposition parties, the non-Congress opposition parties coming together, attempted but really hasn't succeeded on ground because it would all depend also on the Congress party whether they support them from outside, and also at the same time their own internal contradictions and differences have seen split within the opposition ranks. So these are some very important aspects of this. Let's quickly take this across to our guests who are joining us. In fact, we have Sanjay Jha with us. Let me quickly go across to Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, very important point is this, that even close observers like Mr. Prashant Kishore say that it is too premature to speculate whether Nitish Kumar could play a role at the centre, because at this point of time, Mr. Nitish Kumar has not put out his cards as far as that aspect is concerned, and also, of course, we have seen several such contradictions in the recent past when there have been such attempts made by various opposition parties. Your take, Sanjay Jha.
You know, Madhav, it's a very relevant question in the political circumstances we are in today. But let me give you a couple of, shall we say, options that are likely to be on the opposition table. Mamata has clearly thrown her, her hat in the ring. I do believe that Nitish has a very good governance track record and will be a fairly strong, formidable candidate as an opposition consensus option. Also, don't forget that the Congress actually, if it ups its game, because there are several crucial state elections coming up. So you've got Gujarat, Himachal, Karnataka, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Telangana. The Congress is actually the critical player in all these elections. Frankly, in terms of statistical probabilities, it can win all 7, it can win 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. We don't know. If the Congress were to perform well, end of day, I think it will give a massive tailwind, what you call as the booster shot in media, to the opposition effort to kind of defeat the BJP, I think fairly convincingly if they up their game. With Nitish Kumar in the mix, I think there is now emerging a definite, what I call as an energy or a certain enthusiasm about what are the possibilities open. Please don't forget that Bihar today, including Jharkhand, the old Bihar as they were once upon a time, the 54 Lok Sabha seats today have non-BJP chief ministers in power. And if they govern well till 2024, I can tell you the BJP is going to face an extremely complex, if not an altogether very difficult circumstance. So I think there are options available, but Nitish's track record will definitely make him a potential candidate for Prime Minister.
All right, stay with us. We also have with us Mr. Jainarayan Pandey, who's the news editor of Times of India in Patna. I'll come back to you, Mr. Pandey. I want to get a quick update from Aishwarya, though. Aishwarya, now several questions that are being raised by the BJP as far as its own role in coming days is concerned. And of course, the BJP is going to continue to protest. And this is going to be an issue that the BJP is likely to continue raking up until 2024. And clearly, the strategy of BJP has worked in the past Lok Sabha elections in the state of Bihar as well. Will they be able to repeat that success without Nitish Kumar now becomes a very important question.
Well, BJP had made its strategy that they are going to fight against this Maha-Dharna government, just not on the streets of Bihar, but also now inside the assembly as well. The BJP today clearly accused Nitish Kumar of being a opportunist. The BJP said that the very same party and the leaders like Lalu Yadav, who have called Nitish Kumar Paltu Ram, yesterday said that let's forget about what happened in the past and let's start with a new beginning. And this is something that only an opportunist can do, attacking Nitish Kumar on saying that this government cannot last for a longer period of time because this is a very unstable government. Nitish Kumar had fought against the RJD while joining hands with the BJP during 2020 elections, and now going again with the RJD is betrayal of the people of Bihar and for BJP as well. Narendra Modi, being a big brother of Nitish Kumar, gave chief minister post to Nitish Kumar, while Nitish Kumar and JDU had only 45 seats, just half of what the BJP got in the election results, assembly election results, is something that Nitish Kumar should think and should continue, but now he has betrayed. So BJP had made its mind that they are going to fight against it, Maha-Dharna government, and from today onwards the campaign has begun of BJP. The Maha-Dharna is currently being organized outside the state BJP headquarters in Patna, where all the senior BJP leaders of Bihar, including Nityanand Rai, Shehnawaz Hussain, Ravi Shankar Prasad and Rakesh Sinha and all other BJP leaders, including the former deputy chief ministers, are sitting, and the Maha-Dharna is currently underway. On August 12th, it is the BJP will stage Maha-Dharna at district headquarters of the Bharatiya Janata Party, and on August 13 at the block headquarters. So a series of dharnas are being staged by the BJP against Nitish Kumar, and also on the other side today when Nitish Kumar will be swearing in as the eighth-time chief minister of Bihar, certainly on one side we will see Nitish Kumar swearing in, and on the other BJP holding protests against Nitish Kumar. And how long this government will function is something which remains to be seen as far as the new arrangement is concerned.
Thanks so much, Aishwarya, for that. Let's in fact quickly bring to our viewers what's been happening in the past years. We've seen Nitish Kumar being called Paltu Ram. We've seen him called a snake. But guess who? None other than who he is tying up with as far as this alliance is concerned. Both Lalu Yadav and Tejashwi have raised questions about Nitish Kumar's governance in the past. And remember in 2014, when the Nitish-led Maha-Gadbandhan won the election with the help of the RJD and the Congress, 2 years later, he split up with them on allegations of corruption and allegations of graft. So clearly, of course, what has happened since then is a question that the BJP is posing. Meanwhile, let's remind our viewers of the positions that were taken by political parties at that point in time.
इनका मतलब 4 बार आत्मा जो है अंतरात्मा सोया और जागा। कौन सा अंतरात्मा? इनको सिर्फ और सिर्फ कुर्सी प्रेम है। इनको बिहार के विकास की चिंता नहीं है।
न जाने भारत के राजनीतिक इतिहास में कितना बारी पलटी इन्होंने मारा है। इनको पलटू राम ही कहिए। राजनीति के ये पलटू राम है।
Now, embracing Lalu is not just embarrassing for Nitish Kumar, but is in fact going to raise serious questions of his credibility. In the past, Nitish Kumar has cited his antaratma or his conscience while taking decisions as far as the future of not just the political situation here in Bihar is concerned, but in fact as far as his own survival and his own career is concerned, which is leading BJP to make the allegation that Nitish Kumar is essentially an opportunist, and that's a charge that they have now repeated as well.
हमने अपने अंतरात्मा की आवाज पर पूरी चीज को देखते हुए हमने समझा कि अब मेरे जैसे व्यक्ति के लिए इस सरकार का चलाना संभव नहीं है। 15वां साल हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। बिहार का क्या बुरा हाल था, अपराध की कितनी घटनाएं घटती थी, सामूहिक नरसंहार, लोग किस तरह से परेशान रहते थे। शाम होने के बाद कोई घर से निकलने की हिम्मत नहीं करता था। यह हाल था। अपहरण कितने लोगों का होता था जरा बताइए। आजकल तो कुछ भी बोल देता है। पति पत्नी का 15 साल राज, अब बाल बच्चा को मौका मिल रहा है, जो भी बोल रहे हैं वो तो अंदर हैं। अब कोई रोकेगा जी सबको कभी अंदर जाने से? अंदर तो जाना ही है। इन लोगों का काम ही इस तरह का होता है।
Well, let me now go across to Mr. Jainarayan Pandey, who is a news editor of Times of India in Patna. Mr. Jainarayan Pandey, will the two alliance partners be able to work together? That's a question that comes to the fore, given that we have seen past statements where they've called each other Paltu Ram, corrupt snake, all sorts of adjectives that have been used. Now that they are coming together, will they be able to work on ground? What happens to charges of Jungle Raj that the BJP is now making and Nitish himself has made in the past?
Yeah, that is the advantage of RJD this time, because since Nitish being in the chair, so opposition will not promote this allegation that there will be Jungle Raj. That is, I'm talking about 2025 elections. That will be a major plan of BJP, but since Nitish leading the front, so that will be minimized. But as far as the government running functioning is concerned, they have the number. And Nitish will have to accept so many things to survive and to run the government. Because, see, if RJD gets...
All right, we have some details coming in about the cabinet of Nitish Kumar, and these are the details coming in. Now, this is, of course, the fact that the ministry will include Tejashwi, Tej Pratap, as well as Alok Mehta, Lalit Yadav. There would be Bhai Virendra Chandrasekhar, Mohammad Nihaluddin, as well as Akhtarul Islam. And, of course, this would be one of the two between Mohammad Nihaluddin or Akhtarul Islam. Sunil Singh, Anita Devi are also the other names that are being cited from RJD sources who would be part of the government. From the side of Congress, it would be Madan Mohan Jha, who has been the chief of the party here in Bihar. Ajit Sharma, Shakil Ahmed Khan are the other names that are in fact doing the rounds. We also have with us the JDU names, which includes Vijendra Yadav, Ashok Chaudhary, Sanjay Jha, Shravan Kumar, Sunil Kumar, Leshi Singh, Jama Khan, who would be the possible ministers from the Hindustan Awam Morcha. We have Jitendra Majhi and his son Santosh Majhi, who is likely to be the name to find a place in the cabinet. Let's go across to Aishwarya for more on this. Yes, Aishwarya, take us through this list once again. And this is very significant because HAM gets 1 seat, the Congress gets as many as 3 berths as well in this ministry. Ashwara, if you can hear me, take us through the details as far as the cabinet is concerned of Nitish 8.0. Okay, I think we've lost that line there with Aishwarya. Let's go quickly go across to some more breaking news that's coming in. Now, this is the information coming in that Nitish Kumar's complaint is that other small parties who support him will be vanished by the BJP. This is in fact a statement coming in from Sharad Pawar. He says that in Punjab, we saw Akali Dal, who was in competition, has almost come close to vanishing. In Maharashtra, by bringing division in Shiv Sena, their image has been blurred by BJP, in which they got the support of Eknath Shinde. This is Sharad Pawar's comments coming in. Let's listen in.
आज महाराष्ट्रामध्ये शिवसेना नेते अनेक वर्ष एकत्र होते. आज शिवसेनेची अवस्था तिथे डिव्हिजन करून दुरी कशी करता येईल या संबंधीची आखणी ही भारतीय जनता पार्टीने केली आणि त्याला एकनाथ शिंदे आणि या लोकांची मदत झाली. त्यामुळे महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसेनेवर एक प्रकारचा आघात त्यांच्या एकेकाच्या विश्वभक्तांनी केला आणि हेच चित्र बिहारमध्ये हे दिसत होतं. आज नितीश कुमार एक लोकांच्यात मान्यता असलेलं असं नेतृत्व आहे. मागच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये नितीश कुमार आणि BJP एकत्र जागा लढले, पण भाजपचं एक आणखीन वैशिष्ट्य असतं, निवडणुकीच्या वेळेला एकत्र येतात आणि मित्र पक्षाचे लोक कसे कमी येतील याची काळजी घेतात. ते महाराष्ट्रातही घडलं, तेच चित्र बिहारमध्ये दिसायला लागलं आणि म्हणून बिहारचे मुख्यमंत्री वेळी सावध झाले आणि त्यांनी तातडीनं
try to lure the other parties, especially during elections, just to get into power. And the CM of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, realized that the BJP is using him, and that's why he took this decision.
नितीश कुमारनी टाकलेलं पाऊल हे अत्यंत छानपणाचं आहे.
I really admire this decision which has been taken by Nitish Kumar over here. It is one of the best decisions that he has taken politically.
एका दृष्टीनं त्यांनी राज्याच्या दृष्टीनं त्यांच्या पक्षाच्या दृष्टीनं अतिशय योग्य निर्णय घेतला.
This is the best possible decision that he could have taken for his own political party. It is an extremely right decision that he has taken.
All right, let me take that aspect across to Sanjay Jha. Sanjay Jha, Sharad Pawar saying that BJP is a party and Nitish's major concern is that the BJP eats into its regional allies. And he cited the example of Akali Dal and more recently what happened in Shiv Sena, something that you were also mentioning earlier. So is this going to be something that is going to band the opposition together, particularly the regional parties?
Absolutely right, Madhav, and also see what is happening in Tamil Nadu, you know, where Anna DMK had an alliance with the BJP, and you can see that the Anna DMK itself may be facing a very serious internal schism. So you have a situation today where the BJP in power unleashes its you know, what I call is this brutal might. And I can understand political ambition, Madhav, but as we all know that Indian politics is not like the American or the UK model of 2 or 3. To understand, there's a reason why regional parties are part of a political ecosystem. They fulfill a certain need that, you know, societies feel in different states. To try and quash them, strangulate them, asphyxiate them, that is actually murdering democracy. You know, ultimately all of us need to coexist. You know, some party will be big, some will be small, it doesn't matter. But to try and consume the parties by threats, by money power, through using law enforcement agencies, I think that at some point will boomerang. Please remember, all political parties have experienced leaders and they know that the Modi magic
cracking down on corruption, Sanjay Jha, but what is of course very clearly evident is that this is a very, very controversial position that is being taken by different political parties in different parts of the country. Is there misuse of these agencies or not has become unfortunately a very, very hotly contested political issue. But I'd like to thank both Sanjay Jha as well as Mr. Jairar and Pandey for your insights. We're going to slip into a very quick break, but we'll be bringing you all the updates as far as the swearing-in ceremony of Nitish Kumar for the 8th record time in just about an hour from now. Stay tuned. Good afternoon, and you're with Times Now. I'm Maldas Gopalakrishnan. We're bringing you all the latest updates and developments from the changing politics of Bihar. We're at Rajendra Chowk, which is at the heart of the capital city of Patna. On one side, we have the Raj Bhavan, where in fact in the next 1 hour we will be seeing the swearing-in ceremony take place, and the entire area being decked up. Followers starting to slowly gather over here. On the other hand, we have the Chief Minister's official residence, and this is in fact Nitish Kumar's official residence, Animar, where in fact he is currently at, and within about half an hour we will expect him to emerge from here and drive down from the circle right into the Raj Bhavan, where he will take oath of office as Chief Minister for the 8th time in Bihar. So very, very important developments that are take place through the course of the day today. We will bring you all the updates on those developments, but first a quick look at the headlines. Nitish Kumar to take oath as Chief Minister again today afternoon. Tejashwi Yadav to be sworn in as Deputy CM. RJD to get 16 cabinet berths as per the power sharing agreement. JDU gets 12 apart from the Chief Minister's post. However, Mantris won't be sworn in today. Dumped twice by Nitish, BJP reminds Lalu Yadav of his famous tweet comparing Nitish to a snake who sheds skin. Party to also protest against betrayal. In handcuffs, Shrikant Tyagi expresses regret for abusive assault on woman, but history shows him to be a man high on power. Spotlight returns to political patronage to Tyagi. Police claims he was a close ally of SP leader Swami Prasad Maurya and got Vidhayak sticker through him. Maurya claims BJP patronized Tyagi. Now pro-hijab students at Mangalore University object to saffron flag in Bharat Ma poster. Supreme Court to hear plea against bulldozer drive in Delhi and UP. Jamaat alleges persecution. State defends due process. Concern over illegal plotters as BJP netas listed as violators. Facing the heat, BJP says that the list is fake. Opposition ups the ante on graft. Bharat Mata ki Jai chants near China border and boundary with Pakistan sends a strong message to India's rivals ahead of Independence Day celebrations. All right, and here's a quick look at some of the top developments coming in as far as the latest political scenario here in Bihar is concerned. Nitish Kumar to take oath as Chief Minister for the 8th time. Tejashwi Yadav will take oath as Deputy Chief Minister. The oath-taking ceremony is at 2 p.m. Tejashwi's brother, Tej Pratap, is likely to be included as well in the cabinet. Nitish 8.0 cabinet will meet at 5 p.m. today. BJP will be holding a Maha-Dharna across Bihar to protest these developments. BJP alleges the people of Bihar have been cheated. RJD gets the seat of the Bihar Speaker in the Power Sharing Alliance. Awad Chaudhary will be the Bihar Speaker. JDU has rejected the Jungle Raj claims by the BJP. Congress, that BJP is known to backstab allies. All right, so that's the developments as far as Bihar is concerned. In fact, we've been seeing several developments take place with Nitish Kumar, in fact, now tying up with the same political party whose leaders had referred to him as Paltu Ram and a snake. Remember that in 2015, when the Maha-Gadbandhan led by Nitish, and it was Lalu Yadav and Tejashwi Yadav who were part of that Maha-Gadbandhan, Congress also part of that Maha-Gadbandhan, 2 years later they had split on allegations of corruption or graft. what happened to his antaratma which he invoked then is a question that is being raised by the BJP now, that Nitish Kumar is once again sharing power with the RJD. Those are the allegations coming in. The BJP, of course, is making a very big deal and protesting on ground as far as this change in the power equations of Bihar is concerned. But what can we expect on those developments? That's a very, very important aspect, certainly. And will the next 2 years, at least until the Lok Sabha elections, this entire alliance function smoothly? Those are some of the important questions on the minds of several seeing these developments. Let's quickly get in a word from Aishwarya. Aishwarya, there are many who are linking this to the national picture, also saying that by 2024, if regional parties do grow in terms of their strength, then Nitish Kumar could play an important role. Is it premature just yet, or is this a real possibility?
Well, just not the close aide of Nitish Kumar. Upendra Singh Kushwaha yesterday came out and said that Nitish Kumar has the personality of a prime minister, and he had certainly national ambitions, but just not Upendra Singh Kushwaha, close aide of Nitish Kumar, but also we heard from Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief, coming out and said that Nitish Kumar has a lot of experience as the chief minister, and he can certainly be the face of the country, of the opposition. And we have heard in the past as well that there were several instances when Nitish Kumar name was taken for the governor's position, for the vice president position, but although it did not happen, and now certainly the arrangement that the sources within the JDU and RJD camp had suggested us is that till 2023 Nitish Kumar will continue as the chief minister of Maha-Dharna, and later Nitish Kumar can move out of Bihar and can go to Delhi, and Tejashwi Yadav then can be sworn in as the chief minister of Bihar, handling the Maha-Dharna government. So yes, there is of course a possibility if the opposition parties unite with the name of Nitish Kumar, and if this is a kind of arrangement that has been made in Bihar with Congress left parties and the RJD, JDU coming together, and if they are looking at a bigger picture, certainly this is what they have to also get agreed with the other like-minded parties like TMC and others who had come out and supported this Maha-Gadbandhan government, where Nitish Kumar is taking oath with the support of 7 other political parties.
Aishwarya, certainly, of course, if the opposition unity is there, is a very, very important point that you made, because that opposition unity has remained elusive, and the index of opposition unity was very clearly seen in the recent vice presidential polls and the presidential polls itself, where it appears there was not just cross-voting, but several parties themselves crossed over and voted for the ruling party candidate. Be that as it may, let's take a quick look at what's happening on ground over here, and these are the comments that are coming in from Nitish Kumar, Chief Minister, and his deputy, Tejashwi Yadav.
7 पार्टियां एक साथ, आप समझ लीजिए कि लोकसभा में 264 इंडिपेंडेंट, 164, और इसके अलावा एक इंडिपेंडेंट हम लोगों के साथ, 7 पार्टी और एक अकेला इंडिपेंडेंट, और हम लोग जो उधर थे उनसे हम लोगों ने रास्ता आज समाप्त कर दिया, और हम लोग एक साथ मिल करके 7 पार्टियों में जो हम लोगों का महागठबंधन है, हम मिल करके आगे काम करेंगे, सेवा करेंगे।
और ये तो इतिहास बताता है कि भाजपा जहां रहती है, जिसके साथ रहती है, उसको खत्म करने में लगी रहती है। लेकिन जो देश में जो अराजकता का जो माहौल बन रहा है, जो सांप्रदायिक जिस प्रकार से फल फूल रही है, जिस प्रकार से सामाजिक न्याय पे हमला हो रहा है, उसको देखते हुए, देश के माहौल को, स्थिति को देखते हुए, आप बीजेपी का तो एक ही काम है, डराओ, जो डरता है उसको डराओ, और जो बिकता है उसको खरीदो। पूरे देश में क्या हो रहा है आपको नहीं पता।
All right. In fact, we have guests joining us as well. Shubrasta is with us, author. We have with us, who's of course from the Churn. We have with us Ashutosh as well, senior journalist, joining us at the moment. Let me take this across to Ashutosh first. Ashutosh, very, very important set of developments taking place in terms of its significance nationally speaking. That is, of course, something that many are speculating at the moment. Is Nitish Kumar likely to play an important role? Because many also say that his numbers and his party's actual strength in the assembly has only been coming down over successive elections.
See, I think that one thing which we don't understand sometimes is that Nitish's stature and Nitish's big point has the numbers in the assembly are in the parliament. If you look at numbers, Nitish Kumar has been the chief minister for the last 17 years, except the 9 months, and his number has been either a little more than the BJP or less than the BJP. In 2020, he got only 43 seats and the BJP had 74. So still, BJP was forced to accept him as a leader of the party in the government itself. So if Nitish Kumar outside BJP and in the NDA, I think he can be a pivot for the opposition unity for 3-4 reasons. One reason is that he's got the stature, he's got the experience, he has the political understanding also. And second thing, he's acceptable. Nitish Kumar is one politician who normally doesn't annoy anyone. He doesn't speak much, like Mamta Banerjee. She speaks too much at some point, and that annoys many politicians. Thirdly, Nitish has a network with all the opposition leaders. He can pick up a phone, he can talk to anybody, provided he wants to play that national role. If he doesn't want to play the national, it's a different thing altogether. If he wants to confine himself with the Bihar, that's a different thing altogether. But I think within this arrangement with the RJD, there has to be some place where he can play a national role. And I also feel that at this age, when he's not getting younger, he must have a national ambition. But will it translate into being a prime ministerial candidate, or he will play some other role? That has to be seen.
Okay. All right, what will happen? What will happen to Nitish Kumar? 2 years is a long time. Anything can change in politics, as we all know. And stay with us. I'm just going to come across to you, Subrasha. I just want to show our viewers what's happening outside the Raj Bhavan. These are supporters who are now slowly beginning to gather. It is about 45 minutes to go, or a little over 45 minutes, in fact, to go before the swearing-in ceremony takes place. But one would have expected bigger crowds over here, a little more enthusiasm. There are some with posters and banners who have come in over here. There are some who have come dressed in their party colors. And we have one such individual who is in fact cycling in our direction. Let's just go across to him and ask him what is happening at the moment. Subhash, I'm just going to come to you, but let's just find out from this one individual. Bhai Sahab, idhar out what is happening over here, and you can see his dress. He has Tejashwi Yadav, and in fact his photo plastered on the kurta. He has the RJD flag and Lalu Yadav behind him. Let's just speak to him and ask him. आज जो है यहाँ पे सरकार बन रही है, आधे घंटे का पौने घंटे के अंदर हम देखने वाले हैं यहाँ पे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होने वाला है, लेकिन इतना उत्साह नहीं दिख रहा, इतने कार्यकर्ता नहीं दिख रहे, ऐसा क्यों है?
और जो है ना 1 घंटे में देखिएगा और भीड़ बढ़ेगी, भीड़ तो बढ़े करेगी। अभी तो सब लोग आओ, अगल बगल सब जो है ना है, अभी तो यहाँ नहीं है, लेकिन जाकर देखिए आसपास में जो है ना लोग जुमे हुए हैं अपने अपने स्थान पर। जब यहाँ से
यहाँ क्यों नहीं आ रहे, जहाँ पर मेन समारोह होना, यहाँ पे क्यों नहीं आ रहे?
आएंगे अभी जो है ना, देख लिए जाके धीरे धीरे आ ही रहे हैं। 2 बजे का समय है, अभी कितना टाइम है देखिए, आना तो अब शुरू हुआ ही है।
अच्छा, आरजेडी के आप समर्थक हैं, साफ दिख रहा है, लेकिन कई लोग, बीजेपी कहती है कि अब अराजकता का माहौल फैलेगा, जंगल राज शुरू हो जाएगा, क्या कहेंगे आप उन्हें?
तो जो है ना वो लोग शुरू से कहते रहे हैं, ये क्या जंगल राज नहीं थी, समझे कि नहीं? ये तो शुरू से वो लोग कह रहे हैं, खाली बदलाम जो है ना कि जंगल राज जंगल राज जंगल राज। और जो है ना उनका राज जो है जहाँ वहाँ पर जंगल राज नहीं है, वहाँ पर नहीं हो रही है। वो अपना जो है ना देखे जहाँ पर जो है ना उनका मुख्यमंत्री है। खाली यह जो है ना जब आरजेडी के साथ आना तो जंगल राज जो है ना के साथ आ जाए।
आप अभी देख रहे हैं तेजस्वी यादव उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में शपथ लेंगे, मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देखना चाहेंगे अब उन्हें जल्दी?
मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में तो जो है ना रहबे करेंगे, जो है ना आगे जो है ना देखिएगा 1-1.5 साल में जो है ना वो प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे, यहाँ के सब कुर्सी वही संभालेंगे।
Okay. So that is in fact the hope of this one individual that he will be able to see. हाँ, क्या कह रहे हैं आप?
वो प्रधानमंत्री के लायक नीतीश।
कौन? नीतीश जी?
जी। और तेजस्वी यादव जो है ना बिहार में जो है ना रहेंगे।
तो आप देखना चाहेंगे कि नीतीश जी 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री बने?
हाँ।
आप कह रहे हैं, लेकिन नीतीश जी खुद नहीं कह रहे हैं।
जी?
नीतीश जी खुद नहीं कह रहे हैं, आप लोग कह रहे हैं।
नीतीश जी कहला बोले जाएंगे जो है ना, जनता के जो है ना यह है कि जो है ना वो बनेंगे। हम लोग को कह सके जनता
the Janta wants him to become the Prime Minister. That's the claim of this one RJD supporter. Nitish Kumar may have not said much about that, but at least that is the claim of this one individual. Supporters now slowly beginning to gather in over here. We're seeing huge deployment of, in fact, police personnel as well, and in fact supporters of the JDU and the RJD who are gathering over here. Let's quickly get in a quick word from Shubrashta while we walk closer towards the main gate of the Raj Bhavan, where the supporters
नीतीश जी से बातचीत की गई तो उन्होंने बाद में कहा कि हमारे दल में लोग किसी नाम पर एकमत नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। तो मैं फिर इस बात को दोहरा रहा हूं। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे दल में किसी नाम पर सहमति नहीं बन पा रही है, इसलिए अभी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। और जब दूसरी बार मंत्रिपरिषद का विस्तार हो रहा था, उसमें स्वयं अमित शाह जी ने मुख्यमंत्री को टेलीफोन किया और कहा कि कोई एक नाम दे दीजिए, तो उन्होंने आरसीपी सिंह का नाम दिया और ये भी कहा कि देखिए ललन जी थोड़ा नाराज होंगे, उनका भी ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, लेकिन उन्होंने एक नाम दिया और वह भी नाम आरसीपी सिंह का था। तो जब उन्होंने एक नाम दे दिया तब केंद्रीय मंत्रिपरिषद में उनको शामिल किया गया। तो इतना सफ़ेद झूठ, इतना सरासर झूठ, इस प्रकार का झूठ कि आरसीपी सिंह को बिना पूछे बना दिया गया। अगर बिना पूछे बना दिया गया तो आखिर 1.5 साल तक वो कैसे केंद्र की सरकार में मंत्री बने रहे? आप तो इतने ताकतवर थे कि एक दिन में उनको हटवा सकते थे, तो आपने तो कभी विरोध नहीं किया, कभी नहीं कहा कि उनको हटा दिया जाए। तभी तोड़ना हो तो तोड़ दीजिए, लेकिन इस प्रकार के झूठ का प्रचार ये नहीं करना चाहिए। अब मित्रों, जो दूसरा प्रचार किया जा रहा है कि जनता दल को तोड़ने की कोशिश हो रही थी, उदाहरण दिया जा रहा शिवसेना का। अरे शिवसेना हमारा सहयोगी दल थोड़ी था, वो तो वहाँ का सत्ताधारी दल था। आप तो हमारे सहयोगी दल थे। हमने सहयोगी दल रहते हुए कभी किसी पार्टी को तोड़ा नहीं। और जब वहाँ टूटी सरकार तो शिवसेना जो कि हमारा सहयोगी दल नहीं था, उसको वो पार्टी टूटी जो है। आप तो हमारे सहयोगी दल थे, और अगर आपको हम तोड़ भी देते मान लीजिए, तो सरकार कैसे बनती? क्योंकि हम तो केवल 74 या 75 थे और सरकार बनाने के लिए 46 चाहिए था। तो पूरी जनता दल आती तभी ना कुछ हो सकता था, तो भी बहुमत नहीं होता। और देखिए बीजेपी ने आज तक कभी किसी को धोखा नहीं दिया। हमने नीतीश जी को एक बार नहीं 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, 5 बार। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने 2 बार बनाया और हम लोगों ने 5 बार बनाया। 17 साल का हमारा संबंध था, लेकिन आपने दोनों बार एक झटके में तोड़ दिया। और मित्रों, मैं आपको याद कराना चाहूँगा, पुराने पत्रकारों को याद होगा, 2005 नवंबर का जब विधानसभा का चुनाव हो रहा था, समता पार्टी में 2 गुट हो गया। जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, दिग्विजय सिंह, प्रभुनाथ सिंह, ये लोग नहीं चाहते थे कि नीतीश जी का नाम घोषित किया, वो तैयार नहीं थे। और मैंने बिना पार्टी से पूछे मैंने उनके नाम का ऐलान किया कि 2005 में नवंबर के चुनाव का मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार नीतीश कुमार होगा, और पार्टी ने उस पर मोहर लगाई। तो जिस बीजेपी ने आपको 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, आपके पार्टी के विरोध के बावजूद आपके नाम का ऐलान किया और आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, उस पार्टी को आपने धोखा दे दिया। और देखिए मित्रों, ये जो विश्वासघात है, ये केवल बिहार की जनता के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है। 2020 के अंदर वोट मिला नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर, आपके नाम पर वोट नहीं मिला। अगर आपके नाम पर भी वोट मिला होता तो हम 150 पौने 200 पार कर जाते। अगर आपके नाम पर वोट मिला होता तो आपको केवल 43 सीट नहीं मिली होती, जब लगा कि हालात स्थिति ठीक नहीं है, तो नरेंद्र मोदी ने एक एक दिन में 3-3, 4-4 रैलियां की, जी जान लगा दिया। तो 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी के नाम पर है। 2020 का जनादेश नरेंद्र मोदी का जनादेश है। और 2020 में जब नरेंद्र मोदी आए तो ये तो समाज के सभी तबकों का वोट मिल रहा था, लेकिन जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30-35% है, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी अति पिछड़ा समाज से आते हैं, अति पिछड़ा समाज उनको अपना नेता मानता है। अति पिछड़ा का एक एक वोट गिनकर नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में पड़ गया, तब आप मुख्यमंत्री बने और तब बिहार के अंदर हमारी सरकार बनी। तो नीतीश जी, ये केवल नरेंद्र मोदी का अपमान और नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ विश्वासघात नहीं है, ये बिहार के जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है, जो 30% अति पिछड़ा है, उसको आपने अपमानित किया है। और ये वही राजद के लोग हैं जिनके 15 साल में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा कोई प्रताड़ित हुआ तो ये अति पिछड़ा समाज के लोग हुए, जिनकी ज़मीनों पर कब्जा कर लिया जाता था, मार के भगा दिया जाता था, वोट नहीं देने दिया जाता था। और जिसको लालू जी ने कभी जिन कहा था, वो जिन जब आपके साथ आ गया तब सरकार बनी। और आज वो जिन आपके साथ नहीं है, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ है, नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। इसलिए ये गलतफहमी ना रहे, 2015 और 2020 में बहुत अंतर है। उस समय अति पिछड़ा आपके साथ था, आज नरेंद्र मोदी के साथ है। और नरेंद्र मोदी की लोकप्रियता पहले की तुलना में कई गुना ज़्यादा है। और मित्रों, पिछली बार जब आपने गठबंधन तोड़ा आरजेडी से, तो आपने कहा मैं भ्रष्टाचार के मुद्दे पर कोई समझौता नहीं करूँगा, और कहा कि तेजस्वी नहीं कोई जवाब नहीं दे पाए, इसे मैं गठबंधन तोड़ रहा हूँ। उस समय तो केवल सीबीआई ने छापा मारा था, अब तो सीबीआई ने चार्जशीट फाइल कर दिया। तो आपके मंत्रिमंडल में जो डिप्टी सीएम बनने जा रहे हैं वो चार्जशीटेड हैं, भ्रष्टाचार के मामले में चार्जशीटेड हैं, वो बेल पर हैं। कल कोर्ट अगर चाहे तो उनकी बेल को खारिज कर सकता है, उनको दोबारा जेल भेज सकता है। तो तेजस्वी यादव ये भ्रष्टाचार से जुड़े IRCTC घोटाले के मामले में ये चार्जशीटेड हैं, ये बेल पर हैं, उनका ट्रायल शुरू हो गया है। और इतने पुख्ता सबूत हैं कि उस ट्रायल का परिणाम उनकी जेल जाने में भी हो सकता है, उनकी सजा के रूप में भी हो सकता है। तो आपकी मंशा क्या है? क्या आप राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़ना चाहते हैं? क्या आपकी साजिश है कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को तोड़कर और मैं बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बना रहूं? लालू जी तो बूढ़े हो गए, बीमार रहते हैं, ये लड़का कब जेल चला जाएगा पता नहीं है। तो मित्रों, इसलिए मैंने कहा कि लालू जी ने कहा था पलटू राम, बीजेपी ने नहीं कहा था। इसलिए ये कल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को भी धोखा दे सकते हैं, इसलिए राजद के नेताओं को भी और सावधान रहने की आवश्यकता है। मित्रों, उनकी महत्वाकांक्षा को लेकर बात हो रही है। मित्र, मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि उनके नज़दीकी लोगों ने कई बार प्रयास किया कि उनको उपराष्ट्रपति का उम्मीदवार घोषित कर दिया जाए। उनके लोग आए, हमारे नेताओं से मिले और कहा कि नीतीश जी को उपराष्ट्रपति बना दीजिए, बिहार में आप सरकार चलाइएगा आप लोग। लेकिन जब बीजेपी का अपना बहुमत है तो हम किसी दूसरे को क्यों उपराष्ट्रपति बनाते हैं? तो पता नहीं, मुझे शायद ये भी कोई कारण हो सकता है। और मित्रों, नई सरकार बन गई है, आज शपथ ग्रहण होगा और मैं केवल राष्ट्रीय जनता दल को स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा कि तेजस्वी यादव ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था, अपने हर भाषण में कहा था और कहा था कि 15 वर्ष के एनडीए शासन में रिक्त पड़े 4.5 लाख पद भरने के साथ साथ 5.5 लाख स्थायी पदों का सृजन, कुल 10 लाख स्थायी नौकरियों की समयबद्ध बहाली की प्रक्रिया पहले ही कैबिनेट बैठक में पहले दस्तखत के साथ शुरू होगी। तो मित्रों, तेजस्वी यादव को इसी नाम पर वोट मिला, इतनी बड़ी संख्या में सीटों को जीतने में उनको सफलता मिली। तो मैं इनको याद कराना चाहूँगा, आज या कल मंत्रिपरिषद के गठन के बाद जब कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक होती है तो आपका वायदा था, हर भाषण में आप जोर जोर से कहते थे कि कैबिनेट की पहली बैठक में और पहला हस्ताक्षर होगा कि बिहार के 10 लाख लोगों को रोजगार दिया जाएगा, सरकारी नौकरी, रोजगार यानी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में नहीं, सरकारी नौकरी दी जाएगी। इसलिए मैं क्या आपको स्मरण कराना चाहूँगा और हम रोज रोज आपको स्मरण कराते रहेंगे कि आपका 10 लाख नौकरियों का वायदा था, आप उस वायदे को पूरा कीजिए। और मित्रों ने एक और वायदा किया था कि किसानों का कर्ज माफ करेंगे। तो बिहार का किसान आपसे जानना चाहता है कि आप किसानों का कर्ज कितने दिनों में माफ करेंगे। और साथ ही साथ आपने कहा कि आशा कार्यकर्ता, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका, सहायिका, रसोई कर्मियों के मौजूदा मानदेय को दुगना करके और जीविका दीदियों को नियमित वेतन नौकरी उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। तो जो आशा वर्कर है, आगे ये जो आशा है, आंगनबाड़ी सेविका, सहायिका है, उनके वेतन को, उनके मानदेय को आपने दुगना करने की घोषणा की है। और नियोजित शिक्षकों के बारे में आपने कहा है कि समान काम समान वेतन की नीति लागू की जाएगी। तो इसलिए मित्रों, मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि आपने जो वायदा किया था उस वायदे के अनुरूप, चूंकि डी फैक्टो चीफ मिनिस्टर तो तेजस्वी यादव है, नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको टिटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे। उनकी संख्या 80 है, आपकी संख्या 45-46 है। और लालू यादव के काम करने का तरीका क्या है सब लोग जानते हैं। तो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे नीतीश कुमार और असली मुख्यमंत्री होगा तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव। इसे मित्रों, केवल कि मैं जो उन्होंने वायदा किया था उस वायदे को याद कराते हुए, और अंत में केवल कि बीजेपी ने कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ रखी थी कि अगर कोई शिकायत है तो हम आपकी शिकायत दूर करने के लिए तैयार हैं। 2 बार धर्मेंद्र प्रधान आए, उन्होंने कोई शिकायत नहीं की, नहीं सब ठीक चल रहा, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। और ठीक सरकार गिरने के एक दिन पहले हमारे पार्टी के एक बड़े वरिष्ठ नेता ने दिल्ली से फ़ोन किया कि नीतीश जी सब ठीक तो है? बोला सब ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो पूछा कि ये ललन सिंह का बयान आ रहा देख रहे हैं टीवी पर, तो कहा कि जैसे आपकी पार्टी में गिरिराज सिंह है वैसे हमारे पार्टी में ललन सिंह है, आप इन बयानों की चिंता मत कीजिए। फिर कहा कि भाई आपके बहुत सारे और नेताओं का भी तरह तरह का बयान आ रहा है। तो बोला अरे नेता लोग हैं, प्रवक्ता हैं, कुछ बोलते रहते हैं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। पूछा कोई शिकायत हो, कोई कठिनाई हो? तो कहा कि नहीं कोई दिक्कत नहीं, ऑल इज वेल। और अब कह रहे हैं कि मुझे अपमानित किया जा रहा है। अरे क्या अपमानित किया आपको? आप ही बता दें क्या अपमानित किया, बताना चाहिए ना, एक शब्द बोल देने से तो नहीं होगा। तो मित्रों, अब तो सरकार बन गई, पार्टी ने जो कार्यक्रम घोषित किया उस कार्यक्रम के अनुसार हम काम करेंगे। पहली बात कि ये नरेंद्र मोदी का अपमान है, ये बिहार के अति पिछड़ों का अपमान है। और बिहार का अति पिछड़ा अगले चुनाव के अंदर एक एक वोट नरेंद्र मोदी की झोली में देकर इसका बदला लेने का काम करेगा। और जो अपमानित करने की बात करते हैं कि जो मैंने विस्तार से जिक्र किया आरसीपी सिंह का प्रकरण,
उसी उत्साह की बात बता रहा हूँ मैं। उसी उत्साह की बात बता रहा हूँ। अभी समय ये भी आया, धीरे धीरे समय ना आया। अच्छा। ये भी समय देखना है, अभी उत्साह का समय आप लोग यही है ना। अब आप कुछ और कारण बता रहे हैं।
हाँ, हम कह रहे थे कि हम ऐसे, मेरा नाम सतीश कुमार, पाटलिपुत्रा छात्र प्रवक्ता हुए हैं।
हाँ बताइए, यहाँ पे लोगों में उत्साह इतना क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है?
लोगों में उत्साह अभी बहुत ज्यादा है। अभी शपथ ग्रहण लिए नहीं, अभी टाइम तो अति आम जनता में
31 मिनट बचे हैं, 2 बजे हैं और अभी
वहाँ पो की स्थिति था कि 4 बजे शपथ ग्रहण होगा, लेकिन 2 बजे के कारण अभी लोग बहुत, हम जिस क्षेत्र से आते हैं, हमारे हरनौत से हम बिलोंग करते हैं, वहाँ से अभी कम से कम 40-50 गाड़ियों के काफिला के साथ हम लोग यहाँ आए हैं कि हमारे नेता आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री श्री नीतीश कुमार जी के हाथों को मजबूत करने के लिए यहाँ पहुंचे हैं।
ओके ओके, आप बताइए, आप कहाँ से आए हैं? हाँ, आप नहीं बात करना चाह रहे हैं, आप बताइए यहाँ पे क्यों, यहाँ पे एक सेलिब्रेशन का, जब सरकार बनती है तो एक जश्न का माहौल होता है, वो जश्न का माहौल अभी नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पे।
तो आपको नहीं दिख रहा है, लेकिन हमको तो दिख रहा है कि एक जश्न का माहौल है, पूरा पटना में जश्न का माहौल है, यहाँ नहीं और पूरा बिहार में जहाँ भी लोग हैं वहाँ जो है डंका पीट रहे हैं।
ढोल कहाँ है, जश्न कहाँ हो रहा है?
अरे बहुत काफी है, देखिए सरकार तो पर वो तो होने दीजिए, शपथ ग्रहण के बाद देखिएगा। हाँ, जनता चल दी है, पूरे बिहार से कोने कोने से जनता आ रही है।
लेकिन कम्युनिकेशन में गलती हुई ये बता रहे हैं, ये तो बता रहे हैं कि कम्युनिकेशन में गलती हो गई।
हाँ, ये बात इनका भी सही है, जो समय दिया गया था ना उसमें थोड़ा सस्पेंस था कि कोई किसी को 4 बजे मालूम था और किसी को 2 बजे मालूम था, इसी में सस्पेंस में थोड़ा जनता जो है लेट से पहुंचेगी, लेकिन जनता तो इतना आएगी कि यहाँ जगह नहीं बचेगा खड़ा होने के लिए।
जनता इतनी आएगी कि यहाँ जगह नहीं बचेगी, लेकिन देयर वाज अ मिसकम्युनिकेशन जिसकी वजह से लोगों को सही समय पता नहीं चला। दैट इज एन एलिगेशन। पीपल आर वेरी हैप्पी, एटलीस्ट these RJD and JDO supporters say, but you can see around me there are a large gathering of people. There doesn't seem to be any drums etc. in celebration that normally one sees when governments are formed. Swearing in ceremony is to take place in about 30 minutes from now, and we are reporting from right outside the Raj Bhavan where all the action currently is taking place. We just spoke a short while earlier to Ashok Chaudhary of the JDU, and he said that yes, Nitish Kumar will play an important role in politics at the centre in 2024. To a pointed question about whether he will be a prime ministerial candidate, he said that is for Nitish Kumar himself to decide, and until Nitish does that or says that, certainly nothing can be said. Demands coming in from RJD in particular, which knows that Nitish Kumar, if he goes to the prime ministerial chair or to play an important role in central politics, will Tejashwi Yadav get a chance or a shot at the chief minister's chair. So that's as far as things over here in Patna are concerned. But yes, over the last few minutes, there's been a significant increase in the number of people gathering outside the Raj Bhavan. You can see several of them who are at the central circle, that is the Rajendra Chowk, the statue of the first President Rajendra Prasad, of course, there, and large number of the RJD and JDU supporters who are currently gathered at this particular location even as we speak. In fact, top leaders entering the Raj Bhavan. You can see the huge number of convoys that are present right outside the Raj Bhavan of these leaders who are headed right inside, and of course their supporters who are currently gathered. And we have been asking them about why we are not seeing celebrations as would be quite normal and quite expected. Is it because of the inherent differences that in fact these celebrations are currently not being seen? Of course they say that there was some confusion of timing, but does that explain what's happening on ground? These are some important questions that certainly of course we need to pose to all of these particular leaders. And will we be seeing a victory procession coming out of the Raj Bhavan? That's also something that we need to watch out for. Let's in fact try and connect with our other leaders, our other in fact reporters who are gathered with us at the moment. In fact, we will try and go across to other persons who are with us gathered over here. आप बताइए कहाँ से आए आप?
मांगवा से।
अच्छा, इतना जश्न का माहौल क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पे? तो अब स्वेरिंग इन हो रहा है, शपथ ग्रहण हो रही है, लोगों में इतना उत्साह और जो जश्न का माहौल है वो
85% वाला के 10% का हावी है। 85% की लड़ाई लड़ने वाले हैं। पूरे देश में नीतीश कुमार लड़ाई लड़ेंगे।
नीतीश कुमार को आप प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में
हाँ देखना चाहते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री रूप में देखना चाहते हैं।
अच्छा, आप बताइए, आप बताइए।
नॉट ओनली बिहार, ऑल आवर कंट्री में एक इंथ्यूजिज्म है, और नीतीश कुमार को 24 का पीएम हम लोग मानते हैं। सोशलिस्ट खेमा में इनसे तजुर्बा वाला, एक्सपीरियंस वाला कोई नहीं है। इन्हें पार्लियामेंट की समस्याओं, किसानों की समस्याओं, बेरोजगारों की समस्याओं का निदान करती रहेगी।
जंगल राज 2 रिटर्न तो नहीं आएगा विपक्ष? ये
जंगल राज कहकर लोगों ने काफी बदनामी किया था। अब हम लोग साबित करेंगे कि कैसे राजनीति में स्थापित हो जाता है और कैसे राज चलाया जाता है।
लग रहा है। Yes, but there does not seem to be any enthusiasm.
Right now not, but let the swearing takes place and everybody will celebrate it.
Because everywhere in the country, even before the swearing in, there is dhol, there are firecrackers, there are sweets. कुछ नहीं है यहाँ पे.
It is Bihar. We are more mature than any other state. our politicians, they are very candid and they are very, experienced campaigners. They all understand. Let the swearing in takes place and then we'll celebrate.
Where are the victory marches are planned? Where are they planned?
Then it all will happen because everything will be very spontaneous. Nothing needs to be planned. Once the swearing takes place, things will move on in the right direction.
Okay, and what are the expectations from this? That Nitish Kumar will now play a more bigger role in national politics?
Definitely yes, because see, Nitish Kumar is a leader who's recognized, his honesty and integrity is recognized pan-India. Even the Prime Minister appreciates him. When he came to Bihar, he talked about the integrity and he called Nitish Kumar as one of the epitome of that integrity. So there is no question that he is going to be a very pivot.
BJP is saying that this is a betrayal of people's mandate and Jangal Raj is going to come back.
So it is BJP who did with us. If you remember the election, the general elections of 2020, what happened with our candidate? They fielded candidate who certainly destroyed our prospects. They fielded candidate who eat into our votes, and that is why our seat reduced. It was after the reviewing of the elections, we came to conclusion, had this not been BJP's Chirag, we would have done much better.
Okay. So Chirag also played a very important role. That is the allegation coming in. Let's just see if we can get across to some of the other leaders of the RJD and the JDU who are coming in. We have Tej Pratap who is joining us. Tej Pratap Yadav is in fact right here. Let's see if we can get a quick word with Tej Pratap Yadav. Not stopping at the moment. Let's try and get a word. Rabri Devi, of course, present over here. Right here. Rabri Devi ji, बात करेंगे Rabri Devi ji. Rabri Devi ji, आप बात करेंगे. All right, Rabri Devi and Tej Pratap entering the Raj Bhavan even as we speak, but not wanting to lower the windows or speak to the media, even as we are of course putting some questions across to them. Who is not stopping in fact speak at the moment. Let's in fact see if we can connect with some of the other leaders of the RJD who are gathered over here, and in fact large number of these leaders who are currently all right, so that was Tejashwi's wife who was also present inside that car along with Rabri Devi and Tej Pratap entering the Raj Bhavan now. The Yadav clan, of course, here in its fullest, and they are present. We will also try and connect with Aishwarya, who's outside Rabri Devi's residence, where there have been huge amount of celebrations also, we are told, but at the moment a huge crowd build up. We are told that after the swearing-in ceremony is when there would be some kind of a celebration or a victory march that takes place once the swearing-in ceremony is concluded. There have been so many ifs and buts that perhaps the uncertainty is something that has taken its toll. One would normally have expected huge celebrations. That's not quite the case, though there are several people who are now coming in, marching, have in fact been chanting slogans and are in fact now reaching the Raj Bhavan even as the swearing ceremony is to take place in the next 20 minutes or so. But clearly, of course, a lot of confusion as well at the same time. 4 o'clock was one time that was given yesterday, and that is the message that went out amongst the public is what we are told.
त्याग किया है, माननीय नीतीश कुमार को मुख्यमंत्री माना है, इसलिए पूरे बिहार की जनता आरजेडी जदयू कांग्रेस माले सब खुश है और ये सरकार 2025 तक चलेगा और 2024 में यही गठबंधन 2024 में नीतीश कुमार और तेजस्वी यादव मिलकर के सेंटर में नरेंद्र मोदी को उखाड़ फेंकेगा। ये गठबंधन तय करेगा कि प्रधानमंत्री का कैंडिडेट कौन होगा। हमारे माननीय नीतीश कुमार होंगे गठबंधन के प्रधानमंत्री और हम लोग सारे गठबंधन के लोग
दिल्ली भेज देंगे नीतीश कुमार।
दिल्ली, हाँ, 2024 में हम लोग का ये संकल्प रहेगा कि नीतीश कुमार को दिल्ली में भेजे और नरेंद्र मोदी को उखाड़ के फेंके और तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे। और आज मैं बधाई फेर दूंगा नीतीश कुमार को कि उन्होंने अच्छी सोच किया और बीजेपी से नाता तोड़ा, आरजेडी से नाता उन्होंने किया है। पूरा अल्पसंख्यक, पूरा महादलित, पूरे लोग, सम्मान जाति सब खुश है।
अच्छा, आप लोग खुश तो हैं, यहाँ पर आप लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं, लेकिन जिस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ, जिस पार्टी के खिलाफ आप लोगों ने चुनाव लड़े, अब उन्हीं के साथ आकर सरकार बना रहे हैं।
देखिए, मैं आपको बता देना चाहता हूं कि नीतीश कुमार जी के खिलाफ हम और हमारी पार्टी बिल्कुल नहीं रही है। जनता ने हमको जो जनाधिकार दिया था उसके अनुरूप हमने काम किया। सत्ता में जब हम रहे हमने जन कल्याण के काम किए हैं और जनता ने जब हमें विपक्ष में बिठा दिया तो हमने सवाल करने का काम किया। जनता के लिए सड़क से लेकर सदन तक संघर्ष करने का काम किया है। देखिए, बिहार से प्रारंभ हो गया है सांप्रदायिक शक्तियों की समापन का, ये आरंभ है, ये आगाज है। आप याद रखिए, नरेंद्र मोदी अभी उनकी गठबंधन की सरकार बिहार से गई है। अब वो दिन दूर नहीं, 2024 में हम उन्हें देश की गद्दी से उखाड़ फेंकेंगे और महागठबंधन तय करेगा अगला प्रधानमंत्री इस देश का कौन होगा।
और बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री कौन होंगे फिर अगली बार?
देखिए, अगली बार बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री हमारे यशस्वी आदरणीय श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव होंगे, क्योंकि 24 में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी देश की बागडोर संभालेंगे। इसलिए 25 में मुख्यमंत्री बनना यशस्वी आदरणीय श्री तेजस्वी यादव जी का तय है।
आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे, जिस तरीके से अलग अलग पार्टियों के खिलाफ चुनाव लड़कर फिर अब एक साथ आकर बीजेपी कह रही है कि जनता के साथ धोखा हुआ है ये पूरी तरीके?
ये बिहार में सामाजिक न्याय के दो नेता थे, अभी भी एक है श्री लालू प्रसाद यादव और दूसरा नीतीश कुमार थे, लेकिन कुछ कारणों से दोनों में थोड़ा बिखराव के कारण सामाजिक न्याय की धारा इधर उधर हुई थी। हम लोग आज खुशी का दिन है पूरे बिहार में, जो सामाजिक न्याय के लोग हैं उनका खुशी का दिन है कि दोनों धाराएं अब एक हो गई है। अब जो दोनों धारा बिहार में अब सामाजिक न्याय के जो मुख्यमंत्री हैं वो रहेंगे और तेजस्वी यादव बिहार में रहेंगे और नीतीश कुमार दिल्ली के प्रधानमंत्री के कुर्सी पर आसीन होंगे। हम
स्टेटमेंट्स एक दूसरे के विरोध में दिए आरजेडी और जेडीयू के लीडर्स ने, कैसे काम कर पाएंगे एक साथ?
देखिए, सभी लोग मैच्योर्ड हैं, अनुभवी हैं, इसलिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी और नीतीश कुमार जी का लीडरशिप है तो इसलिए भी कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी और सब कुछ स्मूथली चलेगा और जनता के इंटरेस्ट में, बिहार के इंटरेस्ट में अच्छा होगा।
2015 में जब सरकार बनी थी, 2 साल में जो है डिफरेंसेस सामने आ गए थे, अलग हो गए थे, क्या इसकी पॉसिबिलिटी अभी भी नहीं लगती है? बीजेपी तो कह रही है हो सकती है।
बिल्कुल कोई पॉसिबिलिटी उस तरह की नहीं है, बिल्कुल ठोक बजा करके और हर तरह से देख करके हम लोगों ने गठबंधन।
बीजेपी का आरोप है कि जंगल राज के दिन वापस आ गए, क्या कहेंगे?
बीजेपी वैसे ही बोलती है, नीतीश कुमार जी का लीडरशिप है, बिहार की जनता को पूरा भरोसा है।
2024 में नीतीश जी के रोल को कैसे देखते हैं, नेशनल रोल को कैसे देखते हैं नीतीश कुमार?
देखिए, नेशनल एक पर्सनालिटी तो नीतीश कुमार जी का है ही, नो डाउट, तो फिर उसके अकॉर्डिंग आगे बातें होंगी।
तो क्या प्राइम मिनिस्टर कैंडिडेट भी बन सकते हैं वो ऑपोजिशन के जॉइंट?
देखिए, बिहार के लिए इससे बड़ा गौरव का क्षण क्या होगा। आज़ाद भारत में बिहार ने प्रथम राष्ट्रपति दिया, लेकिन अभी तो कोई प्रधानमंत्री यहाँ का नहीं हो पाया है। तो ये जो आप बता रहे हैं, आपके मुंह में घी कर
क्या तेजस्वी चीफ मिनिस्टर बन सकते हैं? तेजस्वी यादव के चीफ मिनिस्टर बनने की संभावना देख रहे हैं? आरजेडी कह रही है तेजस्वी जी चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे, क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, अभी जो बनने चीफ मिनिस्टर उनकी बात कीजिए ना।
Of course, the allegation of Upendra Kushwaha saying that we will have to see what transpires through the course of the day today, but certainly very significant statement saying that Nitish Kumar is going to play a very important role. What is very significant is that it is from the RJD side that we are in fact coming in and hearing for the demand for Nitish Kumar to be made the Prime Minister, perhaps even more eloquent than JDU workers. That's a bit of irony over there, but let's toss across to Rabri Devi's residence where Aishwarya is currently located at. Aishwarya, over to you. Take us to the celebrations. What are the party workers over there saying?
Well, Tejashwi Yadav just left from his residence and he will be going straight to the Raj Bhavan to take oath as the Deputy Chief Minister and celebrations are going on. आप भी यहाँ पर आए हुए हैं, अब तो सरकार बन रही है आरजेडी और जेडीयू की, क्या कहेंगे आप, कितने खुश हैं और कब तक चलेगी अब ये सरकार?
बहुत खुश हैं, नीतीश जी के सरकार बन रहा है, तेजस्वी जी से के सरकार बन रहा है, बहुत खुश है। वो लोग, नीतीश जी अच्छे आदमी हैं, वो अच्छे ही रहेंगे, जिसके साथ रहेंगे वो अच्छे ही रहेंगे और अच्छा काम होगा, अच्छा विकास होगा।
So for the development of the state, Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav have come together and more leaders now leaving from Rabri Devi's residence yesterday. This was the point where all the action unfolded. Remember, Congress, RJD leaders and left party MLAs were here and they signed the letter of support. क्या कहेंगे आप, कब तक चलेगी सरकार जिनके खिलाफ आप लोगों ने चुनाव लड़े थे, आज साथ में आ रहे हैं आप लोग?
हम लोग की सरकार 2025 तक लगातार चलेगी और कोई हिलाने के लिए नहीं जा रही।
हम चलेगी 2024 तक और नीतीश कुमार को आप फिर दिल्ली भेजेंगे, ऐसा कह रहे हैं?
नीतीश कुमार दिल्ली जी, यही तय हुआ है। 24 में दिल्ली में जाके प्रधानमंत्री बनेंगे और 24 में हमारे तेजस्वी जी बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे।
अच्छा,
और ये दो,
लेकिन आप लोगों ने बिहार की जनता के साथ धोखा किया है।
ये बिहार की जनता नहीं कह रही है, कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं। बिहार की जनता ये नहीं कह रही है कि धोखा दे रहे हैं।
बीजेपी कह रही है।
बीजेपी को कहने दीजिए, बीजेपी का सफाया हो रहा है, इसलिए बीजेपी
का सफाया हो गया सर। और नीतीश और तेजस्वी के नेतृत्व में बिहार विकास के पथ पर अग्रसर होगा।
जब तक उनकी सरकार है तब तक सब चीज सही है। आरजेडी कह रही है कि तेजस्वी पीएम बनेंगे, जेडीयू कह रही है कि नीतीश पीएम बनेंगे। कौन किसको भेजेंगे आप दिल्ली?
सर नहीं, नीतीश बाबू जी दिल्ली जाएंगे और तेजस्वी बाबू बिहार की गद्दी संभालेंगे।
तेजस्वी बिहार में ही रहेंगे। आप नहीं चाहते हैं कि तेजस्वी पीएम बने और दिल्ली जाए?
नहीं, अभी तो बिहार का वो गद्दी संभालेंगे। अभी तेजस्वी बाबू जो है अभी बिहार का अभी गद्दी संभालेंगे। 2024 के बाद नीतीश बाबू जो हैं वो जाएंगे पीएम के गद्दी पर। और फिर उसके बाद अभी तो तत्काल में तेजस्वी यादव ही
तत्काल में है। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
हमारा बक्सर घर पड़ेगा। हम बहुत पुराना कचकारता है। लालू यादव हमको करीबी से जानते हैं, हमारा बुचकाला
नहीं, लेकिन
हम कहना ये चाहते हैं कि जब जब धरती पे आग लगता है तब औरतें ने आवाज देती है। ये मोदी जी रावण बनकर पूरा हिंदुस्तान में छाया है। उनको हम चेतावनी देते हैं कि जो कंपनी पूर्वे से लगा है उसको सील करा रहा है। लालू और नीतीश बनेंगे।
क्या कहना चाहेंगे आप? क्या कहना चाहेंगे यहाँ पर? आप क्या देख रहे हैं? क्योंकि जेडीयू बोल रही है नीतीश कुमार पीएम बनेंगे, आरजेडी कह रहे हैं तेजस्वी यादव भी पीएम के कैंडिडेट बन सकते हैं, उनमें भी ये क्षमता है।
नहीं, अभी तो यहाँ दिल्ली बिहार का जो है ये हमारे तेजस्वी बाबू यहाँ संभालेंगे। अपना नीतीश बाबू को दिल्ली भेजना है।
तो अभी क्यों नहीं दी? फिर आपने अभी दे देते। तेजस्वी यादव सबसे बड़ी पार्टी है आप लोग यहाँ पर, अभी चीफ मिनिस्टर बना देते नीतीश।
पहले तो बिहार को सजाने दीजिए। बिहार को सजाने की जरूरत है। पहले बिहार सजे, उसके बाद तो केंद्र सजेगा। पहले तो
अनुभव प्राप्त होने दीजिए
जी। तो सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी आरजेडी है यहाँ पर, और फिर भी नीतीश कुमार जी को आपने चीफ मिनिस्टर की पोजीशन दी है, फिर कह रहे हैं वो दिल्ली चले जाएंगे। अभी से क्यों नहीं बन जाते?
अभी जो है वर्तमान परिस्थिति में नीतीश जी को अभी दिया गया है कुर्सी, और उसके बाद में आने वाला चुनाव होगा वह नीतीश कुमार महागठबंधन के नेता के तौर पर प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार होंगे और तेजस्वी जी बिहार का बागडोर संभालेंगे। इसलिए अभी
प्रसाद यादव ने कहा था 2017 में कि आस्तीन के सांप है, पलटू राम है, अब उन्हीं के साथ आप सरकार बना रहे हैं। कब तक चलेगी ऐसे सरकार? आप लोग ने तो एक से पर्सनल टैक्स किए थे उनके ऊपर।
देखिए, राजनीति में कोई अस्थायी दोस्त और कोई अस्थायी दुश्मन होता नहीं।
कुछ भूल चुके हैं
आप मेरी बात सुनिए। आज इस देश में आवश्यक है सांप्रदायिकता के खिलाफ एक मजबूत गठबंधन की। इसलिए तमाम बातों को भूलकर आज इस देश में संविधान पर, लोकतंत्र पर और जो खतरे हैं उन खतरों के लिए संविधान को बचाने के
नेता यहाँ पर सामने बैठे हुए हैं और बात जो है वो की जा रही है।
प्रधानमंत्री पद की दावेदारी पेश करते हैं।
आप मेरी बात सुनिए। प्रधानमंत्री पद की दावेदारी ये भविष्य की बात है। भविष्य में तय
है क्या यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया,
सब माफ है। हमें
देखिए, बड़ी खबर, बड़ी बात है वो यहाँ पर राबड़ी देवी ने कही है कि नीतीश कुमार को माफ कर दिया है, सबको माफी मिल गई है। यानी कि जो जितनी बातें अब तक हुई थी उसमें अब माफी दी गई है, ये कह रही हैं राबड़ी देवी। एक बड़ी तस्वीर जो है वो हम दिखाने की कोशिश यहाँ से कर रहे हैं अपने दर्शकों को कि किस तरह से जो शपथ ग्रहण समारोह है उससे पहले जो लालू परिवार है वो यहाँ पर पहुँचा है। राबड़ी देवी मौजूद हैं, तेज प्रताप यादव हैं, तेजस्वी यादव की पत्नी वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद है, और इसके अलावा जितने भी विधायक हैं, सांसद हैं, वो यहाँ पर पहुंचे हैं। जी,
as the deputy chief minister post, and certainly the RJD Karyakartas really happy outside Rabri Devi's residence. There you can see in the visuals a nano mini car with the Laltens, the election symbol of RJD on the top of the car at Rabri Devi's residence, and these are the symbolic gestures of the RJD workers celebrating here on this occasion of the newly aligned government. ये आप लोगों ने कार यहाँ पर पूरी सजाई हुई है आरजेडी के सिंबल के साथ। आज आपकी सरकार बन रही है, कब तक चलेगी है? जिसके खिलाफ चुनाव लड़े थे उसी के साथ अब आप लोग सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
हम लोग बहुत खुश है सरकार बन रही है, इसलिए।
कब तक चलेगी? चलेगी ये सरकार?
हाँ हाँ चलेगी।
So this is you know, the car that you are looking at, Lalten at the top. This is the election symbol, and parked outside Rabri Devi's residence. Celebrations continuously going on as the workers seem to be pretty happy of RJD now coming back into the power in Bihar.
है लगभग 5 मिनट के अंदर यहाँ पर तेजस्वी यादव पहुँच जाएंगे, मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार पहुँचेंगे और इन्हीं दोनों को शपथ लेना है अभी। तो इन दोनों नेताओं का पहुँचने का जो सिलसिला है वो शुरू होगा, लेकिन उससे पहले आप देखिए इस तरह से जो राबड़ी देवी हैं, तेज प्रताप यादव हैं और जो तेजस्वी यादव की जो पत्नी है राजश्री, वो तीनों यहाँ पर पहुँची है। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो राबड़ी देवी ने आज कही है, जब टाइम्स नाउ ऑफ भारत से उन्होंने कहा है कि सबको माफ़ कर दिया, यानी कि जो बात है कि जो विवाद चल रहा था और जिस तरह से अब तक आरोप प्रत्यारोप जेडीयू के तरफ से, नीतीश कुमार के तरफ से आरजेडी के खिलाफ किया गया, उन मुद्दों को लेकर यहाँ पर राबड़ी देवी ने कहा है टाइम्स नाउ भारत से एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत में कि हमने उन्हें माफ़ कर दिया। तो ये एक बड़ी खबर यहाँ से यहाँ पर राबड़ी देवी ने दी है। और साथ ही साथ देखिए तस्वीर, क्योंकि आज नया समीकरण बिहार में एक बार फिर से बन रहा है, फिर से एक बार आरजेडी, कांग्रेस, जेडीयू, सभी जो महागठबंधन की पार्टियां हैं वो अब नीतीश कुमार के साथ सरकार में होगी और बीजेपी अब विपक्ष में होगी। और वो तस्वीर जो है वो देखिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात है, जो जब भी शपथ ग्रहण समारोह होता है तो उसमें विपक्ष के नेताओं को भी निमंत्रण दिया जाता है, उनके भी आने की बात होती है, लेकिन यहाँ पर बीजेपी के एक भी नेता आपको नहीं दिखेंगे। यानी बीजेपी को यहाँ पर बीजेपी ने इस पूरे शपथ ग्रहण समारोह का बहिष्कार किया है, बीजेपी के एक भी नेता यहाँ नहीं पहुँचे हैं। और दूसरे बाकी के जो महागठबंधन के सभी विधायक हैं, 164 विधायक, वो यहाँ
war of words between the RJD and JDU supporters, and standing by for that big moment of the oath-taking ceremony, Rabri Devi told Times Now, said, "I forgive Nitish Kumar." A big statement coming in. Listen in.
सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया।
सब माफ है, सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया।
सब माफ है, सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया।
सब माफ है, सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया।
सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर दिया।
सब माफ है, सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को
From across the circle where we're currently at is where in fact Nitish Kumar's convoy is to emerge any moment now, and this is in fact where we are going to see in just a few minutes Nitish Kumar arrive at the Raj Bhavan. You can see the crowds over here, crowds having swelled up drastically over the last few minutes in fact, and security personnel having a huge challenge in controlling the crowds as well. You can see that's the Chief Minister's vehicle there, and Nitish Kumar in fact has in fact now formally entered the Raj Bhavan. Any minute now, the swearing in or the oath-taking ceremony is to begin with the Chief Minister's convoy entering the gates of the Raj Bhavan. Of course, several of the other leaders are present inside the Raj Bhavan even as we speak. Tejashwi Yadav, Yadav, Rabri Devi already present. Top leaders of the JDU also present inside, and now Nitish Kumar's arrival. In fact, with it, certainly any moment now we can expect for the oath-taking ceremony to begin. So while this entire area about an hour ago was completely desolate, now we are seeing, of course, a huge outpouring. Just look at the kind of crowds on this side, which is the Raj Bhavan gate, right across the entire circle. If we just pan and show you, massive build-up over here of supporters of the JDU as well as the RJD who've come here to get a glimpse of their leaders, and also, of course, are saying that there will be a celebration in times to come. There's been so much of uncertainty, and that's certainly reflected on ground because nobody was quite sure right until the time that the swearing-in ceremony takes place what exactly to expect. Now, of course, with the deal being staged, with the swearing-in ceremony happening, people who've come in here, in fact, some saying they were not even told properly about the timing of the ceremony. There was speculation it would happen at 4. Later, they found out it's happening at 2. So a lot of people not able to reach in time. But say
किस तरह से कोशिश देखिए, तमाम मीडिया के लोगों की भी कोशिश है कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों से बात कर पाए, ये एक तस्वीर यहाँ पर दिख रही है। तो बड़ी खबर है कि तेजस्वी यादव अब पहुँच गए हैं शपथ ग्रहण समारोह स्थल पर, जहाँ पर ये शपथ ग्रहण होना है वहाँ पहुँच चुके हैं, और हम कोशिश करेंगे कि बात करने की यहाँ पर कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर तेजस्वी यादव को आप देख पा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं। तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ पर देखिए, हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं तेजस्वी यादव से।
पत्नी के साथ आज पहली बार पेंशन के अवसर पर कहीं मौजूद हैं तेजस्वी।
बिहार के हित में, देश के हित में फैसला लिया गया और रोजगार को लेकर के जो हम लोगों का कमिटमेंट वो हम लोग पूरा करते हैं।
पत्नी राजनीति
देखिए, तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं, तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ पर पहुँचे हुए हैं और अब नीतीश कुमार का यहाँ पर इंतजार हो रहा है। नीतीश कुमार का इंतजार यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है।
सब सूचना मिल जाएगी आपको।
कितना मंत्री पद होगा राजद से?
सबकी सूचना आप लोगों को मिल जाएगी। कोई आप लोगों से कोई बात छुपाया जा सकता है?
लालू प्रसाद यादव ने कहा था कि बड़ी बहू के कदम शुभ है, आपकी बहू के कदम शुभ है, आपकी बहू के कदम शुभ है। सर, आज बिहार की जनता के लिए एक शब्द क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, तेजस्वी यादव इस तरह से यहाँ पर पहुँचे हैं और लोगों से यहाँ पर उन्होंने नेताओं से अभिवादन किया, और उसके बाद जो है वो तस्वीर हम सीधा दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से यहाँ पर देखिए नीतीश कुमार पहुँच गए हैं। नीतीश कुमार भी यहाँ पर आ गए। मुख्यमंत्री देखिए सभी नेताओं का अभिवादन यहाँ पर कर रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री की तस्वीर हम सीधे आपको दिखा।
सारी बातें हमने की, बिहार के हित में है, देश के
So a lot of commotion there inside Raj Bhavan because the oath-taking ceremony is going to begin in just a bit, and we can see all the big faces of this big political moment on your screens. You have Tejashwi Yadav, who's inside the Raj Bhavan, also Nitish Kumar, who is inside the very premises. And minutes ago, we broke down that response that Rabri Devi, in fact, gave out 2 times now, wherein when asked if she's forgiven Nitish Kumar, she says sab maaf kar diya. So non-stop political reactions coming in, and we're just minutes
के ठीक बगल में यहाँ पर नीतीश कुमार बैठे हैं। तेजस्वी यादव और नीतीश कुमार यानी बिहार के अगले मुख्यमंत्री और उप मुख्यमंत्री दोनों अगल बगल यहाँ पर बैठे हैं। उनके बगल में तेजस्वी यादव की पत्नी आपको दिख रही होंगी, फिर राबड़ी देवी हैं और तेज प्रताप यादव। तो ये तमाम नेता यहाँ पर अब पहुँच चुके हैं और अब बस वक्त हो चुका है, चूंकि राज्यपाल अब थोड़ी देर बाद यहाँ पर पहुँच जाएंगे और यहाँ पर शपथ ग्रहण समारोह की जो प्रक्रिया है वो शुरू हो जाएगी। और उसको लेकर जो बातें लगातार चल रही थी पिछले कई दिनों से कि बिहार के राजनीतिक समीकरण, उसका अब अंत जो है वो यहाँ पर होगा, क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री के तौर पर नीतीश कुमार यहाँ पर शपथ लेंगे, डिप्टी सीएम के तौर पर तेजस्वी यादव यहाँ पर शपथ लेंगे। और देखिए दोनों जो केमिस्ट्री है वो आप देखिए, सबसे बड़ी चीज़ तो राजनीति में जो है वो केमिस्ट्री होता है कि दिखाना क्या चाह रहे हैं। तो देखिए दोनों नेता जो है वो किस तरह से एक दूसरे से मुस्कुरा कर बात कर रहे हैं, सबका अभिवादन लग ही नहीं रहा था। लग रहा है कि कल तक जो नेता एक दूसरे को पानी पी पी कर कोस रहे थे, वो नेता आज एक दूसरे के गलवैयां करते नजर आ रहे हैं। तो ये एक तस्वीर, ये राजनीति की एक अलग तस्वीर है और इस तस्वीर को बिहार कई बार देख चुका है, क्योंकि ये तीसरा मौका है जब नीतीश कुमार ने पलटी मारकर आरजेडी के साथ फिर वो आए हैं, ये तीसरा मौका है। तो ऐसे में नीतीश कुमार को लेकर जो अब एक परसेप्शन है, पलटू राम का परसेप्शन, वो भी सामने आते रहा है। तो ये तस्वीर अभी फिलहाल जो है वो राजनीतिक तस्वीर आपको हम दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से जो यहाँ पर जो नेता हैं काफ़ी देर से यहाँ पर बैठे हुए थे, सभी विधायक, सभी सांसद, और उसके बाद अब यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री भी पहुँच गए हैं, उसके अलावा डिप्टी सीएम तेजस्वी यादव पहुँच गए हैं और साथ ही साथ सभी नेता महागठबंधन के वो यहाँ पर मौजूद है। तो अब
सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर,
सब माफ है, सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर,
सब माफ है।
All right, moments away from when the oath-taking ceremony takes place, and that was Rabri Devi's reaction exclusive to Times Now, says sab maaf hai when asked whether she's forgiven Nitish Kumar, because we've seen stunning switches being made by Nitish Kumar in the past from the Maha-Dharna to the NDA and vice versa, and that's the kind of political backlash that he's also facing. If we talk about the BJP that has decided to stage a Maha-Dharna the next 3 days, Aishwarya also non-stop reporting on this big story. Aishwarya, what's happening there?
Well, we'll try to speak to as many as RJD workers over here who are standing outside the residence of Tejashwi Yadav. Rabri Devi कह रही हैं कि सब तरीके से माफ कर दिया है नीतीश कुमार को, जो भी पिछला हुआ भूल चूक सब माफ है। अब कोई जंगल राज नहीं रहा, जिस तरीके से इलेक्शंस में एक दूसरे के खिलाफ छीटाकशी करी थी, अब सब तरीके से माफ कर दिया है। अब चलेगी ये सरकार?
चलेगी सरकार, पूर्ण बहुमत के साथ चलेगी।
कार्यकर्ताओं ने भी माफ कर दिया नीतीश कुमार को?
माफ है,
माफ है। और भी यहाँ पर कार्यकर्ता है, आप लोग क्या कहेंगे? राबड़ी देवी कह रही है कि हर तरीके से
हमारे नेता श्री लालू प्रसाद यादव के छोटे भाई हैं। आज जब हमारे नेता ने कहा कि भाई जो हुआ सब बात को भुला देना है और नया बिहार से लेकर देश पर तुमको शासन करना है, और बिहार में श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव जी यहाँ पर राजपाट मुख्यमंत्री का देखेंगे, और अब चले नीतीश जी महागठबंधन के।
राबड़ी देवी ने ये माफ कर दिया है, आप लोग माफ करते हैं जिस तरीके से नीतीश कुमार जी ने लगातार तेजस्वी यादव के खिलाफ बयानबाजी करी थी?
वो गार्जियन है, गार्जियन का डिसीजन सर्वोपरि है, इसलिए जो गार्जियन डिसीजन लिए हैं एकदम अच्छा लिए हैं।
आप क्या कहेंगे? राबड़ी देवी ने माफ कर दिया है, आप लोग माफ करते हैं कार्यकर्ता होने के नाते? साथ में
सुनिए, नड्डा जी ने कहा कि बिहार देश से जितने विरोधी दल है उनको साफ कर देंगे, लोकतंत्र रहेगा तब तो राजपाट रहेगा। लोकतंत्र विरोधी काम कर रहे थे, जब बाढ़ आता है तो एक ही नाव पर सांप, बिच्छू, गधा सब चढ़ जाता है, सबको अपना जान बचाने का फिक्र रहता है। ये लोकतंत्र बीजेपी
समाप्त पर जान बच जाएगी।
लोकतंत्र को बचाने के लिए नीतीश कुमार और तेजस्वी यादव में गठबंधन हुआ है।
राज्यपाल महोदय, कृपया शपथ ग्रहण समारोह प्रारंभ करने की अनुमति दी जाए। महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय, आपकी अनुमति से मैं मुख्यमंत्री की नियुक्ति संबंधी आदेश पढ़ता हूँ। राज्यपाल सचिवालय पत्रांक 1304 राज 101 दिनांक 10/8/2022 आदेश। बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए श्री नीतीश कुमार को बिहार राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव। महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय की अनुमति से माननीय श्री नीतीश कुमार से अनुरोध है कि मैं मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारूं और महामहिम
अरे बैठ जाइए सर, खाना क्या हो रहा है आप लोग? अरे बैठ जाइए ना। अरे बैठ जाओ, बैठ जाओ, बैठ जाओ। अरे बैठ जाइए भैया, भैया। अरे भाई, ए मोबाइल भाई, अरे भाई भाई मोबाइल वाले भैया, जबरदस्ती का हाथ किए हुए में।
के आदेश के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार न्याय करूंगा। मैं नीतीश कुमार सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञान करता हूँ कि जो विषय बिहार राज्य के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा, उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को जबकि ऐसे मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के सम्यक निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित है। मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप में संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करता।
तो अब देखिए सीधी तस्वीर यहाँ पर राजभवन से हम दिखा रहे हैं कि किस तरह से मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार अब जो साइन है वो कर रहे हैं। मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ उन्होंने अभी ली है और उसके बाद जो प्रक्रिया है उसके बाद वो यहाँ पर आप देख पा रहे हैं वो किया जा रहा है। और ये सीधी तस्वीर पटना के राजभवन से जिस तरह से यहाँ पर मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार ने फिर से एक बार 8वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री पद की शपथ उन्होंने ली है। और इस बार का जो राजनीतिक समीकरण है नीतीश कुमार के साथ वो महागठबंधन और जेडीयू की मिलीजुली सरकार है, यानी कि जो महागठबंधन के नेता दल हैं तमाम उनके नेता और उसके बाद
सत्रांक 1305 राज 101 दिनांक 10/8/2022 बिहार के राज्यपाल संविधान के अनुच्छेद 164(1) द्वारा प्रदत्त शक्तियों का प्रयोग करते हुए मुख्यमंत्री की सलाह से श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव को बिहार राज्य का मंत्री एवं मंत्रिपरिषद का सदस्य नियुक्त करते हैं। बिहार राज्यपाल के आदेश से राज्यपाल के प्रधान सचिव।
महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय की अनुमति से माननीय श्री तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव से अनुरोध है कि वे कृपया मंच पर शपथ ग्रहण के लिए पधारें तथा महामहिम राज्यपाल महोदय के समक्ष पद एवं गोपनीयता का शपथ लें।
यार हम लोग भी हैं।
मैं तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव सत्य निष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञा करता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूँगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूँगा। मैं राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूँगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार कार्य करूँगा। मैं तेजस्वी प्रसाद यादव सत्य निष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञा करता हूँ कि जो विषय राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में मेरे विचार के लिए लाया जाएगा अथवा मुझे ज्ञात होगा उसे किसी व्यक्ति या व्यक्तियों को तब के सिवाय जबकि ऐसे मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों के समय निर्वहन के लिए ऐसा करना अपेक्षित हो, मैं प्रत्यक्ष अथवा अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से संसूचित या प्रकट नहीं करूँगा।
रंजीत पीछे आओ यार, और दूसरा आदमी भी है यार, इसीलिए कंचपड़ा में देता है तो खराब होता है। नहीं उतरेगा और उतरिए, लेकिन गाड़ मारने के चक्कर में कर रहा है।
हिस्सा लिए।
Well, with that, all is forgotten. What you just watched was the 8th swearing in of Nitish Kumar. Tejashwi Yadav from the RJD, of course, was going to be his deputy. It was a simple ceremony, as you can see inside the Raj Bhavan, that minute-by-minute updates. But that picture is going to be of very significance because it shows symbolically the meeting of two big parties and the meeting of two allies who turned into foes and now back as allies. Everything is forgotten.
सरकार बन गई और आज शपथ भी हो गया और बहुत जल्दी बाकी मंत्रियों के बारे में भी हम लोग निर्णय लेकर के उसका शपथ ग्रहण कराएंगे और जल्दी ही हम लोग एक बार हाउस भी बुलाएंगे, विधानसभा को भी बुलाएंगे और जहां पर जब नई सरकार बनी है तो हम लोग हाउस में भी हम लोगों के प्रति जो वैसे तो बहुमत है ही लेकिन एक परंपरा है उसके लिए भी हम लोग अब आज ही बैठ करके उसका तारीख तय कर लेंगे और तारीख तय करके हाउस को भी हम लोग विधानसभा को भी बुला लेंगे।
स्वरूप क्या होगा मुख्यमंत्री जी, स्वरूप क्या होगा कैबिनेट का?
क्या करता है वो सब छोड़ दीजिए, बाकी लोग बताएंगे और जब वो सब जितना बोलते रहेंगे और जब जरूरत होगा तो कभी सब बता देंगे क्या हुआ है। आप जरा सा सोच लीजिए कि हम लोग जो छोड़ करके उधर चले आए जरा पिछली बार 17 में तो वो जो एक हमने कर दिया और उसके बाद जो साथी आए और फिर जब साथी लड़े तो आप जरा हमारे जितने लोग हैं पार्टी के जितने लोग हैं उन सब लोगों से जरा पूछ लीजिए कि क्या सबकी स्थिति हुई है, किससे पूछिएगा। लेकिन फिर भी हम तो चाहते नहीं थे बनना, हम तो उस चुनाव के बाद नहीं बनना चाहते थे मुख्यमंत्री, लेकिन मुझ पर पूरा चारों तरफ से करके दबाव कि नहीं आप संभालिए, हम कर लिए। लेकिन बाद के दिनों में जो कुछ भी हो रहा था आप देख रहे थे ना, और पिछले 1.5-2 महीने से हम किससे बात कर रहे हैं आप उनसे क्या क्या किया गया है। तो जो कुछ भी किया गया है उसको ठीक नहीं लगता था, आप इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं। तो अंत में हमारे पार्टी के लोगों में बहुत ज़्यादा था और उसके बाद उन लोगों ने जब बातचीत किया और सारे इन लोगों से पूरी बातचीत अंदरूनी हो गई और ये बात हुआ तो कल ही हम लोगों का फैसला हो गया। अब हो गया,
माफी दे दी गई सर, माफी दे दी गई।
सोच लीजिए तो जहां पर आप सोच लीजिए जो वापिस फिर वहीं चले गए और जहां पर जब था तो आप जरा सोचिए ना, हम लोगों का 15 में कितना सीट जीते थे और जब इन्हीं लोगों के साथ चले गए तो क्या हुआ है, 20 में क्या स्थिति हुई थी, तब तो सब हो ही न गया। ये सब तो सब समय पर चलेगा।
बीजेपी कह रही है कि यहाँ भी 2025 तक नहीं रहेंगे।
अब हम रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे, क्या रहेंगे, उनको जो मन में आता है बोले, लेकिन इतना जान लीजिए कि 2014 में अब नहीं रहेंगे।
Well, big takeaways from Nitish Kumar right after he gets sworn in. The first reaction here on Times Now. What did he say? The first takeaway, he says, I never wanted to be the chief minister. BJP insisted on me being the chief minister, which is why I took over that position. This in reply to what BJP had said earlier, that BJP made Nitish Kumar the chief minister 5 times. We allowed him, and yet today he has backstabbed us. On the other side, on the right hand side of your screens, you have Rabri Devi. What did she say? She said, "Sab maaf hai, sab." Everything is forgiven. Why does she need to give her forgiveness to Nitish Kumar. Remember the kind of things, the acrimony between the two parties after the alliance had broken, when Nitish Kumar came out and said Lalu went to jail, he made his wife the chief minister. Rabri Devi did nothing for the women. He had earlier also said that Lalu had 8 daughters just to get a son. Today, sab maaf hai. He's forgotten Nitish Kumar for also having said that there is Jungle Raj under RJD regime. On the other hand, you had Tejashwi today, whom he has very warmly hugged, who sits on that big throne next to Nitish Kumar, who's today his deputy. Tejashwi had called him a palturam, someone who would carefully keep switching his parties. Tejashwi is speaking. Let's listen in.
अच्छा हुआ है, बहुत बिहार के जनता के हम धन्यवाद देते हैं, शुभकामना भी देते हैं और सारे मीडिया के लोगों को मैं शुभकामना धन्यवाद देती हूँ कि बहुत अच्छा हुआ बिहार के जनता के लिए, बिहार के देश राज के लिए बहुत खुश है, सब कोई खुश है, बिहार के जनता बहुत खुश है।
हाँ, सरकार में आया है काम करने के लिए, नौजवानों के लिए। चलिए
हाँ लाइट चलिए
Latest alliance which is coming together yet again for the people of Bihar at a time when BJP says this is merely an alliance of convenience yet again. All the jabs about Jungle Raj have been forgiven by Rabri Devi. On the other hand, Nitish Kumar has forgotten everything that has been said about him, like Palturam by the RJD. And as you can see, those visuals which are very telling. We are also going to get you the visuals of, there you have it, the warm embrace, the warm hug of two alliance partners. They're calling themselves the Chacha Bhatija, who have now returned. Thoda anban to hota rehta is what they say. Now we are back together. Tejashwi Pratap, of course, is going to be his deputy. There are also words coming in that Tej Pratap, whom you can see right behind Rabri Devi, that he may also be getting a cabinet berth. However, when Nitish was specifically asked about his cabinet, he said very soon we will ensure that there is swearing in of the others. What else did Nitish Kumar say? Well, remember, he also said that what kind of games that BJP has played against us, everyone has seen, and when the time comes, we're going to tell you all. But let me go back across to Madhav. Madhav, that visual on our screens of Tejashwi, Nitish Kumar hugging it out and Rabri saying sab maaf hai, sab, are very telling. Madhav, can you hear me? Well, we are going to try and return to Madhav. I believe he is speaking right now.
Rightly said, important set of statements coming in there at the time of the swearing-in ceremony inside the Raj Bhavan. The leaders all still inside the Raj Bhavan at the moment. Outside, of course, the scene is of huge enthusiasm, at least as far as the party workers are concerned. RJD
अब तो आने वाला है ना भाई, देखिए जिनको 14 में मिला अब 24 है ना, फिर तो इसलिए सब लोग एकजुट हो जाए।
नीतीश जी आप क्या पूरे
ताकि 14 नहीं करे 14 वाले को 24 के आगे कुछ कामयाबी होगी।
देश में घूमेंगे
तो होगा, करेंगे।
मानते हैं इस गठबंधन के टूट के लिए किसको जिम्मेदार मानते हैं?
चंदा वो है ही हमारे पार्टी के सब लोग से पूछिए, जो अप्रोच था जिनके साथ थे उनके साथ जो अप्रोच था, आप सोच न लीजिए भाई, 3 में 2 अलगे न हो गए। तो जो उनका व्यवहार और जो कुछ भी चुनाव में जो अप्रोच था, अपने दल के सब लोगों को ये फीलिंग है कि ठीक नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है। हम लोगों के लोगों ने उनको सपोर्ट किया और उनकी तरफ से जेडीयू को हराने ही की सब बात हो गई। सब पूछिए, हम तो तब तक कुछ नहीं, हम तो चाहते भी नहीं थे बनना, लेकिन हमको लोगों के मान लिया। अब लेकिन अब जो पार्टी के सब लोगों से बात होती रही, सबके मन में था नहीं, तब फिर हम लोग चले गए अपना पुरानी जगह पर। अब ठीक
सर, वाजपेयी जी और मोदी जी में क्या अंतर है?
क्या
वाजपेयी जी और मोदी जी में क्या अंतर है? मोदी जी के बीजेपी में क्या
आप साहब, आप बोल रहे हैं श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, और उस समय जो हम सब लोग गए जौहर साहब के नेतृत्व में, और कितना प्रेम करते थे और कितना मैंने मानते थे, वो हम कभी भूल सकते हैं? उस समय की बात देखिए, उस समय की बात ही दूसरी है, और बाद में जो कुछ भी हुआ है, मैं सबका आप समझ लीजिए, उस समय जो उन्होंने श्रद्धेय अटल जी का और उस समय के सब लोगों का जो प्रेम था, उस चीज को हम कभी भूल सकते, कितना अच्छा था। लेकिन बाद में फिर सुन तो लीजिए, अब बाद में फिर गए, और इसके बाद जो कुछ भी होता रहा, तो हमारे दल के लोगों को कुछ नहीं। एक आदमी को हम जिम्मा दे दिए, और फिर उसी आदमी के बारे में सबसे पूछिए पार्टी के तरफ रहने के बजाय कहीं और दिमाग चले।
मोदी जी क्या
ना, हमको देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर, 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं।
आपके कार्यकर्ता
लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए, 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना
नरेंद्र मोदी जी को रोकेंगे 24 में।
Well, that's a very, very telling statement by Nitish Kumar, who says that the allies who came together in 2014, they are going to stay together till 2024. This is the first indication coming in today from Nitish Kumar about what the plans there are for Nitish Kumar and the Gathbandhan for 2024 polls. But let me hand it over to Madhav. Madhav, I believe you have some of the supporters with you.
कांग्रेस के विषय में हम बोलेंगे ना भैया, अब हमारे हमको नीतीश कुमार अपने पार्टी के तो नेता हैं, और यहाँ गठबंधन की सभी लोग मिल के बनाए हैं। ये कोई व्यक्तिगत पार्टी तो है नहीं, 5 पार्टी मिल के हम लोगों ने वोट लिया है। इसलिए हम लोगों का जो दायित्व है, हमारा नेता राहुल गांधी।
जस्ट गो अक्रॉस टू सम ऑफ द सपोर्टर्स, हमारे साथ बने रहिए। आपसे जो सवाल मैंने पूछा कि यहाँ पर आप 2024 का भी क्या इस पे इम्पैक्ट होगा नीतीश कुमार का?
बिहार जो है पूरे देश को दिशा और दशा तय करने के लिए मजबूर करेगा। जो बिहार में, चूंकि आपने देखा अभी महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, दूसरा शिंदे की तैयारी में जो भाजपा लगी थी, उसकी करारा जवाब बिहार ने देने का काम किया है, और बिहार जो जवाब दिया है, यह जवाब पूरे देश में भाजपा को मिलेगा। और तब वो अगला जो 24 का चुनाव है, बिहार 24 के चुनाव का पुनः दिशा और दशा दोनों तय करेगी राजनीति की।
अच्छा, नीतीश कुमार केंद्र सरकार प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देखना चाहते हैं?
हम लोग तो चाहते हैं, बिहार के हैं, और बिहारी अस्मिता के लिए तो बिहारी क्यों नहीं चाहेगा?
सही बात है। आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से, तो आप क्या चाहते हैं? राहुल गांधी
पार्टी, हम जिस पार्टी में हैं, पार्टी के नेता के में हम लोग बोलेंगे। अब आज
युवाओं के प्रति सजग व्यक्ति है, युवाओं के लिए भी काम किया है। आज देख सकते हैं कि बिहार में जितनी काम हुई हैं, कहीं ना कहीं नीतीश कुमार जी किए हैं, और अब चूंकि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल का सहयोग मिला है, तो इसमें भी भरपूर जितना हो सके वो काम करने का काम करेंगे। और राबड़ी देवी तो आप तो जान रहे, बिहार के पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री रही हुई हैं, तो बिहार के बारे में, विकास के बारे में वो अच्छी तरह जानती हैं। तो अब मिलकर काम करने का मौका मिला है, फिर से मिलकर काम करेंगे हम लोग।
Well, there you can see in the visuals as well, senior JDU and RJD leaders coming out from the Raj Bhavan after the oath-taking ceremony just concluded. Nitish Kumar had sworn in as the Chief Minister of the state for the 8th time in the last 22 years, and Tejashwi Yadav from the RJD has also taken oath as the Deputy Chief Minister. Several other workers also with me. Sir, आपसे एक सवाल लेना चाहेंगे कि जिस तरीके से लगातार आरजेडी सर राबड़ी देवी का कहना है कि सब कुछ माफ कर दिया है, सारी जो गलतियां थी नीतीश कुमार जी की सब माफ कर दी है। क्या कहेंगे आप, चलेगी ये सरकार?
क्या कहना है, फिर से बोलिए।
राबड़ी देवी जी का कहना है कि सभी जो गलतियां हैं वो माफ कर दी हैं नीतीश कुमार की, अब चलेगी सरकार?
एकदम सरकार चलेगी और सरकार बड़े मतलब शान से सरकार चलेगी। और 9 अगस्त क्रांति दिवस के दिवस पर 1974 में आंदोलन खड़ा हुआ था, जेपी आंदोलन, जिसे देश की तकदीर बनी। तो यह सरकार केवल बिहार के लिए नहीं बनी है, यह सरकार संदेश है कि देश की तकदीर बदलने वाली है।
देश की तकदीर कैसे बदलेगी? नीतीश कुमार जी को दिल्ली भेज देंगे आप?
दिल्ली नहीं, यह जो गठबंधन बना है, इस गठबंधन 74 का जो आंदोलन, देश में जो तानाशाही के खिलाफ आंदोलन हुआ था, उसी तरह से जिस प्रकार से नरेंद्र मोदी का तानाशाही है, आरएसएस का तानाशाही है, उसको नेस्तनाबूद करने के लिए लालू नीतीश का जो फॉर्मूला कायम हुआ है।
जेडीयू कह रही है कि नीतीश कुमार पीएम मटेरियल है, आरजेडी कह रही है कि तेजस्वी यादव में भी पीएम का टैलेंट है, वो भी पीएम बन सकते हैं।
आरजेडी का कहीं पे नहीं, आरजेडी हमारे नेता तेजस्वी जी, सबका डिमांड है कि भाई हमारे देश में का अगर कोई मतलब नरेंद्र मोदी के खिलाफ गठबंधन बनता है तो उस गठबंधन के हमारे भविष्य बिहार के नीतीश कुमार जी हैं, मुख्यमंत्री जी हैं, वो आगे नेतृत्व करने का काम करेंगे अगर सभी गठबंधन दलों का एका बनाते।
अच्छा, जिस पार्टी के खिलाफ आरजेडी और जेडीयू एक दूसरे के खिलाफ लड़े थे, अब वही एक साथ आ रहे हैं, क्या भविष्य है सरकार का?
देखिए, भविष्य ये पूरी तरह से 2024 के लिए ये तैयारी किया जा रहा है और पूरे भारत में जिस तरह से समाजवादियों के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र किया जा रहा है, उसके लिए समाजवादियों के सबसे बड़ा चेहरा नीतीश कुमार जी होंगे, इसलिए ये पूरे गोलबंद किया जा रहा है। तो ये भविष्य में देखते हुए किया जा रहा है और पूरे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी बोला है,
नरेंद्र मोदी का तय है बिहार ईपू से लेकर के सभी जगह पर, और बिहार संदेश दिया है, जब जब क्रांति हुआ है बिहार से हुआ है, और यह क्रांति नरेंद्र मोदी के जो मतलब आपका उस सिस्टम सत्ता का तंत्र है, उसमें कील ठोकने का काम किया नीतीश जी और तेजस्वी जी, और ये कील उनसे नहीं उखड़ेगा और ये दिल्ली के तख्त और ताज पर उनसे हटाने का हम लोग काम करेंगे 24 में।
चलो 24 की निगाहें हैं अब बिहार से सीधे आप लोगों के लिए,
हमारा है, बिहार कोई छीन नहीं सकता।
अच्छा, लेकिन जिस तरीके से पर्सनल अटैक्स किए गए थे, अब राबड़ी देवी कह रही है
इस सरकार बनने से बहुत खुशी का लहर है। गांव में गरीब तबका के जो लोग हैं सब में खुशी का लहर है। और नीतीश कुमार जैसा मुख्यमंत्री अभी इस देश में कोई नहीं हुआ है और न होगा। उन्होंने जो काम किया है आम जनता के लिए, वैसा काम किसी ने आज तक नहीं किया।
आप क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि क्या नीतीश कुमार अब इसके बाद प्रधानमंत्री बन सकते हैं? लोग कह रहे हैं कि 24 में बन सकते हैं, क्या उम्मीद है?
एकदम बन सकते हैं। सोनिया गांधी जी से बात इनको हुई है और सर्वसम्मति से सबके नेता चुने जाएंगे और प्रधानमंत्री एक दिन बनेंगे, इसमें कोई दो मत नहीं है। इनमें वो क्षमता है प्रधानमंत्री बनने का, जरूर बनेंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी।
आप क्या कहेंगे, यहाँ पे जो बीजेपी कहती है कि आरजेडी और जेडीयू की सरकार है, जंगल राज वापस आ गया बिहार में, क्या कहेंगे आप उन्हें?
जिस समय जंगल राज की बात करता है बीजेपी, उस समय सामाजिक परिवर्तन था और सामाजिक परिवर्तन में थोड़ा उथल पुथल होती है। लालू प्रसाद यादव ने सामाजिक परिवर्तन करने का काम किया। दक्षिण भारत में अन्ना दुरई से तुलना हम लालू प्रसाद को करते हैं। लालू प्रसाद वह स्तंभ हैं जो कि लोगों की आवाज़ दिए, जो लोग बोल नहीं पाते थे, अपनी हक के मांग नहीं कर पाते थे, अधिकार के विषय में जानते नहीं थे कि मेरा अधिकार क्या है, वह अधिकार देने का बात किए, राजनीति के रास्ता दिखाने का बात किए। लालू प्रसाद उस शक्ति का नाम है जो वह टॉर्च है, वह आगे पथ प्रदर्शक का काम किए, समाजवादियों का नेता है। रह गया नीतीश कुमार, आपने प्रधानमंत्री के पद की बात बोला। हिंदी बेल्ट में अगर उत्तर प्रदेश की बात किया जाए, बिहार की बात किया जाए और मध्य प्रदेश की बात किया जाए, विपक्ष के रूप में, प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में नीतीश कुमार ऐसा है, शरद पवार भी मान लेंगे, आंध्र प्रदेश भी मान लेंगे। उन्होंने कहा कि उस वार्ता के तहत आगे अगर सोनिया गांधी मान लेती है नीतीश कुमार को, तो नीतीश कुमार ऐसा साफ सुथरे छवि का
सब इसमें इसका जो बिहार जो इतना आगे बढ़ा है, इसका हम आप सब भागीदारी हैं और उसका ही ले रहे हैं।
All right, non-stop reactions coming in, and yes, that's the big word being sent out by Nitish Kumar, wherein he says 2024 will not be like 2014, essentially sending out a larger message of unity as far as the Maha-Dharna alliance that has just come into formation in Bihar goes. Aishwarya also continues to stay on with us. Aishwarya, interestingly, we're also seeing parallelly how both the RJD and the JDU supporters respectively are seeing Tejashwi Yadav and Nitish Kumar as the prime ministerial candidate ahead of 2024 elections. We'll reconnect with our reporters on ground in just a bit, and we keep up with that big picture, the big message being sent out by the hug that was shared between Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav on the stage after swearing in as the Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister in Bihar. More political reactions coming in. Listen in.
सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ कर
सब माफ है।
सरकार बन गई, अब सबको लोग को रोजगार मिलेगा, लाखों करोड़ों को रोजगार मिलेगा। जिस तरीके से तेजस्वी जी ने इधर देखिए ना, तेजस्वी जी ने जिस तरीके से कहा था कि 10 लाख रोजगार देने का काम होगा, अब वो समय आ गया है। सरकार तो बन गई, अब काम करना है, आगे बढ़ना, बिहार को ऊंचाइयों तक पहुंचाने का काम कर रहा है। ईडी या सीबीआई से हम लोग डरने वाले हैं क्या? अगर हम लोग गलत काम नहीं किए हैं तो क्यों डरेंगे? हम नहीं डरते हैं। ईडी या सीबीआई से क्या डरना है?
मोदी जी क्या हमको देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं करते,
लेकिन
इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो न।
All right, and the big picture that is being spoken of right now is the moment that was shared between the current Chief Minister, who's sworn in for the 8th time now, Nitish Kumar, and his deputy Tejashwi Yadav. While Nitish has forgotten the jungle Raj, now remember we're saying this because this is not just embarrassing for Nitish Kumar, but puts a question mark on his credibility as well. It was him who, while campaigning in 2020 in the state of Bihar, warned the voters repeatedly not to vote for the RJD, that it would take Bihar back to the days of Jungle Raj. He's completely forgotten that, and so has Rabri Devi. She says, "Sab maaf hai." A lot of political reactions coming in. And for the moment, we quickly shift our focus after the big political drama that we've been witnessing for hours altogether. The abusive and arrogant Noida Gunda Shrikant Tyagi, that's where we're shifting our focus. He's been arrested. He's been sent to 14 days of judicial custody. Now, that's the latest as far as his arrest goes. We've also tried to take in more and more reactions. He's been speaking to the media as well ever since. The police has also made some very sensational claims after facing punitive bulldozer action. Shrikant Tyagi expressed remorse, apologized for the abuses he hurled at the woman resident of Noida Housing Society, even called the woman his sister. The woman he abused, he says, is like his sister. But after facing heat by the Yogi government, he's alleged that there was a political conspiracy against him.
श्रीकांत कुछ कह रहे हैं? जी बताइए। हो गए थे जी, भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं करें।
ये गलती हमसे हुई तो हमें इसका एहसास भी है। हमें लगता है कि अगर इस बात के लिए हम उनसे माफी मांगनी पड़े तो अभी के माफी मांगनी भी चाहिए। एक बहन और वो आवेश माँ के जो अभद्र हमने उनको बोल दिया, वो हमें भी बहुत बाद में अंदर रियलाइज हुआ कि इस तरह की भाषा का इस्तेमाल हमें जीवन में किसी के लिए भी नहीं करना चाहिए उनके लिए।
हाँ, खेद है बिल्कुल, मेरी बहन जैसी है। इस दौरान अब कहाँ रहे श्रीकांत? लेकिन पूरा प्रकरण राजनीतिक है और राजनीतिक हत्या कराने की साजिश के उद्देश्य से किया गया।
ये गलती हमसे हुई तो हमें इसका एहसास भी है। हमें लगता है कि अगर इस बात के लिए हम उनसे माफी मांगनी पड़े तो अभी के माफी मांगनी भी चाहिए। एक बहन और वो आवेश माँ के जो अभद्र हमने उनको बोल दिया, वो हमें भी बहुत बाद में अंदर रियलाइज हुआ कि इस तरह की भाषा का इस्तेमाल हमें जीवन में किसी के लिए भी नहीं करना चाहिए, उनके लिए।
श्रीकांत कुछ कह रहे हैं?
हाँ जी बताइए। हो गए थे जी, चलो भाषा का इस्तेमाल नहीं हाँ खेद है बिल्कुल, मेरी बहन जैसी हैं।
इस दौरान आप कहाँ रहे श्रीकांत?
लेकिन पूरा प्रकरण राजनीतिक है और राजनीतिक हत्या कराने की साजिश के उद्देश्य से किया गया है।
Priyank and Mayank, my colleagues, join us on this broadcast. Priyank, to you first. We heard the arrogant Neta there. Now, the video that went viral spoke volumes of how several residents were living in fear in the very same society in which Shrikant was residing the last couple of years. But this time around, after his arrest, he comes out with an apology. A big question mark whether or not that's a sincere apology, because a lot of drama that was eventually playing out as well. If we go by his reaction, he also went on to call the same female who he abused, could be clearly heard hurling abuses at in that viral video, called him a sister, said she's like my sister.
Recently being called as Gunda Tyagi, as Janta Tyagi, has become a Shrikant Tyagi. He has released this video with the help of his lawyers, Sushil Bhati, who was the one who was very much involved in giving a safe passage to Shrikant Tyagi to come and appear before the police officers. So now the public perception battle is being fought by the lawyers very strategically. Because this Shrikant Tyagi dialogues, which is being said by Shrikant Tyagi, is certainly not something which he actually believed in. He knew that there were people in the society who came and they could have been an attempt by them to make a video. But because of the previous conduct of Shrikant Tyagi, his criminal past in the recent few years, he preferred not to believe in that, and he kept on abusing the victim in this case. So in this video, it's quite clear, Christine, that he is doing a drama to portray him as a Shrikant Tyagi after so many voices
being
raised.
To portray himself as the Shrikant Tyagi, and non-stop reactions coming in, because now the question is, who is it that was shielding Shrikant Tyagi? Well, in the initial probe, the police said that the Vidhayak sticker to Tyagi was provided by SP Swami Prasad Maurya. Now, the charges are gaining momentum in this exclusive conversation with Tyagi's wife. She's revealed 2 times now that the MLA sticker was in fact given to Shrikant Tyagi by Swami Prasad Maurya, something that the cops had also first stated, and that the sticker is not fake. She said that they paid for the VIP number plate and it is no crime, and also criticized strict action against her husband under the Gangster Act. Listen in.
सकते हैं, जैसा कि उन्होंने कहा है उनके कारण था। देखो, एक विधायक को, एक एमएलए को राइट्स होता है पासेस लेने का, और वो अपने जानने वालों को दे सकता है। तो यहाँ खुद ही साबित हो गया कि मेरे पति ने कोई गुनाह नहीं किया है, मेरा पति कोई गैंगस्टर नहीं है, कोई चीज़ फर्जी नहीं रखता। जैसे कि लोगों ने कहा था गाड़ी का नंबर 0001, तो सर ये एजुकेटेड लोग हैं तो ये तो इस चीज़ को जानते होंगे कि गाड़ी का नंबर VIP नंबर लेना पैसों से लिया जाता है, और पैसों से लिया जाता है। तो अब इसमें मेरे पति की अगर ये गलती है कि वो एक किसान का बेटा है और उनके फादर, उनके पूर्वज जिम्मेदार थे, उनके पास पैसा था, और अगर उन्होंने अपने लिए कोई नंबर ले लिया और उनकी ये सजा दे रहे हैं कि इनके पास नहीं है, उन्होंने ले लिया, तो ये तो सब बेकार की बात है।
Mayank is also with us. Mayank, you know, it pretty much clears the air around who provided that MLA sticker to Shrikant Tyagi, because the wife, as we just heard, has also come out and reiterated what the cops said was revealed by Shrikant Tyagi to them as well, that it was SP Maurya who in fact gave that sticker to him. Also went on to confess that the VIP number plate was procured by paying a wholesome money.
Well, absolutely, you are right, and you know, since the time Commissioner of Police in Noida, Alok Singh, made that statement in the press conference that he was in, close, he was one of the close confidant of Swami Prasad Maurya, who was in BJP camp before switching sides to Samajwadi Party before the UP Assembly election earlier this year. So we posed this question to Ani Tyagi, wife of Shrikant Tyagi, that was those stickers given by Swami Prasad Maurya to him, and she was, willingly accepting this fact that, this ratifies Shrikant Tyagi's statement that, we did not do anything illegal and that we got those stickers indeed from, member of Legislative Assembly in the Uttar Pradesh, and that MLA was indeed Swami Prasad Maurya. That she is clearly stating, in a very overwhelming mode, that we indeed got this sticker from an MLA and we are not faking it, and that we have not got it in any illegal way as the residents were claiming. So she is accepting on record that we got that sticker from Swami Prasad Maurya in an exclusive conversation 2 times now.
All right, so we're tracking that story very, very closely, and we'll try and pick up more exclusive leads on who is it that was shielding and giving this sort of a VIP shield to Shrikant Tyagi. More news coming in with regards to ruckus that was created in the Mahakaleshwar temple in Ujjain. Now, we are being told that the BJP workers could be seen clashing with the security personnel and the priests as well. So this is an update we're picking up from the Mahakaleshwar temple of Ujjain, wherein a ruckus has been reported inside the premises, BJP workers clashing with the security guards. Those visuals are exclusively being put out by us on Times Now, and that's the proof of the ruckus between the BJP leaders and the security guards there. Govind joining us with more details. Govind, detail में बताइए क्या हुआ यहाँ पे? We'll reconnect with Govind in just a bit, but yes, what you do see on your screens, as is being alleged, are some of the BJP workers there, and you can see some of the priests also clad in saffron clothes inside the Mahakaleshwar temple in Ujjain. Now, this is one of the 12 Jyotirlinga shrines, most sacred abodes of Shiva, and in that sense, a sacred temple in Ujjain wherein these clashes have been reported. And Govind is back with us on the phone line. Govind, क्या हुआ यहाँ पे? डिटेल में जानकारी दीजिए. कहा जा रहा है कि ये भाजपा के वर्कर्स हैं जो प्रीस्ट्स और वहाँ पे जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड है उनके साथ हाथापाई करते हुए दिखे.
देखिए, सावन का महीना है, ऐसे में तमाम श्रद्धालु वहाँ महाकालेश्वर के दर्शन के लिए, महाकाल में दर्शन के लिए पहुंचते हैं. और तेजस्वी सूर्या जो यूथ विंग के प्रेसिडेंट हैं बीजेपी के, वो पहुंचे हुए थे बुधवार को आज, और तो वो तो प्रवेश कर गए थे मंदिर के अंदर, लेकिन उनके कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं को, बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं को जब परमिशन नहीं दी गई तो उन्होंने हुज्जत की और जो सिक्योरिटी गार्ड हैं उनसे धक्का मुक्की की, बैरिकेडिंग को तोड़ा. तो इस तरह की चीजें तस्वीरों में साफ तौर पर देखने को मिल रही है. तो बीजेपी कार्यकर्ताओं ने पूरी तरह से उड़दंग मचाकर तेजस्वी सूर्या के पीछे जाने की कोशिश की, अंदर घुसने की कोशिश की, और कई लोग बैरिकेडिंग तोड़ते हुए और गार्ड के साथ धक्का मुक्की करते हुए अंदर भी घुस गए थे.
All right, though Tejashwi Surya was given permission to enter the temple premises, some of the BJP workers, as Govind is pointing out, were denied permission is when this kind of a ruckus broke out inside the temple premises. Thank you, Govind. With that, it's time for us to head into a very short break. News and updates continue.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಬೇಕು, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
He has openly confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies should book a case, should really book a case against him and also make an inquiry, because he would be knowing who are all the beneficiaries.
Back with the bit of breaking news coming in. The POCSO court in Palakkad has rejected the CBI charge sheet on the death of 2 Walayar sisters. The court has demanded a reinvestigation in the case by the agency. The court announced its decision while considering a petition filed by the mother of the girls. Remember, the CBI has stated in its charge sheet that the 2 minor sisters who were found dead at their home in Walayar in 2017 suffered heinous abuse from even those who should have been protecting them. Vivek is joining us with more details. Vivek, all through the probe, the mother has claimed that there have been several lapses. Also has gone ahead and said that the Kerala police has not probed into the matter carefully and that the lapses must be looked at. She'd also questioned the CBI charge sheet in that sense. Now the POCSO court has rejected the CBI charge sheet on the death of the Walayar sisters. What more can you tell us?
Exactly. The CBI charge sheet has been now rejected outrightly by the POCSO court in Palakkad. Now, the court has said that there should be a reinvestigation as far as this case is concerned. Remember, it was in 2017 that this atrocious and shocking incident happened in Walayar, where 2 young sisters, were found dead in their house, in Walayar. And later, after that, we know that there was a police investigation that was conducted, and the forensic report was out. The post-mortem report was out. In the initial post-mortem report, it was clearly shown that it was a rape. But later, after 4 years, that when the charge sheet was submitted, the POCSO court has acquitted all the 4 accused in this particular case. Now there are three main accused. One is Sharia Madhu, one is Wali Madhu, and the other is Shibu. All these three people are very close to the family, and then the mother of the child has filed a complaint with the CBI saying that they are not happy with this investigation report. The mother says that this is a clear case of pre-planned murder, and hence there should be an
investigation. The mother also earlier on has said, Vivek, that there was an attempt being made to convince the family that this was a case of suicide. So now the court has demanded a reinvestigation in the case by the agency. Thank you for joining us with all those details. And more news coming in. This is with regards to how there is more trouble mounting for the TMC. CBI mulling legal options with TMC Birbhum President Anubrata Mondal skipping another summon. This was the 10th summon, remember, that was issued to her, which once again has been skipped. So trouble certainly mounting for TMC's Anubrata Mondal as far as the cattle smuggling case goes, which continues to haunt the TMC Neta. CBI now mulling legal options is what we are being told with regards to this particular summon, a 10th summon that has been skipped by the TMC Neta. Bhavtosh joining us with more details. Yes, Bhavtosh.
CBI could be approaching the court and seeking a legal option. Remember, Anubrata Mondal has not joined the investigation since May, and 10 summons have been issued to him asking him to join the investigation in illegal cattle smuggling. This case was registered by the CBI way back in September 2020. His personal security officer in the case has also been arrested, and subsequently CBI just few days back has registered a case in which CBI has named his personal security officer as one of the accused in this case. Last week, CBI had also carried out raids and searches at least 13 locations, including Birbhum, in which they have seized a large number of electronic gadgets and also 17 lakh rupees. Now, CBI suspect that Anubrata Mondal at least knows some key accused in this case, and his physical presence is required during investigation. But Anubrata Mondal, for some reason or other, has not joined the investigation, and for that very reason, CBI wants his presence.
Given that the TMC Neta skipped several summons, so now the CBI looking at mulling legal options against the TMC Neta. Let's see how that plays out. Thank you, Bhavtosh, for joining us with all those details.
The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough, to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, you know, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else. I want to ask you a simple, straightforward question that is...
I'm a policy... Wait, no. I cannot answer any questions on politics. I'm a policy maker. So if there are political questions, I'm afraid I will simply not be in a position to answer them.
Well, you know, that disclaimer taken on board, but I'm still asking you the question that when policy makers within the government do not have enough measures that solve problems of the common people of India, they end up being called insensitive and arrogant because they're winning elections anyway. They don't really need to bother about the common man. That is the question that often comes up. How do you think the government can respond to that?
As I said right in the beginning, I'm not a politician, and winning or not winning elections is a concern of the political leadership. I can tell you the key here is that as a policymaker, I need to maintain macroeconomic stability in an environment where clearly there are serious threats to the rest of the world. You've already seen neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, going into vicious cycles on their macroeconomic management. We are seeing serious issues with inflation in Europe, in US. These are turbulent times. So for me, very important that in these turbulent times, I keep a steady ship. Yes, I have to make sure that inflation doesn't spiral up. That is certainly a concern. It is a concern to the average man, and it is a concern to me personally.
Good afternoon, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Live Wire and I am Poonam Burde. Let's get you started on this edition with the headlines. Nitish Kumar takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time, leading Maha-Dharna for the 2nd time. Tejashwi sworn in as his deputy, others to be sworn in later. Elated at RJD's return to power, former Chief Minister Rabri Devi says Nitish is forgiven for the past. JDU conveniently skirts questions on blessings to RJD's Jungle Raj. Nitish opens front against Narendra Modi with a dare to retain power in 2024. Rules out own PM candidature but asks the opposition to unite for an ultimate face-off. Dumped twice, BJP says Nitish is compromised with principles for power. Rejects allegation that BJP was trying to break up the JDU like Shiv Sena.
ये गलती हमसे हुई तो हमें इसका एहसास भी हमें लगता है कि अगर इस बात के लिए हम उनसे माफी मांगनी पड़े तो अभी के माफी मांगनी भी चाहिए.
In handcuffs, Shrikant Tyagi expresses regret for his abusive assault on the woman, but history shows he is a man high on power. Spotlight returns to political patronage to Shrikant Tyagi. Police claims he was a close ally of SP leader Swami Prasad Maurya, got the MLA sticker via him. Maurya claims BJP is patronizing Tyagi. Now, pro-hijab students at Mangalore University object to saffron flag in Bharat Mata poster, right to Vice-Chancellor and the police for denial of permission. Congress cries BJP's divisive ploy. Aam Aadmi Party alleges a 6,000 crore scam in MCD toll collection rise to Lieutenant Governor seeking a CBI investigation. Concern over illegal plotters, BJP netas listed as violators. Facing the heat, BJP says list is fake. Opposition ups the ante on alleged graft in Ayodhya.
Bharat Mata ki Bharat Mata ki
Bharat Mata ki Jai chants near China border and boundary with Pakistan send a strong message to India's rivals ahead of 75th Independence Day celebration. Eighth happened again. Nitish Kumar has changed his mind and returned to the RJD and the Maha-Dharna, and today, just a short while ago, he took oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time. The same party that he had branded as a torchbearer of Jungle Raj in this state. So is the real reason for the split Nitish Kumar's ambition for being the Prime Minister in 2024? Now, one cannot entirely discount the possibility given the glee and happiness it seemed to spark in the anti-BJP bloc. It's almost as if a Goliath had been felled, and now the Congress, the Samajwadi Party and the RJD have hailed it as a sign of how this could be a booster dose for 2024. Maybe with Nitish in the lead, but can he be the fulcrum of this anti-BJP bloc? Well, only time will tell. Madhav Gopalakrishnan is live from on ground with me. And Madhav, the party wants Nitish Kumar to be the prime ministerial candidate in 2024. But just a short while ago, after he took oath as the chief minister, he seems to have ruled that possibility out. We'll try and reconnect with my colleague Madhav there, who's getting us the very latest from on ground. But just a short while ago, Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav took oath as the Chief Minister and the Deputy in Bihar. 2024, the man who won in 2015 will not survive, is what Nitish Kumar said right after he was sworn in, also urging the opposition to unite against the Saffron Party. Listen in to what Nitish and Tejashwi had to say.
देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर, 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं।
आपके कार्यकर्ता
लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना समय।
मैं जगदीश प्रसाद यादव सत्यनिष्ठा से प्रतिज्ञा करता हूँ कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूँगा। मैं भारत की प्रभुता और अखंडता अक्षुण्ण रखूँगा। मैं राज्य के मंत्री के रूप में अपने कर्तव्यों का श्रद्धापूर्वक और शुद्ध अंतःकरण से निर्वहन करूँगा तथा मैं भय या पक्षपात, अनुराग या द्वेष के बिना सभी प्रकार के लोगों के प्रति संविधान और विधि के अनुसार कार्य करूँगा।
Madhav, Nitish Kumar, just a short while ago, after taking oath as the Chief Minister for the 8th time, ruled out his candidature for the prime ministerial post in 2024. But there are several, including his own party and his new ally, the RJD, who want him to be the face of the opposition, the fulcrum, so to say, of an anti-Modi bloc.
Well, there are multiple dynamics at play over here. In fact, this is the circle from where just a short while ago, Nitish Kumar, Tejashwi Yadav and other top leaders have just left from the Raj Bhavan. You can see the crowds, in fact, now waning from here. For them, it's a very big moment for all of these supporters. But we've been speaking to several supporters as well as leaders. And the clear message that we are being given is this, that A, Nitish Kumar is going to play an important role in 2024. Now, as somebody who is an experienced chief minister, has served 8 terms, or rather has been sworn in for the 8th time, will in fact Nitish Kumar be able to bring the various regional parties and regional forces together with this Maha-Dharna experiment that the last time around in 2015 had lasted for a little over 2 years. Will they be able to, in fact, this time around be able to pull forth for more than that and last for the rest of the term? Here is also a very important question. But be that as it may, whether Nitish Kumar will be the prime ministerial face is perhaps a premature question. They've not directly said so, but certainly are indicating that a similar attempt at cobbling together a national alliance, something that other leaders have tried. Mamata Banerjee has tried. It didn't work out as far as the presidential polls were concerned. KCR has also tried to bring a federal front to the fore. That too has not really worked on ground. Will all of these parties, because remember, there are regional aspirations as well which are at play over here. It is not just the fact that they want to come together to defeat the BJP, but the fact is that time and again we have seen the index of opposition unity get affected by various factors of these political parties. While time and again they have claimed that central agencies are being misused by the centre, whatever be the reason, the fact is that opposition parties sticking together has not been in the way that it should have to put the government on the mat as it has.
Right, so as of now, whether or not the national ambitions actually come true for Nitish Kumar or for the opposition who wants to put up a united front against Prime Minister Modi come 2024, that still remains to be seen. But coming back to Bihar, and Aishwarya is also with us on this broadcast, just before the swearing in, Rabri Devi was heard, Aishwarya, saying that sab kuch maaf hai. We've seen the kind of barbs that have come to the fore from both sides. Nitish Kumar has been called a Paltu Ram. The RJD, including Lalu Prasad and Tejashwi in the past, have spoken of how Nitish Kumar has sunk the state of Bihar. And we've seen such kind of comments come to the fore from Nitish Kumar as well against the Yadav family. But all is forgiven, all is forgotten, because all that matters ultimately is power. And today Nitish and Tejashwi both have it.
That's right. In fact, in the past, in several instances, we have heard direct attacks and personal attacks even from both these sides, from Tejashwi Yadav hitting out at Nitish Kumar hitting out at Tejashwi Yadav and Lalu Prasad Yadav. But yesterday, after Nitish Kumar tendered his resignation and reached at Tejashwi Yadav's residence, the first word that came out from Tejashwi Yadav's mouth was that let's forget about whatever has happened in the past and let's start with a new beginning. And today, Rabri Devi coming out and saying that I've forgiven whatever Nitish Kumar has done in the past, going and switching the alliances from Maha-Dharna to NDA and NDA to Maha-Dharna, vice versa. But and today is the fresh start for both for the Maha-Dharna, for both JDU and the RJD. When we spoke to several of the workers on ground here as well of the JDU and the RJD, they are clearly happy about this new alliance. And they said that this is the government that will work for the betterment of Bihar, and the way Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav has worked earlier, they will continue to do that. And later Nitish
तो बुझाया नहीं, राधा मोहन जी तो सबको बुझा देते हैं और आपको नहीं बुझा पाए कि क्यों ये भाग रहा है। हमने कहा मुझे सब मालूम था, लेकिन हम जो संकल्प लिए थे गठबंधन के धर्म का पालन करना, हमने कहा अंतिम दम तक तुम्हें ही अपना चेहरा बेनकाब करना होगा, क्योंकि हमने गठबंधन धर्म का पालन किया। इसलिए हमने, और आज फिर प्रधानमंत्री का पीएम मटेरियल आप देख लीजिएगा, 2-4 दिन के बाद शुरू हो गया है, उनके लोग कहना शुरू किए हैं पीएम मटेरियल, पीएम मटेरियल। और गठबंधन भी इसी आधार पर हुआ है। मीडिया ने पूछा ये कब तक सरकार चलेगी, हम ज्योतिषी थोड़े, जब तक दोनों का स्वार्थ एक तरह रहेगा। क्या स्वार्थ? हमके उसको सत्ता मिलना नहीं था, सत्ता मिल गया आरजेडी को। इनको प्राइम मिनिस्टर के लिए उम्मीदवार बनने का कोई जगह नहीं, क्योंकि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास तो कोई वैकेंसी है नहीं, और देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी को 2029-24 कौन कहे, भारत में प्रधानमंत्री का वैकेंसी नहीं है। और आज नीतीश कुमार कहीं पे निगाहें, कहीं पे निशाना, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी पर आरोप लगाने के बजाय इधर उधर की बात मत कर, सीधा सीधी बताओ कि अब मेरा उम्र हो रहा है, आपके यहाँ तो मैं उम्मीदवार भी नहीं बन सकता, इसीलिए तेजस्वी के चरणों में आया हूँ प्रधानमंत्री बनने के लिए। लेकिन अगर है हिम्मत तो 2014 की तरह आप अलग से चुनाव लड़ो, आपको औकात पता चल जाएगा कितने लोकप्रिय है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो जनसंघ से लेकर के हम संघर्ष करते रहे हैं, हमें संघर्ष करने की आदत है, हम जनता के बीच जाएंगे। आज आपको याद आ रहा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी सांप्रदायिकता फैला रहा है, हम सांप्रदायिकता नहीं फैलाते, हम सांप्रदायिकता के खिलाफ आवाज उठाते हैं। आज बिहार को हम स्लीपर सेल नहीं बनने देंगे आतंकवादियों का। आज बिहार में जो लालू जी स्लीपर सेल बनाने की योजना बनाए, आज फुलवाड़ी में जो पीएफआई का हेडक्वार्टर बना, और तो और 500 स्कूलों में जो सीमांचल में लालू जी के समय से हुआ और अब तक भारत का संविधान, भारत का नियम रविवार को छुट्टी होती, लेकिन 500 स्कूलों में किसके इजाजत से छुट्टियां शुक्रवार को हो रहा है? क्या ये पाकिस्तान हो गया? क्या कोई इस्लामिक कंट्री हो गया जहां हम भारत के कानून संविधान को ताक पर रख करके ये वोट के तुष्टीकरण नीतियों के तहत नीतीश कुमार की सरकार और अब तो एक करेला की दूजे नीम चढ़ाए, ये दोनों मिलकर के हम उसका विरोधी हैं। चाहे मुझे जो भी लड़ाई लड़ना पड़े, हम तो राष्ट्रवाद का ध्वज लेके चलते हैं, हम तो विकासवाद का ध्वज लेके चलते हैं, लेकिन कोई तुष्टीकरण करेगा तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का एक एक कार्यकर्ता उसका विरोध करेगा। इसीलिए हम उससे अलग होने का काम करेंगे और इसके खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ने का। मैंने मीडिया को कहा कि आज वो सामने आ जाएगी बात, उनको बिहार के विकास की चिंता नहीं, बिहार की अराजकता की चिंता नहीं, बिहार में हो रहे गड़बड़ियों की चिंता नहीं। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के मंत्री उनको काम करने नहीं दे रहे थे, ये भी आरोप लगा। अरे आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी से बढ़िया तो कोई गठबंधन मिलेगा नहीं, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो काम करने की छूट दी, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहते भी रही कि ये गलत रास्ते हैं, इस पर आप ना जाएं। चाहे खनन का इशू आए, चाहे शराब का इशू आए, हम हर समय आपको आगाह करने का काम किया है। मैं आज इस महाधरना, और हम केवल ये महाधरना नहीं, मीडिया कहते हैं कि आगे की क्या आपकी रणनीति होगी, हम के जाइए बाहर में पूरे लोग बैठे हुए हैं, देख लीजिए आगे की रणनीति क्या होगी। इस देश में कहा कि 7 पार्टियां एक तरफ है, आप अकेले हैं। मैंने कहा किसी पार्टी के पास कोई वोट नहीं होता, वोट होता है जनता के पास। नरेंद्र मोदी जब 2014 में भारतीय जनता पार्टी के चेहरा के रूप में प्रधानमंत्री आए, सारी पार्टियां विरोध कर रही थी, लेकिन जनता का आशीर्वाद नरेंद्र मोदी को मिला, 14 में भी मिला और हमें 19 में भी मिला और आने वाले 24 में भी मिलेगा। चाहे जनता का आशीर्वाद ही सबसे बड़ी ताकत होती है, किसी राजनीतिक दल इकट्ठा होने से नहीं होता है। मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं और अपने पार्टी को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। मैं आसपाती हैं
There sharpening its attack on Nitish Kumar, calling him an opportunist, saying the only reason he is with Tejashwi today and the only reason why he broke away from the BJP is all he wanted was power. There is no vacancy for the prime ministerial candidate in the BJP. This comes at a time when the opposition is trying to put up a united front against BJP in 2024. Nitish is being projected as perhaps the prime ministerial candidate, even though he himself is ruling that out at the moment. And Madhav, the BJP there, mincing no words. Former ally, now a foe, then a friend again, a foe again. The relationship between the BJP and the JDU too has been that of love and hate, like it has been between the JDU and the RJD. colleague Madhav, who's reporting from on ground there in Patna as celebrations have broken out.
In fact, I'm sorry, I couldn't get your audio very clearly at the moment. Yes, we are outside the Raj Bhavan, where in fact, yes, they are seeing these statements coming in from the BJP. As far as the members are concerned of these political parties, they've started to move out of this particular location. You've seen just a short while earlier, not just Nitish Kumar, but also Tejashwi Yadav, Yadav, all leave with their convoys from this particular area. And we can hear the firecrackers that are actually sounding outside. At the various party offices, we're told celebrations are beginning, and it is certainly a huge moment for the RJD that has been out of power in the state of Bihar for 5 long years. For any political party's survival, being in power is for several obvious reasons very important, not just the relevance or coming back or actually being able to control the various
Right, sorry to interrupt you there, Madhav. We'll keep coming back to you for the very latest, but JDU's Nitish Kumar is with us on the phone line. Thank you so much for speaking with us. 2024 में नरेंद्र मोदी नहीं रहेंगे, ऐसे नीतीश कुमार का कहना था शपथ ग्रहण के बाद, लेकिन अब बीजेपी कह रही है कि 2024 क्या 2029 तक भी कोई वैकेंसी नहीं है, मोदी जी ही रहेंगे प्रधानमंत्री।
हर राजनीतिक दल को अपना नेता के बारे में कहने का अधिकार है। भाई हम कह रहे हैं कि हम हर एक राजनीतिक दल अपना नेता के बारे में कह सकता है, तो बीजेपी के नेता कह रहे हैं तो जाने उस पर हमारी प्रतिक्रिया का क्या औचित्य है। हेलो,
हाँ जी
जी,
कल तक तो ये भी कहा जा रहा था कि नीतीश कुमार को प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहिए, प्रधानमंत्री कैंडिडेट होना चाहिए ऑपोजिशन का 2024 में, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार खुद आज कह रहे हैं कि मेरी ऐसी कोई आशा नहीं है।
नहीं, आप ही अभी पहले से बता रही हैं कि नीतीश कुमार जी ने क्या कहा। जरा सा अपने आपके द्वारा दिए गए मंतव्य को ही आप सुन लीजिए। आपने कहा कि अभी नीतीश कुमार जी ने यह कहा, अभी कह रहे हैं कि नीतीश कुमार जी ने कभी दावा किया है कि हम प्रधानमंत्री के उम्मीदवार हैं? कभी ऐसा आया है?
पार्टी तो कह रही थी कल से सर, जेडीयू कह रही है, आरजेडी भी कह रहे हैं, अखिलेश यादव ने भी कहा कि बड़े कॉम्पिटेंट लीडर है नीतीश कुमार जी।
तो इसमें आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा था कि परिवारवाद से ऊपर नीतीश कुमार जी की प्रशंसा नहीं की। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यह नहीं कहा जब ग्रैंड अलायंस की सरकार थी कि शराबबंदी जैसा आपने साहसिक फैसला लिया, तो नीतीश कुमार से कोई प्यार करे या घृणा करे, हेट करे।
नीतीश कुमार ने भी तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी को धन्यवाद किया था इलेक्शन के बाद कि उनके वजह से हमने इलेक्शन जीता है। स्ट्राइक रेट आप देख ही सकते हैं बीजेपी का क्या रहा है और आपका क्या रहा है।
था 2017 में सरकार में क्यों शामिल हुए?
नीरज कुमार जी, एक और सवाल मैं पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे। बीजेपी ने एक और अटैक किया है आप पे। गिरिराज सिंह ने जस्ट अभी थोड़ी देर पहले उन्होंने ये मुद्दा उठाया है कि काफी सारे जिलों में बिहार में फ्राइडे को छुट्टी मिलती है जुम्मा की इन स्कूल्स। ये अपीसमेंट नहीं तो क्या है? अब जेडीयू और आरजेडी मिलके यही करेंगे, एक पर्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी को अपीज करेंगे। आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
अब उनके लिए उनको किसी को अपीज करने की बात बोलेंगे? हम तो जनता को अपीज करते हैं। नहीं तो फिर हम तो पूछ रहे, वही सवाल पूछिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता से कि 2015 में तो मैंडेट मिला ग्रैंड अलायंस को, क्यों सरकार में शामिल हुए? उस समय नहीं समझ में आ रही थी बात। ये इस ढंग का नजरिया पेश करना और इस ढंग की भाषा का इस्तेमाल बीजेपी के नेता कर रहे हैं, केंद्रीय मंत्री हैं। मैं माफी के साथ कहना चाहता हूं, अपनी भाषा को कंट्रोल करें लोग। राजनीति में उन्माद नहीं चलेगा, न बिहार में उन्माद चलने देंगे कभी।
जी नीरज कुमार जी, धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए। Here on Times Now, the JDU hitting right back at the BJP's appeasement charge as far as Friday off in schools in particular districts in Bihar is concerned. The BJP says it's appeasement. The JDU asks, why were you with us in power all these years then? A direct charge meeting with a direct rebuttal. The two allies now turned foes and neither mincing any words. But let's listen in to what Nitish Kumar had to say right after he took oath for the 8th time as the Chief Minister of the state.
ना हमको देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं करते।
आपके कार्यकर्ता
लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना
2014 में जो आए, will he remain post 2024 or not? Only time will tell. That's what Nitish Kumar going on to say, ruling himself out as the prime ministerial contender against Narendra Modi, but urging opposition to come together and put up a united front against the Saffron Party, the same party that he was in alliance with till yesterday afternoon before he resigned and decided to join ranks with the RJD and the Congress. But Nitish may have ruled it out. Senior leaders within his party, the RJD and even Akhilesh Yadav came out and spoke of his competence as a contender for the next Prime Minister of the country. Listen into some of those reactions.
आज की तारीख में एनडीए में प्रधानमंत्री हैं नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लेकिन व्यक्तित्व के रूप में या एक पर्सनालिटी जो देश भर के स्तर पे देखा जा रहा है, उसके आधार पे यदि आकलन किया जाए तो नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने के हर तरह से योग्य हैं। अब उस व्यक्ति के बारे में यह कहना ठीक है कि राजनीतिक परिस्थिति के हिसाब से चीजें होती हैं। आज हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं कर रहे हैं, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार जी प्रधानमंत्री बनने की हर तरह की योग्यता रखते हैं।
नहीं, मैं मानता हूं कि वो काबिल आदमी है, तो यदि सारे अपोजिशन के सहमति से वो बनते हैं तो सबसे काबिल आदमी है वो। तो लोग मांग कर रहे हैं, कोई गलत नहीं कर रहे हैं।
ये अच्छी शुरुआत है। आज के दिन जब अंग्रेजों के खिलाफ नारा दिया था भारत छोड़ो, अगर बिहार से ये नारा आया कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी भगाओ, मुझे लगता है कि और प्रदेशों में भी इसी तरीके से बहुत जल्दी भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज भी खड़ी होंगी और जनता भी खड़ी होगी। बहुत एक्सपीरियंस नेता हैं, उनके बारे में क्या कहना, वो बिहार और बिहार के गणित को बेहतर समझते हैं। ये उनके अपने फैसले हैं। गठबंधन में क्या तय होता है, क्योंकि गठबंधन जब बनता है तो बहुत सी चीज़ों पर मिलजुल करके फैसला लेते हैं।
There is a new government in Bihar now. Nitish Kumar and Tejashwi Yadav are going to be in power. The BJP is not mincing any words against its former ally. 2024, is it going to be Nitish Kumar as the face of the opposition versus Prime Minister Modi? Well, some in the opposition believe so, but Nitish Kumar not so confident. We'll keep a track of all the political developments on that front here on Times Now. But a quick break, back in just 2 minutes.
Hello and very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now Live Wire with me, Priya Bahel. First up, the top stories. Nitish Kumar takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time, leading Maha-Dharna for the 2nd time. Tejashwi sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Others to be sworn in later. Elated at RJD's return to power yet again, former Chief Minister Rabri Devi says Nitish is forgiven for whatever happened in the past. JDU conveniently skirts questions on blessings to RJD's Jungle Raj. Nitish Kumar opens front against Narendra Modi with dare to retain power in 2024. Rules out own PM candidature but asks opposition to unite for ultimate face-off in 2024. Dumped twice, BJP says Nitish compromised with principles for the sake of power. Rejects allegation that BJP was trying to break up JDU like Shiv Sena. JDU says will give proof.
हमें लगता है कि अगर इस बात के लिए हमें उनसे माफी मांगनी पड़े तो अभी के माफी मांगनी चाहिए.
The man who abused a resident of Noida society and even manhandled her now calls her his sister, expresses regret for his abusive language, but history shows him to be a man high on power. Spotlight returns to political patronage to Tyagi. Police claim he was close ally of Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya and got an MLA sticker through him. Maurya says BJP is the one who patronized Tyagi. He's got nothing to do with the sticker. Now, pro-hijab students at Mangalore University object to saffron flag in Bharat Mata poster written to Vice Chancellor and police for denial of permission. Congress cries BJP's divisive ploy before polls. Aam Aadmi Party alleges 6,000 crore scam in MCD toll collection, writes to Lieutenant Governor seeking a CBI probe. Concerns over illegal plotters in Ayodhya, BJP netas listed as violators. Facing heat, BJP says the list is fake. Opposition, however, is unrelenting, questions the BJP's role. Bharat Mata ki Jai chants near China border and boundary with Pakistan, sending a clear and strong message to India's rivals ahead of Independence Day celebrations. Now, yet another controversy has erupted in Mangalore University after a few student organizations with ABVP links plan to hold a Bharat Mata Puja event ahead of the Independence Day. This event on the 11th of August. A pro-hijab faction took umbrage to the decision after virtual posters of the event surfaced showing image of Bharat Mata holding a saffron flag. The faction urged the university management to not allow this event to be held, alleging that these posters bear religious symbols. Now, Times Now spoke to the principal of this college in question for an official confirmation of what exactly were the circumstances of this controversy. The principal is saying that puja will be performed inside the campus but without disturbing normal routine, as they have strictly prohibited anybody from wearing anything to the event that symbolizes a particular religion.
Yeah, one thing I'll tell you, Bharat Mata ki Puja, whatever fashion like inside the campus, we are not allowed.
Okay.
And if they put it in their WhatsApp, that is their personal. And
Okay.
I warned them, in the college name, they should not write ABP name or any particular wing's name, that I have clarified.
Okay.
And about Bharat Mata ki Puja, we are not suspending the classes. Only during afternoon 1 hour, they asked us, we want to offer flowers to Bharat Mata. It was done earlier also. I had objected as a principal. For that, they showed me the proof that earlier principals few years back they had allowed. They are not disturbing the class. And they are just during the lunch break or 1 hour in the afternoon. Those are interested, they will sit and they will offer puja because it is a Raksha Bandhan day that day.
Okay.
For that, we have, but officially I have not issued any circular, but they are circulating that.
Okay.
They just asked permission for Bharat Mata Ki Puja for 1 hour in the hall.
Okay.
With the uniform, not with the saffron or any other color.
On the other hand, Campus Front of India, which is a student wing that is affiliated with the PFI, has knocked the doors of Mangaluru District Commissioner. They want that this event should not be allowed.
See, I just want to relate this incident to the incident which happened before. See, one piece of cloth was completely banned just to cover their head. And why when one particular community students are being targeted and they are being removed from the colleges? There were nearly 15 girl students who are at homes now. Among them, there were final year students who just had to write 1 semester more for their graduation to complete. And still they are at home. So these kinds of actions, when it is not permissible in colleges, then why it is biased, or why colleges can be biased? So education system or management or the college or university cannot be biased. Obviously they will say that we won't allow saffron shawls or anything. But the banner itself is portraying saffron itself. Then what is the use of students wearing it or not wearing? Doesn't matter.
My colleague Deepak now joins us from the ground to tell us what really is happening in that college. Deepak, the principal says that she was also reluctant in giving a go-ahead, but then she was shown proof of similar puja happening in the past. Was the same poster used in those pujas as well?
Yes, the objection that's coming in at this point in time is they're saying if there is any need to show patriotism, there is Independence Day, there is Republic Day, flag, the tricolor is hoisted. They're saying that why should a puja be allowed inside a campus which shows a portrait of Bharat Mata holding up a saffron flag, and the entire the map of India itself quite different. Well, we ask some of the students who want to have the puja inside the campus, they say that this is a unanimous decision of the students union who want to hold this, and this is an idea of Akhand Bharat which is beyond what happened after independence, and that's the reason they are having the photo as it is depicted in this particular flyer or social media poster that is in circulation. Now the students on the other side say that while the High Court itself said that there should be no sort of religious markings in the campus, hijab became a bone of contention. Now why is it that a poster like this where they're saying Bharat Mata Puja will be held, which is the poster holding a saffron flag, why is an event or a puja of this sort being allowed inside the campus? They even went to the DC today, submitted a memorandum to stop this from happening. We spoke to the principal who says tomorrow post lunch they will allow for this event to take place. The students who want to carry out this program are saying that they are not going to withdraw in any way, and they even don't find anything wrong in having this poster as well. So we'll really have to see how the situation unfolds, because the Mangalore University, of course, in the recent past came once again in the news with over the hijab controversy. Mind you, the hijab issue of course stemmed from the Udupi region. In Mangalore it was predominantly silent, but in the last couple of months we saw that resurface there. So we'll have to see tomorrow, while this event actually takes place inside the campus, how the situation unfolds and how the management really looks into it.
And as has been the case with every other controversy that is now erupted on the campuses in Mangaluru and that region of Karnataka, this one has also taken a political turn. Now the Congress leaders have waded into this controversy. We've got reactions coming in where the party is saying that the Bharat Mata Puja in itself should not take place in the first place.
Was not allowed, saying it was a religious symbol inside campuses. How is worshipping of a saffron flag, Bharat Mata, how is this being allowed into the campus? It should not, is some of the...
Well, it should not be. See, flag, you keep our national flag. We have a flag for our country. Keep that flag and do whatever you want to do. Everything else is your personal. You keep it wherever you want. We have no objection to it, but not in a college, school. See, college, school, and these are our temple of the country. They are the real temple, and they are where all of us together as Indians learn, get knowledge, and there they should not do all this. It is not acceptable at all.
Elections are coming in the near future. Before these elections, they want to create a tension in these districts. Already they have converted Mangalore, the Dakshin Kannada, as a Hindutva laboratory. This is another test. And these people have no business to enter university and create religious animosity. And if at all, if they want to celebrate a function, it should be the tricolor. Tricolor is our national flag. If they truly believe in Bharat Mata, they should have tricolor and celebrate the festivals, not with any other color. And they want to impose some colors. That's very sad. And the university is totally aligned with this fundamental communal organization that should be opposed.
Deepak, have you managed to speak to the ABVP people or representatives? What are they saying? Are they willing to reconsider the tricolor? What was their intent in using this particular image? In fact, before I go to Deepak, we've got a reaction coming in from the Tejashwi Yadav in Bihar on the latest political update.
नौकरियां लोगों को एक बड़ा रोजगार का मॉडल आप एकदम मिलेगा नौजवानों की जो तकलीफें थी ये भाजपा के चलते वो सारी परेशानी को हम लोग दूर करेंगे और एक अमन चैन का वातावरण बनेगा जहां आप देखिएगा सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव इतना ज्यादा था भाजपा के चलते इन सबको दूर किया
All is now going to be well in Bihar. Every single problem that the people of Bihar have had is going to be addressed and taken care of because there has been a change of leadership. Not as much when it comes to the chief ministerial phase, but those behind him. Today, as Nitish Kumar took oath as the Chief Minister and Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as his deputy in Bihar, there have been a series of statements that have been coming out from the leaders of both sides. Now Tejashwi Yadav saying that their priority is going to be people's issues.
साथ से अप्रोच था, सोच न लीजिए भाई, 3 में 2 अलगे ना हो गए। तो जो उनका व्यवहार और चुनाव में जो अप्रोच था, अपने दल के सब लोगों को ये फीलिंग है कि ठीक नहीं है। हम लोगों के लोगों ने उनको सपोर्ट किया और उनकी तरफ से जेडीयू को हराने की सब बात हो गई। सबसे पूछिए, हम तो तब तक कुछ नहीं, हम तो चाहते भी नहीं थे बनना, लेकिन हमको लोगों के मान लिया। लेकिन अब जो पार्टी के सब लोगों से बात होती है, सबके मन में था नहीं, तो फिर हम लोग चले गए अपना पुरानी जगह पर। ठीक
सर वाजपेयी जी और मोदी जी में क्या अंतर है?
क्या
वाजपेयी जी और मोदी जी में क्या अंतर है? मोदी जी के बीजेपी में क्या अंतर है?
साहब आप बोल रहे हैं श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, और उस समय जो हम सब लोग गए जौहर साहब के नेतृत्व में और कितना प्रेम करते थे और कितना मानते थे, वो हम कभी भूल सकते हैं? मोदी समय की बात देखिए, उस समय की बात ही दूसरी है। मोदी जी क्या नफरत करते हैं? अलग बीजेपी है ये। आप समझ लीजिए, उस समय जो उन्होंने श्रद्धेय अटल जी का और उस समय के सब लोगों का जो प्रेम था, उस चीज को हम कभी भूल सकते? कितना अच्छा था। नरेंद्र मोदी साजिश कर रहे थे, भूल जाएंगे। अब बाद में फिर गए, इसके बाद जो कुछ भी होता रहा तो हमारे दल के लोगों को कुछ एक आदमी को हम जिम्मा दे दिए, आप फिर उसी आदमी के बारे में सबसे पूछिए। पार्टी के तरफ रहने के बजाय और
मोदी जी क्या नफरत करते थे आपसे?
सर प्रधानमंत्री पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर 2024 में प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं।
आपके कार्यकर्ता कह रहे हैं
कर दीजिए ना, 14 में जो आए 24 के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे?
नरेंद्र मोदी जी को रोकेंगे 24 में।
14 में जो आए वो 24 के बाद रह पाएंगे कि नहीं इज द बिग क्वेश्चन. Madhav joins me from the ground. Madhav, Nitish Kumar, they're saying right now I'm not the candidate for any prime ministerial post or the candidate for the opposition for that.
Well, absolutely, but the point is that ultimately with so much of comparison and build-up as far as 2014 and 2024 is concerned, with so much of pressure building from the ally, the RJD, in fact, more vocal than JDU workers have been the RJD workers who have been demanding that Nitish would become
Madhav, I'm sorry, I'll have to hold you there. Tejashwi is speaking, we'll cut across live.
जो कि नीतीश कुमार जी आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बना है और हम लोग मजबूती के साथ जनता के प्रति, बिहार के प्रति काम करेंगे, बिहार को अगले पायदान पे ले जाएंगे और हमारी तो मेरा तो लड़ाई ही है बेरोजगारी हटाने का। और ये मौका नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो निर्णय लिया उसके बाद हम लोगों को मौका मिला है काम करने का। और मुख्यमंत्री जी पॉजिटिव है, चर्चा हुई है इसकी आज भी, और मुख्यमंत्री जी जो हैं जरूर हम लोग मिलकर के बिहार की जो बेरोजगारी है उसको कम करेंगे और 1 महीने बाद रिजल्ट आएगा और शायद ही कोई ऐसा राज्य होगा जो इतनी नौकरियां लोगों को देगा। एक बड़ा रोजगार का मॉडल आप एकदम मिलेगा, एकदम मिलेगा। नौजवानों की जो तकलीफें थी ये भाजपा के चलते, वो सारी परेशानी को हम लोग दूर करेंगे और एक अमन चैन का वातावरण बनेगा जहां आप देखिएगा सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव इतना ज्यादा था भाजपा के चलते, इन सबको दूर किया।
Tejashwi Yadav trying to portray that whatever was wrong in the state when it comes to the administration was because BJP was a part of the government. Now that they are gone, it's all going to be hunky-dory. Madhav? Our colleagues there, the signals have been really bad because remember, entire country's media almost has converged there.
Nitish Kumar and what role he will play in 2024 has been something that many have speculated about. But yes, of course, all eyes on Nitish Kumar and whether he will be able to get the opposition flock together, whether he will actually be able to make an impact on ground. While in fact RJD itself has been coming out to say that they would like to see Nitish Kumar occupy the Prime Minister's post and Tejashwi Yadav then in the Chief Minister's post. Whether that will happen on ground also remains to be seen. In fact, we put that question across to Prashant Kishore, someone who has worked closely with Nitish, and he himself had to say that it is very early days for one to draw national comparisons or parallels to what's happening here in Bihar, because the situation in Bihar and developments of Bihar have been specific to the state, and to draw national parallels at the moment at least is a bit premature. Of course, whether opposition parties will once again attempt before 2024 to come together. We've seen what Mamata Banerjee attempted before the presidential polls. We've seen what KTR has said as far as the fourth front or a federal front is concerned. Both of those plans have come a cropper in terms of opposition unity in the recent past. And let's see, of course, whether there is any fresh attempt that is made with Nitish Kumar at the fulcrum of it, and how all of these political parties, because remember, they all have different aspirations, they all have different regional compulsions, and those compulsions and complexions do get reflected when all of these political parties have to come together. It's different when national political parties at the center ally with other regional forces, but a completely different ball game when you have totally complete regional players coming together, as we have seen during the United Front government in the late 90s. So whether things will actually go that way remains to be seen, but certainly the opposition has seen some hope or some ray of light in the developments in Bihar as far as their campaign and trying to in fact dethrone the BJP at the center is concerned. Remains to be seen whether it actually happens, because there's many a slip between the cup and the lip.
Right. There were also some talks where the JDU kept saying that they're going to come out with proof of the fact that BJP was trying to break the party, which is what led them to eventually cut off ties with them as an ally in the state. There has been no such proof forthcoming so far, but BJP Sushil Modi today did address a presser where he said that RCP's name as a union minister was in fact proposed by Nitish Kumar himself. Have you heard anything in terms of a counter from the JDU on that?
Well, the JDU itself has been making this position clear that it was the BJP who came here and in fact conducted meetings in Patna for over 200 candidates, which of course was a huge tipping point, because that clearly meant that the BJP would leave absolutely no space for the JDU. What they've also further indicated is that at least two top leaders were in touch with the BJP, and the attempt was to try and split the JDU. That was the attempt, that is the allegation coming in from the JDU as far as developments over here. In fact, we are expecting in a short while from now a press conference here at the JDU headquarters in Patna, where perhaps they would throw more light on those allegations, and we'll get a clearer picture as to what JDU's position is vis-a-vis all of these issues, including its own national aspirations and the role of Nitish Kumar is concerned. While he may have denied that he is not a candidate for any particular post at the moment and has in fact just sworn in as Chief Minister of Bihar, what really will JDU be able to say in terms of evidence that it has as far as these attempts to break the party is concerned? These are some questions that we will have to wait and see what the answers are that come from JDU. But at this point of time, a bitter war of words between the BJP and the JDU on a number of issues, whether it is Gunda Raj, whether it is promises that have not been kept, whether it is the opportunity, despite the fact that JDU did not have the numbers, Nitish Kumar got the chief ministerial seat. Several such charges and counter charges that we've been seeing being traded between the BJP and the JDU through the course of the day. But on this one particular aspect as well, whether the JDU will come clean to the allegations of Sushil Modi is something that we'll watch out for, and perhaps in a few minutes from now, right here at this press conference, we should get some answers on.
And the past between the two, when it comes to the JDU, they seem to have forgiven each other. But will the people of Bihar be able to forget and forgive what has happened? We pose those questions to Tejashwi Yadav right after his swearing-in ceremony.
ये सरकार गरीबों की है और ये महागठबंधन की सरकार है, जो कि नीतीश कुमार जी आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बना है। और हम लोग मजबूती के साथ जनता के प्रति, बिहार के प्रति काम करेंगे, बिहार को अगले पायदान पर ले जाएंगे। और हमारी तो मेरा तो लड़ाई ही है बेरोजगारी हटाने का, और ये मौका नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो निर्णय लिया, उसके बाद हम लोगों को मौका मिला है काम करने का। और मुख्यमंत्री जी पॉजिटिव है, चर्चा हुई है इसकी आज भी, और मुख्यमंत्री जी जो हैं जरूर हम लोग मिलकर के बिहार की जो बेरोजगारी है उसको कम करेंगे, और 1 महीने बाद रिजल्ट आएगा, और शायद ही कोई ऐसा राज्य होगा जो इतनी नौकरियां लोगों को देगा। एक बड़ा रोजगार का मॉडल आप एकदम मिलेगा, एकदम मिलेगा। नौजवानों की जो तकलीफें थी ये भाजपा के चलते, वो सारे परेशानी को हम लोग दूर करेंगे, और एक अमन चैन का वातावरण बनेगा, जहां आप देखिएगा सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव इतना ज्यादा था भाजपा के चलते, इन सबको दूर किया।
Right, we'll keep a tab on all the developments coming out of that likely press conference. So thank you, Madhav, for joining us. We'll come back to you after the break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shiv Shankar.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಬೇಕು, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
He has openly confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies should book a case, should really book a case against him and also make an enquiry, because he would be knowing who are all the beneficiaries.
Hello and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Bahel. First up, let's run you through the top stories at this hour. Nitish Kumar takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time, this time as the leader of Maha-Dharna for the 2nd time. Tejashwi Yadav also takes oath as the Deputy Chief Minister, cabinet to be decided later. Elated at RJD's return to power, former Chief Minister Rabri Devi says Nitish is forgiven for the past. JDU conveniently skirts questions on blessings to RJD's Jungle Raj. Nitish opens a front against Narendra Modi with dare to retain power in 2024. Rules out that he is a prime ministerial candidate but asks the opposition to unite for an ultimate face-off. Dumped twice, BJP says Nitish compromised with principles for the sake of power, rejects allegation that they were trying to break up the JDU like Shiv Sena. JDU says we have proof.
ये गलती हमसे हुई तो हमें इसका एहसास भी है। हमें लगता है कि अगर इस बात के लिए हमें उनसे माफी मांगनी पड़े तो अभी के माफी मांगनी भी चाहिए।
In handcuffs, Shrikant Tyagi expresses regret for abusive assault on a female resident of Noida society, refers to her as my sister. Spotlight returns to political patronage to Shrikant Tyagi. Police claim he was close ally of Samajwadi Party leader Swami Prasad Maurya and obtained an MLA sticker through him. Maurya says these charges are concocted. It was the BJP who was patronizing Tyagi. Now, students at Mangalore University object to saffron flag in Bharat Mata poster, write to Vice Chancellor and police for denial of permission to puja on campus of a college. Congress cries BJP's divisive ploy before polls. Aam Aadmi Party alleges 6,000 crore scam in MCD toll collection, writes to Lieutenant Governor seeking a CBI probe. Concerns over illegal plotters, BJP netas listed as violators facing heat. BJP says the list is fake. Opposition ups the ante on graft. Bharat Mata Ki Jai chants near China border and boundary with Pakistan, sending a clear and unequivocal message to India's rivals ahead of Independence Day celebrations. It has happened yet again. Nitish Kumar has changed his mind, swapped his partners and returned to the RJD yet again. And we are cutting live to JDU press conference.
केंद्रीय संसदीय बोर्ड के अध्यक्ष भाई उपेंद्र कुशवाहा जी, प्रदेश के जनता दल यूनाइटेड के अध्यक्ष भाई उमेश कुशवाहा जी, आपका नाम माननीय मंत्री श्री अशोक चौधरी, माननीय मंत्री श्री संजय झा जी, राष्ट्रीय महासचिव हर्षवर्धन सिंह जी, यहाँ मुख्य प्रवक्ता नीरज जी, माननीय बिहार विधान परिषद की सदस्य श्रीमती रीना यादव जी, हमारे प्रदेश के साथी सभी प्रवक्तागण, सांसद चतुर्वंशी जी और अन्य सभी पार्टी के सम्मानित नेतागण और प्रेस के साथी, आप लोगों को आमंत्रित किया है हमने ये बताने के लिए कि कल एक निर्णय हुआ और माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने पार्टी के सभी विधायक, विधानसभा के सदस्य, सभी विधान परिषद के सदस्य, बंद कर लीजिए ना आप, विधान परिषद के सदस्य, पार्टी के सभी सांसद, लोकसभा के, राज्यसभा के, सबों को आमंत्रित किया था उन्होंने और सबों से उन्होंने राय लिया, क्योंकि बहुत दिनों से सब लोग तरह तरह से मिलकर मुख्यमंत्री जी को अपनी भावना व्यक्त करते रहते। तो कल उन्होंने लिया, करीब 2 दर्जन से ज़्यादा लोगों ने अपनी राय व्यक्त की और सभी 100% लोगों ने ये कहा कि 2020 के विधानसभा के चुनाव में हम लोगों के, हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं के समर्थन से भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीती और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने हम लोगों को हराने का काम, उन लोगों के साथ रहना है कि नहीं रहना। और तब मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि हम अपनी पार्टी के साथियों की राय से सहमत हैं और हम आज के बाद राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन में नहीं रहेंगे। उसके बाद निर्णय हुआ, आप सब लोगों ने देखा, उसको बताने की जरूरत नहीं है। मुख्यमंत्री जी ने त्यागपत्र दिया, फिर सभी लोगों ने समर्थन किया, एक पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को छोड़कर और जो उनकी ओवैसी साहब की पार्टी के एक सदस्य हैं उनको छोड़कर बाकी सबों ने मुख्यमंत्री जी को समर्थन दिया और फिर से क्लेम हुआ और आज मुख्यमंत्री जी का शपथ लेना। उसके बाद हमने देखा है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कई नेताओं ने अलग अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके कहा कि विश्वासघात हुआ, भाजपा गठबंधन धर्म का पालन करती, हम लोगों ने के जनमत के साथ खिलवाड़ हुआ। उन लोगों को ये बोलने के पहले अपने गिरवान में झांकना चाहिए। बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी विश्वासघाती नहीं है, वो विश्वासघाती है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी विश्वासघाती है। राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन का निर्माण कब हुआ था? राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन का निर्माण हुआ था 1996 में, जब श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, श्रद्धेय लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी, श्रद्धेय मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी और हम लोगों के नेता श्रद्धेय जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस साहब, इन लोगों ने मिलकर राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन का निर्माण किया था 1996 में। और 1996 से 17 वर्षों तक हम लोग राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन में एनडीए में रहे। 17 सेकंड के लिए भी कोई समस्या किसी के साथ पैदा नहीं हुई। इसलिए कि उस समय के जो नेता थे आदरणीय श्रद्धेय अटल जी, आडवाणी जी, मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी, वो गठबंधन धर्म का पालन करते थे, अपने सहयोगी दलों का सम्मान करते थे, अपने सहयोगी दलों की बात सुनते थे। आज क्या हो रहा है? आज क्या हो रहा है राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन के नाम पर? भाई, राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन में रहते हुए जनता दल यूनाइटेड अरुणाचल में 7 विधानसभा की सीट जीती, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खिलाफ लड़के। आप सत्ता में बन गए, वहां सरकार बना ली आपने, कोई दिक्कत नहीं थी। हमारे विधायकों ने भी लिखित समर्थन दे दिया कि हम राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन में है, जो यहां सरकार बनी है उसका हम समर्थन करते हैं। उसके बाद 6 को विधायक को तोड़ दिया। गठबंधन धर्म का पालन कर रहे थे। यही गठबंधन धर्म अटल जी ने जो निर्माण किया था एनडीए का, यही गठबंधन धर्म था, ये गठबंधन धर्म नहीं था। अटल जी, आडवाणी जी, जो जोशी जी के जमाने में राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन के एक पार्टी से दूसरे पार्टी में कोई कहीं से ज्वाइनिंग नहीं कराता था, कोई दल बदल नहीं होता था। आपने 7 में से 6 विधायकों को तोड़ लिया। उसके बाद भी हम मजबूत हैं। वहां हम लोकल बॉडी का चुनाव लड़े ईटानगर में, 10 आप जीते, 9 हम जीते और एक जो वहां की क्षेत्रीय पार्टी है उसका जीता, उसने आपको समर्थन नहीं किया। 5 महीने तक वहां मेयर का चुनाव नहीं हुआ। अंत में हम ही लोगों ने कहा कि भाई दे दो उन्हीं लोगों को समर्थन, तो 11 हुआ उनका, तब वहां मेयर का चुनाव हुआ। हम उसके बाद भी वहां मजबूत हैं और चुनाव लड़ेंगे। खैर उस बात को छोड़िए, लेकिन हमने कहा कि अरुणाचल में क्यों आपने दल बदल कराया? राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन के अंदर में जनता दल यूनाइटेड के 6 विधायकों को क्यों आपने तोड़ा? 2019 के लोकसभा के चुनाव में आपको जरूरत थी, आप देश के प्रधानमंत्री बनने वाले थे, तो इसलिए कोई गड़बड़ नहीं हुई। इसलिए कि आपको वोट चाहिए था। और जैसे ही 2020 का विधानसभा का चुनाव आया, आपने षड्यंत्र किया, साजिश की और हमारे पार्टी के एक नेता को, जिसको मुख्यमंत्री जी ने खुद से राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष पद छोड़ के उस पर विश्वास करके उनको राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया था, उस आदमी को मुख्यमंत्री जी ने कहा कि इनसे बात कर लीजिएगा और उसको मिला लिए हम लोग के खिलाफ षड्यंत्र में, साजिश में। और साजिश करके कितने कैंडिडेट थे लोजपा के उसमें जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेता थे? सारे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं को उन लोगों ने लोजपा में भेज के टिकट दिलवा के और अपने सभी कार्यकर्ताओं को यह निर्देश देके कि लोजपा के साथ लगे रहो और चुनाव कराए। 42 सब फिर वापिस आ गया और सब चुनाव हार गया और चुनाव हारने के बाद सब फिर भारतीय जनता पार्टी में वापस आ गया। यही तो काम कर रहे थे 2020 में। बड़ा राष्ट्रीय जनतांत्रिक गठबंधन का धर्म का निर्वाह कर रहे थे।
We've got breaking developments coming in from the Supreme Court where Nupur Sharma case is being heard. Supreme Court has said that they are transferring all the FIRs to Delhi. What does this mean? Neelashish joins us for details. Over to you, Neelashish.
Well, yes, absolutely. At this point, the Supreme Court is dictating its order, and it has hinted a number of times that it will be inclined towards transferring all these FIRs, clubbing them and transferring them to Delhi, which is the first FIR. Today, of course, Maninder Singh, senior advocate appearing for Nupur Sharma, has informed the court that 2 other FIRs since the last hearing have been filed in the state of West Bengal. Now, what the West Bengal government has been saying is that there should be an SIT probe into it, which is court monitored. But Justice Suryakant is of the opinion that if a High Court or a Supreme Court monitors such a probe, it will create undue pressure on the police, and they're not inclined to do so. At this point, Justice Suryakant has resumed the dictation of the order, and he is saying that we are not deciding upon the issue regarding any moral authority or any tainted rule of law that is being raised by the West Bengal government as far as SIT probes are concerned. So at this point, what the Supreme Court is inclined towards is to club the FIRs and ensure that the FIRs are transferred to Delhi, where the first FIR was registered. Now also, what we are picking up is that protection to Nupur Sharma will be granted, will be extended rather. It was granted, no coercive action was ordered last time against Nupur Sharma. So now the court will, in all probability, as they have hinted, extend the same as well. The order, as we said, is being dictated as we speak, and there is the hint that is coming out from Supreme Court is that they will club all the FIRs together. Now, as far as this hearing is concerned, of course, it was listed for today, and thereafter, when the hearing commenced at approximately 3:30, the court had asked what exactly the situation was, how the situation had changed since the last hearing. They had also sought during the last hearing a response from all the states where FIRs had been registered, and that the court has said that it doesn't seem that that all the states have responded yet.
Arguing for the state of West Bengal, Maneka Guruswamy actually said that the petitioner, Nupur Sharma in this case, doesn't get to decide the jurisdiction, and while arguing in favor of this particular line, she said that maximum impact of her statements has been in West Bengal. Did she qualify this statement in the court? How has the maximum impact been in West Bengal?
Well, no, of course, as of now, Maneka Guruswamy, senior advocate who's appearing for the state of West Bengal, has been trying to persuade the court that there should be an SIT probe, and that just because the accused in this case seeks that all the FIR should be clubbed and should be given to a state of her choosing, that cannot be done. She has opposed that. She has said that the maximum impact was in West Bengal. Of course, that was her argument. She hasn't really gone further into it because the Supreme Court also was, of course, trying to discuss and talk about clubbing the FIRs, and thereafter the senior advocate for West Bengal, Maneka Goswami, was also saying that there should be an SIT probe. So that aspect also has been in a way turned down. That argument, that submission, that request has been turned down by the Supreme Court, seemingly through the oral discussions that have been taking place, saying that it will put undue pressure on the police. But yes, Maneka Goswami has been suggesting that it was an issue that engulfed the entire country, and thereafter she also sought for the constitution of an SIT. Now, as we speak, the Supreme Court is in fact continuing to dictate its order. They're discussing amongst themselves and have resumed the dictation of the order. They're noting down the facts of the case. But as of now, yes, as you pointed out, Maneka Goswami for the state of West Bengal had been pushing for, had been opposing the plea that all the FIR should be clubbed and sent to Delhi, saying that that is the state of choice for the accused. But then again, of course, the court noted that the first FIR, in fact, the court consulted that the first FIR was in fact in Delhi. But then again, the state of West Bengal says that the first FIR that was lodged, that was registered, was in the name of unknown persons. So therefore, trying to discard that particular FIR, and the entire qualitative aspect of the FIRs that was lodged in West Bengal is where the state, of course, wanted the FIRs to be investigated. But as of now, of course, the
Neelashish, last time Nupur had also been given a respite from arrest. Was that matter also brought up in for discussion in the court today?
Well, yes, absolutely. As we were saying, the court has been inclined to extend that protection that had been granted during the previous hearing. So yes, of course, as we said, the matter, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, was taken up, and they asked whether there have been any developments since. And they were also questioning whether there have been any FIRs since that time. Maninder Singh, senior advocate who's appearing for Nupur Sharma, informed that there have been a couple more FIRs that have been lodged, and that she would require protection. So yes, the court has been inclined and has hinted that they would be extending this protection.
In fact, Neelashish, what Harish Nair is now breaking to us is that the court, after detailing the background of FIRs, has finally given a verdict. Run us through it.
Well, yes, absolutely. As we speak, legal editor Harish Nair is in the Supreme Court updating us, saying that, in fact, as far as the Supreme Court order is concerned, the background of the FIRs, which were in every state, have been listed out. They've noted that the petitioner was seeking the clubbing of FIRs against her, which were in Delhi, Maharashtra, Telangana, West Bengal, Karnataka, Uttar Pradesh, and Assam. Now, what the court has directed now, as we're breaking here, is that that all the FIRs are to be transferred to Delhi and clubbed for investigation by the Delhi police. So the Supreme Court has ordered a transfer of all FIRs to Delhi, and that will be probed by the Delhi police. The Supreme Court clearly has now passed its order in this particular petition, saying that the request that Nupur Sharma had made, given that there were security threats as far as she's concerned, that there is an issue of safety of her life, of her person, and she's been getting threats. In that light, she could not really go to all the states and appear for the probe. So now the Supreme Court has, in fact,
does this mean that all these FIRs will be investigated by the Delhi police, or will the state police's, respective states police in which these FIRs, the other FIRs were filed, will also be helping Delhi police in probe?
Well, as far as the court is concerned, it has directed that all FIRs will be transferred and clubbed for the purpose of investigation to the Delhi police. So yes, the Delhi police shall ensure that the first FIR, which is of Maharashtra, along with the FIR from the 8th of June, are investigated together by clubbing the same and other FIRs in different parts. So the Delhi police can take assistance from the police of other states. But as far as this is concerned, when it comes to the other FIRs that were registered, they can take help and assistance from the other states where these FIRs were registered, but all the FIRs are now to be probed by the Delhi police itself. The Delhi police has been given the authority, the power to investigate all the FIRs after having clubbed them from the various states where they were registered. And also, if they seek assistance from the other state police wherein other FIRs were filed, something like a Maharashtra where they say was the first named FIR, in that situation they can seek assistance, and the state governments of those...
Is it going to be a prerogative of the Delhi police? If they think it is worthwhile, they are going to seek assistance? Why I ask this is because West Bengal, the lawyer representing West Bengal had specifically insisted that they want West Bengal police to be a part of this investigation. So has the courts allowed that, or is it has it been left to the Delhi police to decide?
Well, you see, it's a fairly clear-cut order that the Delhi police has the jurisdiction to investigate all the FIRs.
Okay.
If, given the fact that there was different dynamics in different states, they could go and seek assistance, but the Delhi police will be investigating this matter.
Right. I'll have to ask you to stay on, because this matter has been politically sensitive as well. And Majid Memon of the NCP joins us on the phone line. Sir, your first reaction to the Supreme Court verdict?
Well, I would not look at it from political angle. If you want me to say as a lawyer as to the
yes, sir,
impact of
please.
this
What does it
Supreme
mean?
Court order,
Yes, please.
See, when there are number of complaints lodged for one offence, and Supreme Court can always come to the rescue of the citizen to ensure that the citizen is not made to run from state to state if there are multiple FIRs taken cognizance of for the same alleged act or alleged offence. Now, to that extent, Supreme Court has granted relief to her. But as far as the merits of the accusations are concerned, Delhi High Court, when approached, will be examining and then taking the proper steps against the offence, and the gravity of the offence will be examined by the Delhi High Court at a later stage.
So, sir, there was also an attempt by the West Bengal representative lawyer in the court to get West Bengal police to be a part of this probe. Now the court has said that every FIR will go to Delhi. Where do you see this going from here? Is there still going to be a tussle over which police is going to probe which case or not?
No, of course, when the Honorable Supreme Court believes that since the alleged offence is one, and that offence has to be investigated and tried only once, because the constitutional assurance to every citizen is that no person can be prosecuted and punished for the same offence more than once. On that basis, Supreme Court has held that Delhi would be an appropriate jurisdiction which would investigate the crime and later proceed with the merits of the case. So I don't find anything unusual in this order passed by the Honorable Supreme Court.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Memon, for joining us with your legal insights on that. I'm also now joined by legal editor Harish Nair, who had been tracking the proceedings of the court. Harish, according to you, what are the highlights and implications of this verdict? Neelashish, if you could take that question, please.
Well, yes, absolutely. The fact that the Supreme Court has, as Mr. Memon was also saying, applied the rule that when a person for one particular offence or one cause of action faces several different FIRs in different places, of course, it becomes incumbent to ensure that they aren't prosecuted for the same offence or the same cause of action in various capacities. So in that light, of course, the Supreme Court has clubbed the entire matter in one aspect and has said that only the Delhi police will investigate this matter now. So this is what Nupur Sharma had also sought. She had sought the clubbing of FIRs, saying that in about 8 different states there are FIRs against me. Given the fact that I have security threats, that I'm receiving life threats, and there are other security issues, I cannot go and join the probe everywhere.
Just stay on with me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we have on the broadcast with us Ratan Sharda. Sir, your first comments?
Definitely, I welcome the decision of the Supreme Court.
I only feel that if Supreme Court had not taken a different ground when earlier this petition came up, that it would have saved a lot of problems that occurred later on in the society and also the way they were commented upon. But well, better be late than never. So I welcome the decision.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We are also now joined by Rahul Shivshankar. Over to you, Rahul. What do you make of this verdict? Right, we'll try and get Rahul Shivshankar on the line on this very, very significant development coming in from the Supreme Court as well. We now have Harish Nair, who was tracking the proceedings inside the court, on the line with us. Harish, what, according to you, are the biggest takeaways from this ruling?
Yes, Priya, as you rightly said, huge relief for Nupur Sharma, who was facing the flag for her comments against Prophet. The Supreme Court has just now, in a very significant order, allowed a plea for clubbing all the FIRs. That is, there are 9 FIRs against her, including in Delhi, where the first FIR was lodged. There were FIRs in Telangana, West Bengal, Jammu Kashmir, Karnataka, Assam, and 2 more states. She told her lawyer, Maninder Singh, senior advocate, submitted before the court that since she faced a threat to her lives and several other threats, she is not in a position to move around to each high court and get the FIRs quashed. So Supreme Court bench of Justice Suryakant and Justice P.B. Pardiwala found merit in those arguments and said that all the FIRs will be clubbed and the investigation will be transferred to the Delhi police. That is the number 1 biggest takeaway. Number 2, till further orders, she will be protected from arrest. And this is the biggest takeaway. Number 2, this is the second point. And also, the Supreme Court rejected the argument put forward by the lawyer for West Bengal, senior advocate Maneka Guruswamy, who said that no relief should be given to Nupur Sharma given the kind of grave statements she had issued, and also West Bengal was the state which was most affected, so no relief should be given and she should be allowed to be arrested. But Supreme Court was of the view that as of now it found merit in the argument of Nupur Sharma, who's
Harish, I'll have to
lawyer.
ask you to stay on because we are now joined by former Attorney General Vikas Singh on the phone line. Sir, what are according to you, the most important implications of this verdict?
So this is a case where, without going into the merits of the matter, this is some kind of a routine order which Supreme Court has been passing in every matter, where there are multiple FIRs on the basis of the same incident. Supreme Court has taken a call in several decisions. All these FIRs should be tried together, and there can't be more than 1 FIR in respect of the same offence, and all FIRs will automatically go to one place. Here they may have chosen Delhi because Delhi either may have had the first FIR or for some convenience, I don't know what is the reason for that, but this actually should have happened on the first day itself. And to relegate the party to take appropriate remedy in accordance with law was really meaningless because this kind of relief cannot be granted by a high court also. So these are multiple state FIRs, so this had to be given by the Supreme Court only. So that is why the Supreme Court, of course, realized its mistake, which is a very great thing for Supreme Court to do, and corrected the wrong which it had done on the first day. And to the extent of clubbing the FIR, without, of course, commenting on the merits of the FIR or without, commenting on what should happen with regard to the final trial, because that's something which will be decided in the trial itself. But to club the FIR is, I think, which is a right of every litigant in this country. And you must realize that we are a country of rule of law. So the rule of law is equal for everybody. So there can't be any discrimination. You can't say that because this offence is graver, so this will not apply. This is a procedural aspect, and it is regardless of the graveness of the offence or regardless of the magnitude of the offence, this kind of relief has to be granted. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, sir, for your remarks on that. We also have Ratan Sharda. Ratan Sharda, Vikas Singh there was saying that the law is same for one and all, but when it comes to standing up for somebody's rights, it doesn't look like it is the same when it comes to the opposition. They take selective stands in different cases. Even today, arguing for West Bengal, the lawyer said that Nupur Sharma is forum shopping while indulging in such petitions.
Well, first of all, I would say it's a welcome correction of the earlier highly biased and highly influenced by the atmosphere decision taken by the Supreme Court earlier on. It was patently incorrect in terms of what earlier decisions have gone in various courts about clubbing the FIRs. And even the language, though not part of the judgment, was something that inflamed the passions further. And those terms were used, those sentences are used by various people, detractors, to create more havoc in the society. So by Supreme Court today, by turning around its own decision, has done itself a good favor, I would say, though I don't know the language I should use. But it is also good for the society. It is good for the people that they have stuck to their own stand, which they had taken in various other cases. And Supreme Court has done a good job, I think, and we thank them for this particular decision. But it has come very late, and it has made the petitioner run around for the reasons for which he was not responsible, because this decision could have come in the first place itself and saved the society so much of disturbance and also trouble to her.
Right, and there was also a specific plea that was made in the court that West Bengal police should be allowed to probe into the matter, but now it is under the jurisdiction of the Delhi police. And while making that argument, Maneka Guruswamy said that the maximum impact of Nupur's comments has been in West Bengal. Why do you think that argument was made?
See, there is an inherent bias these days in the opposition. Every opposition party is trying to show itself more anti-Hindu and more pro-Muslim to get the certification of secularism from the people who don't believe in secularism. So that may be the only reason why Bengal government took this call. Bengal government has seen worse comments, worse kind of violence in Bengal without any Nupur comment, without any cases, much before Gyanvapi issue happened. So they have a record which is blotched up by their own police, by their own government, with violence, with biased and one-sided violence which are seen in Bengal. So they are the last people who should be talking about these things. They have given good support to people who have spoken the worst kind of language on public platform. And if those people have gone scot-free for something that happened in a debate, should have definitely not been the way it has been picked up and havoc has been created.
Right, and the court, and in giving this verdict, has also taken note of the fact that there is threat to Nupur's life. She has also been given respite from arrest in the future. But Mr. Sharda, would you say that when somebody says that going to Supreme Court seeking justice as a matter of constitutional right, which is enshrined in the Constitution, is forum shopping, that shows an inherent bias?
As far as I know, for the cases which have been spread all over India, the only forum was Supreme Court. All other people who have gone for consolidation of cases have all gone to Supreme Court, because you cannot go to High Court, which has got jurisdiction in a particular state.
Mr. Sharda, do stay on with us, because I have to take a reaction from Rashid Alvi, who's on the phone line. Sir, when Nupur Sharma goes to court seeking respite, something that she's entitled to as a citizen of India, West Bengal government's lawyer says she's forum shopping. What do you have to say?
No, whatever arguments that lawyer has given is a different thing, but Supreme Court has already said whatever is happening in the country, it is only because of her statement. No legal action has been taken against her so far. You know, this country is known for communal harmony. Everybody should have respect for not only his or her own religion, but even the religion of others. How can you play with the sentiments of the people? How can you hurt anybody? And if you are giving such statements against Devi, Devta and Prophet, it shows your character. You should have respect for every religion. While
you make these statements, many have said that you've been rather selective. Selective when you have decided to come out and attack Nupur Sharma. When it comes to Zubair, you, however, protected him, said it's all freedom of freedom of speech.
I'm not talking in terms of Hindus and Muslims. If any Muslim...
I'm not talking about Hindus and Muslims. I'm just quoting examples. When freedom of speech is a right, for others, they are hurting others' sentiments.
Freedom of speech is also limited. Whether you can accuse even the parents of anybody.
Okay.
Then you should be ready to bear the consequences.
Bear the consequences.
Listen to me first. Otherwise, I will not make any comment. When you speak, whether you are Hindu or Muslim or belongs to any religion, you should have respect for all religions. If you have given any statement against the Devi Devta, you should be punished. But at the same time, if you are hurting the sentiments of a particular community, legal action should be taken against you. You do not know the situation of the country, what happening. It has never happened. It is first time when we are facing such situations in our country.
At the time of Zubair, you had said that freedom is paramount. His right to speech is paramount. That is the stand that your party had taken. We are asking you a simple question. Today, you seem to be singing a different chant. You are saying that it is forum shopping by Nupur Sharma. How is that?
No, I am not saying about...
That's a legal right of hers.
I am not talking about Nupur Sharma or anybody else.
We are. We are discussing Nupur Sharma.
What I am saying, it is all right. If you are talking Nupur Sharma, she has done a wrong thing. Definitely.
The courts will decide on that. There are FIRs. The court will decide. And as per Indian law, she will decide. You or I cannot be sitting in judgment.
Do you not know what happened after his statement in the country? Do you not know what Supreme Court has said? That whatever is happening in this country is because of her statement? Have you gone through this? And you say court will decide? Definitely court will decide. But legal action should be taken against her. Why she has not been arrested so far? She must be arrested. Then legal action should be taken against her.
The Supreme Court has said that. The Supreme Court has given her immunity from arrest.
Unfortunately, you people are not fit to become anchor. Because you are standing inside of Bharatiya Janata Party.
Sir, I had asked you a simple question. That already you have people like Maneka Guruswamy who've come out and accused Nupur Sharma of forum shopping. You don't want to answer on that. I asked you, why would you say that? Would you back that? Or come out and say it wasn't the case?
May I ask you one question? May I ask you one question?
Sir, that's actually my job, but...
No, it is all right. Your job. You are asking so many questions and at the same time you are giving answers also. But
I'm asking you a question. I will repeat my question to you. That Maneka Guruswamy says that Nupur Sharma has been forum shopping. Will you accept it? Or if you don't, then say that you condemn it. That's not right to say that. Simple.
What I am saying that whatever statement she has given, I strongly condemn it. Whether you condemn it or not, you tell me. Whether you justify her statement, you tell me. As a citizen of this country, do you justify it?
No, we don't. Absolutely.
It is all right.
Yeah.
Then it is all right.
But the rights lobby has been defending Zubair, and that was the first question that I had asked you.
Then you ask this.
But when it comes to Nupur Sharma, you are saying that the life should also be risked. Whatever actions, the courts will decide.
Again and again I am saying. Again I am saying, whether it is Zubair or anybody else, if anybody has given such statements, whoever he is, legal action should be taken against them. Yeah, should be punished.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rashad Alvi, for joining us. Let me go across to Alok Kumar also, who's joining us. Mr. Alok Kumar, I believe we've lost that line. So let me go across to Harish. Harish, it's important for you to sum up what exactly were the observations that the Supreme Court had made regarding Nupur Sharma's plea and the rationale behind clubbing all these FIRs across 7 states.
Yes, that's right, Meghna. One of the biggest observations.
Bengal government vehemently argued against any relief to Nupur Sharma, saying that she had...
We'll just come back to you, Harish. Let me go across to Ratan Chadda. Ratan Chadda, you heard what Rashid Alvi was saying. There are several others who are now coming out and saying that this is nothing short of forum shopping. Do you think similar arguments were made at the time of Zubair? At that time, do you think there are different yardsticks which are put for different citizens? We are not going to sit on judgment who's right, who's wrong. We are just talking about the hypocrisy.
Rashid Alvi has made the most disgraceful comment that could be made. He has actually been contemptuous of the people whose sentiment were heard earlier on. Nupur Sharma didn't happen in the vacuum. Nupur Sharma happened because before that, for 2 weeks continuously, Hindus were being badgered, insulted, abused. Even in the debate, particular debate we are talking about, there was high provocation, as we know who has seen the debate. So in such a case, if Rashid Alvi puts all the blame on Nupur Sharma, is going back to square and showing his dirty mind, which can't think beyond appeasement, which cannot think beyond biased views, one-eyed views, and I strongly object his language. And as far as forum shopping, etc. is concerned, every citizen has the same right. What right Mohammad Zubair had, and Mohammad Zubair did something deliberately while Nupur Sharma was leader of the debate. All that is known to everybody. When Rashid Alvi comes today to use the same language and same kind of claims and abuses, I think he doesn't deserve to be where he is today, being spokesperson of Congress. Congress has shown his very highly biased, anti-Hindu mindset, and I think people will see through it.
Well, in fact, let me go across to Harish. If I can get through to you, Harish. Harish, important for us to revisit what the Supreme Court has said. This is the highest court of our lands. What were the observations and its rationale?
Yes, in fact, Meghna, so I was saying when Menaka Guruswamy, the senior advocate who had appeared for the West Bengal government, vehemently opposed any kind of relief to Nupur Sharma, and she also went on to say that there should be a court-appointed SIT to look into all these FIRs. But Justice Suryakant very clearly said that at this juncture, it is unjustified and undesirable to monitor what the police is doing, and police should be given a very free hand. And so the Supreme Court rejected Menaka Guruswamy, that is the West Bengal government's plea for an SIT probe into the comments made by Nupur Sharma. And second biggest observation was that the Supreme Court bench of Justice Suryakant and Pardiwala found merit in the argument that Nupur Sharma in fact faced threats to her life, and there existed a situation where she cannot go to 9 high courts in various states and get the FIR's cost. So the Supreme Court found a merit in an argument and also accepted her lawyer's argument, citing Supreme Court precedents in Satinder Bhasin and T.T. Anthony case, in which Supreme Court has said that a person cannot be subjected to multiple FIRs in various states on the same course of action for the same incident, and this FIR has been clubbed at the place where the first FIR was lodged. Right. That is why Nupur's case,
so all the FIRs. The West Bengal Government Council coming out and saying that Nupur Sharma is forum shopping. The Supreme Court rejected that argument, saying that there are already precedents. You cannot force a person to go from one high court to the other, as many as 9 high courts in this case, to fight the cases which are linked to one incident. Thank you so much for joining us with all the details. A short break and we return with our panelists after that. This remains our top focus.
The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else. I want to ask you a simple, straightforward question that is...
No. I cannot answer any questions on politics. I'm a policy maker. So if there are political questions, I'm afraid I will simply not be in a position to answer them.
Well, that disclaimer taken on board, but I'm still asking you the question that when policy makers within the government do not have enough measures that solve problems of the common people of India, they end up being called insensitive and arrogant because they're winning elections anyway. They don't really need to bother about the common man. That is the question that often comes up. How do you think the government can respond to that?
As I said right in the beginning, I'm not a politician, and winning or not winning elections is a concern of the political leadership. I can tell you the key here is that as a policymaker, I need to maintain macroeconomic stability in an environment where clearly there are serious threats to the rest of the world. You've already seen neighboring countries like Sri Lanka going into vicious cycles on their macroeconomic management. We are seeing serious issues with inflation in Europe, in US. These are turbulent times. So for me, very important that in these turbulent times, I keep a steady ship. Yes, I have to make sure that inflation doesn't spiral up. That is certainly a concern. It is a concern to the average man, and it is a concern to me personally as well. I mean, I buy the same vegetables and fuel you do. At the same time, do remember that I have to also make sure that growth keeps going, because we are, after all, recovering out of 2 years of very difficult COVID pandemic-related disruptions. And so in a situation where the growth is finally doing reasonably well, I do not want to create extra hurdles than what is absolutely necessary. So a balancing act has to be done. I think the Reserve Bank and the Ministry of Finance are doing a fine job so far. And I wouldn't get too thrown off by political rhetoric or by advice from international experts who have clearly not been able to.
Major terror strike averted ahead of Independence Day after security forces found an improvised explosive device weighing 25 to 30 kilograms at the Tahab crossing on the circular road area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. An encounter broke out in Jammu and Kashmir district of Budgam in the early hours of today. In fact, Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, including the killer of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, have been trapped in this encounter. Security tightened along the Udhampur-Katra railway link and at Udhampur railway station. Special dog squads, government railway police and railway protection force jawans have been deployed to ensure security ahead of the Independence Day. Checking and frisking of passengers also being done. Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra tests positive for COVID-19. She took to her Twitter handle to share this information. She's tweeted saying that I will be isolating at home. As many as 5 people were injured after the bus driver lost control and hit a few parked vehicles and rammed into a tree on the roadside of Dindoshi area of Gurugram. In fact, the injured now have been taken to the nearest government hospital.
A very good evening. Before we move on to the big story we're tracking, let's quickly take you through the top 50 updates across the country. JDU Chief Nitish Kumar takes oath as Bihar Chief Minister. Governor has administered oath at the Raj Bhavan a few hours ago. After taking oath as Chief Minister for the 8th time, Nitish Kumar urged the opposition to unite for 2024 polls. Ahead of his swearing-in, Nitish Kumar also called RJD Chief Lalu Yadav and briefed him on the political developments ahead of his oath-taking ceremony. Lalu Yadav congratulated him and appreciated his decision. Tejashwi Yadav took oath as Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Oath was administered at Raj Bhavan in the state's capital. Tejashwi made a promise to the people of Bihar after taking oath as Nitish Kumar's deputy. Tejashwi said people will see change within a month's time. RJD Supremo Lalu Yadav's wife Rabri Devi, in a conversation with Times Now, said all is forgiven when asked about the past animosity between RJD and Nitish Kumar. Tejashwi Yadav's family reacted to the RJD leader becoming the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. They said, "We have come to power to work." Tejashwi's wife also thanked everyone for her husband being chosen as the Deputy CM. RJD MP Manoj Jha said it wasn't just a note-taking ceremony of two people but of Bihar. He added that history has taken a new turn today. There was high drama in Bihar ahead of the swearing-in ceremony. BJP leaders and supporters staged a sit-in protest, said Nitish Kumar hi hi and Nitish Kumar Murdabad slogans were also raised. In protest against JDU, former Deputy Chief Minister and BJP leader Sushil Modi said Nitish Kumar betrayed the BJP despite making him Chief Minister 5 times. BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Tarkishore Prasad lashed out at the JDU chief and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and said Bihar will give him a befitting response. Bihar BJP chief Sanjay Jaiswal also took pot shots at Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, said Nitish Kumar is like Hitler. And taking a sharp dig at the RJD-JDU alliance, former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad said the alliance was formed because of greed and accused the Chief Minister of turning a blind eye to corruption. Bihar Minister Shahnawaz Hussain said Nitish Kumar's dream of becoming a Prime Minister will remain a dream and ridiculed him and said that there is no GST, including on dreaming. Shedding more light on Nitish Kumar's alleged ambition to become Prime Minister, Union Minister Giriraj Singh said there is no place for him in India to become a Prime Minister. JDU Vice President and Master Poll strategist Prashant Kishore hoped for political stability to return to Bihar, also urged Nitish Kumar to fulfill the aspirations of the people. Minister of State for Consumer Affairs Ashwini Chaubey warned Lalu Yadav and said Nitish Kumar is a snake and he will bite you. He also said that Lalu Yadav should prepare to go to Tihar jail in the national capital. Noida sexist Neta Shrikant Tyagi has moved bail application in the Noida court. The court has sought reply from the investigation officer. Shrikant Tyagi's wife Anu Tyagi said her family was being targeted by her neighbors. She also said that her husband was provoked and added that her children are allegedly being ill-treated in the society. Congress leader and Rajya Sabha member Shailja Kumari said Shrikant Tyagi was very much in the BJP. Also further added that his behavior highlights his association with the BJP. Stone pelting and clashes erupted between the members of two communities during Muharram processions in Bareilly and Varanasi districts. The incident caused injuries to several people. BJP MP Sukanda Majumdar and State President have written a letter to President Draupadi Murmu highlighting how TMC leaders are involved in corruption, particularly Anubrata Mondal, who has been avoiding CBI summons since May. The ATS of Uttar Pradesh police arrested an alleged ISIS operative who was planning an Independence Day blast. According to the police, accused Sabaddin Asmi, a member of the AIMM, was working on a plan to establish Islamic State in India and implement Sharia law by forming a Mujahideen organization in contact with the ISIS. BJP spokesperson Hero Bajpayee reacted to the arrest of Azamgarh AIMIM leader, also said propagation of anti-national ideology is behind such terror activities and urged security agencies to nip such attempts in the bud. Responding to arrest of an AIMIM man who was allegedly plotting the Independence Day blast, Uttar Pradesh Minister Danish Azad said security agencies under BJP government are vigilant and anyone who poses a threat to security with any political affiliations would be brought to book expeditiously. Yet another controversy erupted in Mangalore University after hijab row. Now students divided over decision to hold the Bharat Mata Puja event in the campus. The event is scheduled for the 11th and is organized by a few student organizations connected to the ABVP and other right-wing groups. Meanwhile, several students and those linked with CFI, SFI and the Congress are opposing this as the posters show the image of Bharat Mata holding a saffron flag. They have urged the management to not allow for the event as these posters and banners bear religious symbols and they've been banned by the High Court. Campus Front now knocks at the door of the Mangaluru DC, requested him to stop the Bharat Mata Puja inside the campus. CFI leader also said that the August 11 event is being organized by a student who has links with the right-wing groups, also accused the right-wing groups of trying to disrupt harmony in the college premises. In fact, the principal of the Mangalore University College also spoke to Times Now and said students have been told not to wear any saffron clothes or flags, only permission sought for an hour to offer puja to Bharat Mata. In a major relief for Nupur Sharma from the top court, the Supreme Court has taken note of the threat to life claim by Nupur and has transferred all FIRs to the national capital. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde chaired a cabinet meet in Mantralaya. The Maharashtra ministers arrived in Mumbai to attend the meeting. West Bengal Minister Firhad Hakim says the party feels shamed over Partha Chatterjee case. Also further added that not all ministers are cut from the same fabric. Uttar Pradesh BJP Chief and Cabinet Minister Swatantra Dev Singh resigned as leader of the House in the UP Legislative Council, resigned due to his engagements. UP Deputy Chief Minister Kesav Prasad Maurya made the new leader of House in the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Council. Alleging a scam of 6,000 crore rupees in Delhi Municipal Corporation, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has demanded a CBI inquiry into the same. He's written a letter in this regard to Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena. Taking a dig at the BJP and Congress, Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat said that the two parties only speak against each other and added that Aam Aadmi Party was more concerned about the issues of common man. B.S. Yadurappa quashed rumours of a change in Karnataka Chief Minister. The former Chief Minister said that Bommai would continue as CM for another 8 months before 2023 polls. Prime Minister dedicated a 2G ethanol plant to the nation. This plant in Panipat will strengthen the efforts to boost production and usage of biofuels and will immensely help the farmers, is what was said. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin announced 1 crore rupee prize each for Men's India B team and Women's India A team for winning bronze in Chess Olympia 2022, which was held in Chennai. 4 people injured after a public transport bus went out of control after brake failure in Maharashtra's Dhidosi. The police, in fact, are currently probing the bus accident. 4, including 2 children, died after a car rammed into the divider. 3 other children were injured, in which 1 is still critical. The Indian Coast Guard rescued 10 fishermen from a fishing boat stranded at the sea of Murujajira. The Maharashtra coast this happened at the Maharashtra coast this morning, and the boat had engine failure that was reported, and crew were in distress amidst rough sea and inclement weather conditions. A youth brutally attacked a girl with a blade in Nalgona when she refused his love proposal. Incident was reported in Telangana. She's critical still and battling for her life. BJP Kashmir. All right, we quickly move out of the top 50 updates across the nation and move on and get you the pulse on ground from what's happening in Bihar. Well, the Deputy Chief Minister along with the Chief Minister have already taken oath, and more political developments lined up thereafter. Madhav, over to you.
Well, thanks so much for that, Kritzween. We're reporting from on ground in Patna. We're at the location of the JDU headquarters, where just now there was a press conference held by the JDU. And of course, the JDU, in fact, hitting out at the BJP, answering all the charges that have been traded by its former alliance partner. Now, Nitish Kumar today, while taking oath of office for the 8th term, in fact, the only difference being that he has switched partners, because taking oath along with him was Tejashwi Yadav, who is being sworn in as Deputy Chief Minister for the 2nd time. But there were very interesting scenes that were witnessed at the Raj Bhavan, because the Chacha-Bhatija duo were going all out to try and put forth an image that the rancor between the leaders and their families and their parties has been something that is an issue of the past. There was a hugging, feet touching, fireworks, crackers, all of that on display to show celebration and that the past was behind them. Even Rabri Devi, about whom Nitish Kumar had once famously asked that if you have in fact produced 8 to 9 children, they should not talk about development. Even she came forth to say that all was forgiven.
सब माफ है सब। आप लोग का मीडिया के लोग का देन है कि आज यहाँ हम लोग को देखने के मिला।
नीतीश जी को माफ
सब माफ है।
But it was in fact the reaction of Nitish Kumar, who in fact was an ally of the BJP until just 24 hours ago, that was most revealing. He launched a veiled attack at the Prime Minister, saying that those who had won in 2014 need not be the ones who win in 2024.
हमको देखिए, हमको किन्हीं पर कुछ नहीं कहना है।
सर 2024 के प्रधानमंत्री पद के उम्मीदवार होंगे आप?
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं है।
आपके कार्यकर्ता
लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना समय।
ये सरकार गरीबों की है और ये महागठबंधन की सरकार है, जो कि नीतीश कुमार जी, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में बना है। और हम लोग मजबूती के साथ जनता के प्रति, बिहार के प्रति काम करेंगे, बिहार को अगले पायदान पे ले जाएंगे। और हमारी तो मेरा तो लड़ाई ही है बेरोजगारी हटाने का। और ये मौका नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो निर्णय लिया, उसके बाद हम लोगों को मौका मिला है काम करने का। मुख्यमंत्री जी पॉजिटिव है, चर्चा हुई है इसकी आज भी। और मुख्यमंत्री जी जो हैं, ज़रूर हम लोग मिलकर के बिहार की जो बेरोजगारी है उसको कम करेंगे। और 1 महीने बाद रिजल्ट आएगा और शायद ही कोई ऐसा राज्य होगा जो इतनी नौकरियां लोगों को देगा।
एक बड़ा रोजगार का मॉडल आप
एकदम मिलेगा, एकदम मिलेगा। नौजवानों की जो तकलीफें थी ये भाजपा के चलते, वो सारी परेशानी को हम लोग दूर करेंगे और एक अमन चैन का वातावरण बनेगा, जहां आप देखिएगा सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव इतना ज्यादा था भाजपा के चलते, इन सबको दूर किया।
All right, and we pose those questions to Prashant Kishore as well about Nitish Kumar and his national ambitions. This was the response coming in.
No, they have worked in the past also. See, you have to see this in a larger context of the political instability which the state has been witnessing since 2012-13. I don't see it as one-off thing that has happened yesterday or is happening now. Since the arrival of, so to say, Narendra Modi ji as the most significant political face at India level, the after effect has been there in Bihar as well. Yes, for sure. You know, I've been hearing some media channels and people, commentators talk about, you know, him being Teflon coated or his imagery or the impact on the electorate. That's not true, as you rightly said. If you see the electoral journey of Nitish Kumar and his party since 2010, his party is now reduced to 1/3 of what it used to be in terms of number of MLAs. So that itself is a reflection of the fact that maybe people have taken cognizance of some of these apparent contradictions in his own stances and his own perceptions or utterances. But having said so, you know, for the people at large, what you have said, which formation you are in to form and run government matters, but is not the most important factor. What the most important factor is the agenda on which you are running the government and whether you are able to successfully execute it or not.
All right, and we are at the JDU office. Let's speak to some of the workers here about what Nitish has said and what is the indication and how do they see it on ground. जो नीतीश कुमार ने आज कहा कि 2014 जो जीते थे वही लोग 24 जीतेंगे, ये जरूरी नहीं है, हार जाएंगे 24, इसको आप कैसे देखते हैं? नीतीश कुमार क्या केंद्र सरकार की ओर जाएंगे? क्या भारत में बड़ा रोल प्ले करेंगे केंद्र के सेंट्रल रोल में?
मेरा नेता का निर्णय हमेशा एक तरफा। स्वर्गीय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी जब थे तो उनके नीतियों पर चल के नीतीश कुमार ने 17 साल उनके पीठ पर सहायता किया है। मेरा नेता धोखा किसी को नहीं देता है, इसका विजन है देश और प्रदेश को विकास करना। लेकिन जो लोग
पलटू राम कह रहे हैं,
जो लोग पलटू राम कह रहे हैं, महोदय आप जानकारी हासिल कीजिए, महाराष्ट्र में के पलटू राम बन गया, ये कर्नाटक में के बन गया, झारखंड में कब, ये सब सीबीआई ईडी लगाकर देश की जनता देख रही है। इसलिए नीतीश कुमार ने सही निर्णय लेकर के देश का मांग है और निश्चित रूप से 24 में हम लोग कामयाबी पर जाएंगे।
लेकिन इस तरह अगर दोनों पार्टियों के बीच में जो हमने देखा 2 साल की सरकार चली 2015 में, तो कितने साल चलेगी, ये बहुत बड़ा सवाल है।
सरकार लंबी चलेगी और ये 24 में माननीय नेता प्रधानमंत्री की रेस में आगे रहेंगे और जीतेंगे। आप आज राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी ने इस पर विस्तार पूर्वक कहा कि 303 सीटें हैं, 30 सीटों का सिर्फ उनके ज़्यादा है और ये 17 सीट यहाँ से आता है, तो इस बार यहाँ कितना सीट आएगा, उसी तरह से बंगाल उनका गौड़ाएगा। हम लोग जब गठबंधन बनाएंगे और बढ़िया चेहरा मिल गया है देश को, तो आगे मिल गया देश को,
ये इनका कहना है। लेट विल सी व्हाट हैपेंस एज फार एज दैट इज कंसर्न। हमारे साथ बने रहिए। लेट्स टेक अ क्विक लुक एट व्हाट हैपेंड इन बीजेपी's प्रोटेस्ट दैट टुक प्लेस अर्लियर टुडे।
अब जब भोला यादव और हृदयानंद की अरेस्टिंग हुई तब उन्होंने इस बात को लगा कि अगर ये लोग जेल जाएंगे तो राजद को हम अपने में समाहित कर लेंगे, इसलिए वो उधर गए हैं। और तेजस्वी को लगा कि हम उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे तो हम बच जाएंगे, इसलिए यह गठबंधन हुआ।
हम एक ईमानदारी से साथ दे रहे थे। आज लोगों में, बिहार के लोगों में गुस्सा है। बिहार में इंडस्ट्री आ रही थी क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार बीजेपी के साथ थे, लेकिन वो ऐसे लोगों के साथ चले गए जिनके नाम से उद्योगपति भाग जाएंगे।
आज आरजेडी और जदयू का नेतृत्व जो है पूरी तरह से जेपी मूवमेंट की देन है, लेकिन जिस कांग्रेस के खिलाफ इन लोगों ने संघर्ष करके नेता बनने का काम किया, आज दुर्भाग्य उसी कांग्रेस के साथ चले गए। जिससे आरजेडी के खिलाफ भ्रष्टाचार के कारण उनसे गठबंधन तोड़ा, आज फिर से उनसे गठबंधन कर लिया, ये आश्चर्य की बात है। ये मैंडेट से विश्वासघात है। बिहार की जनता इसे बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
जब 15 वर्षों के शासन में से बिहार की जनता त्राहिमाम करने लगी थी, जो आरजेडी के आतंक का राज था, भ्रष्टाचार का राज था, गुंडा का राज था, तो नीतीश कुमार जी को साथ लेकर उनकी पार्टी बहुत छोटी होते हुए भी बीजेपी ने उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। लेकिन हमेशा बिहार के जनादेश को और बिहार को धोखा देते रहे हैं। गरीबों ने अपना प्रधानमंत्री चुन लिया है। जब तक नरेंद्र मोदी जी रहेंगे, देश के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ही रहेंगे। यह देश और बिहार के लोगों का आशीर्वाद और संकल्प है।
All right, so those are the voices coming in from the side of the BJP. The BJP is obviously very upset. BJP का कहना है कि उनके पीठ में छुरा भोगा गया है, लेकिन इस पूरे एपिसोड में ये सामने आ रहा है कि नीतीश कुमार दिल्ली की राजनीति में एक बड़ा रोल निभा सकते हैं। क्या आप भी मानते हैं कि यही होगा आने वाले 2 सालों में?
एकदम होगा, 100% सही होगा। नीतीश कुमार जी अभी मुख्यमंत्री हैं, 2024 में वो दिल्ली का राजनीति करेंगे और तेजस्वी यादव सीएम बन जाएंगे। तो ये हम लोगों को पूरा उम्मीद है ये सरकार बहुत लंबी चलेगी। जो मोदी जी का सोच था ना,
पिछली बार तो नहीं चली थी, 2 ही साल चली
भाई। तो हर देखिए मौसम बदलते रहता है। अगले साल इतनी बारिश की सारे फसल डूब गया और इस साल पूरा सूखा बिहार सुखाड़ घोषित हो गया। तो मौसम बदलते रहता है, उसी तरह वक्त बदलते रहता है।
कहना है कि गुंडा राज की सरकार शुरू हो गई अब।
ये जो है आरोप प्रत्यारोप तो बीजेपी का चलता ही रहता है। आप तो देख रहे हैं गुंडा राज किसका चल रहा है और शराफत राज किसका चल रहा है। ये किसी से ज्यादा से छुपा हुआ नहीं है। जी
आप इसको कुछ कहना चाहते हैं? हाँ, क्या कहेगा?
क्या कहना चाहते हैं? आज तो शुभ संकेत बिहार की धरती दे दिया। गांधी ने भी इस बिहार की धरती से बिगुल बजाया था, और अति का जब अति हो जाता है तो अंत भी होता है। इसलिए नीतीश कुमार जी ने निश्चित रूप से आज घंटी बजा दिया इनकी विदाई।
Okay. So that is as far as the reactions over here are concerned. On ground, that's the sentiment as far as the JDU is concerned. I'm standing at the JDU headquarters. Let me remind our viewers. So these are all JDU supporters around me who are very enthused with the possibility or even the prospect that Nitish could play a bigger role.
निराश हो जाता है। अच्छे डॉक्टरों से सलाह लेने के बावजूद जब उसे लाभ नहीं होता तो वो कितना ही पढ़ा लिखा क्यों न हो, अंधविश्वास की तरफ बढ़ने लग जाता है। वो जाड़ फूंक कराने लगता है, टोने टोटके पर, काले जादू पर विश्वास करने लगता है। ऐसे ही हमारे देश में भी कुछ लोग हैं जो नकारात्मकता के भंवर में फंसे हुए हैं, निराशा में डूबे हुए हैं। सरकार के खिलाफ झूठ पर झूठ बोलने के बाद भी जनता जनार्दन ऐसे लोगों पर भरोसा करने को तैयार नहीं है। ऐसी हताशा में ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं। अभी हमने 5 अगस्त को देखा है कि कैसे काले जादू को फैलाने का भरपूर प्रयास किया गया। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि काले कपड़े पहनकर उनकी निराशा हताशा का काल समाप्त हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं है कि वो कितनी ही जाड़ फूंक कर ले, कितना ही काला जादू कर ले, अंधविश्वास कर ले, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा। और मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि इस काले जादू के फेर में आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव का अपमान न करें, तिरंगे का अपमान न करें। साथियों, कुछ राजनीतिक दलों की स्वार्थ नीति से अलग हमारी सरकार सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर काम करती रहेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विकास के लिए सकारात्मक विश्वास की ऊर्जा इसी तरह पैदा होती रहेगी। एक बार फिर हरियाणा के कोटि साथियों को, किसान और पशुपालक बहन भाइयों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। कल रक्षाबंधन का पवित्र त्योहार भी है। भाई बहन के स्नेह के प्रतीक इस पर्व पर हर भाई अपना कर्तव्य निभाने का संकल्प दोहराता है। कल एक नागरिक के तौर पर भी हमें देश के प्रति
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗಾಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಬೇಕು, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ಸಿನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
He has openly confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies should book a case, should really book a case against him and also make an enquiry, because he would be knowing who are all the beneficiaries.
Major terror strike averted ahead of Independence Day after security forces found an improvised explosive device weighing 25 to 30 kgs at Tab crossing on Circular Road area of South Kashmir's Pulwama district. As encounter broke out in Jammu and Kashmir district of Budgam in the early hours today, 3 Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorists, including the killers of Kashmiri Pandit Rahul Bhatt, have been trapped in the encounter. Security has been tightened along Udhampur-Katra railway link and at Udhampur railway station. Special dog squad, government railway police and railway protection forces jawans have been deployed to ensure security ahead of Independence Day. Checking and frisking of passengers is also being done. Meanwhile, Congress General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra has tested positive for COVID-19. She took to her Twitter handle to share the news. Tweeting, she said, "Will be isolating at home." As many as 5 people were injured after bus driver lost control and hit a few parked vehicles and rammed into a tree on the roadside in the Dindoshi area of Gurugram. The injured have been admitted to the nearest government hospital. With that, it's time for us to head into a very short break. News and updates continue. Be right back in just 2 minutes.
The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough, to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else. I want to ask you a simple, straightforward question that is...
I'm a policy... Wait. No. I cannot answer any questions on politics. I'm a policy maker. So if there are political questions, I'm afraid I will simply not be in a position to answer them.
Well, that disclaimer taken on board, but I'm still asking you the question that when policy makers within the government do not have enough measures that solve problems of the common people of India, they end up being called insensitive and arrogant because they're winning elections anyway. They don't really need to bother about the common man. That is the question that often comes up. How do you think the government can respond to that?
As I said right in the beginning, I'm not a politician, and winning or not winning elections is a concern of the political leadership. I can tell you the key here is that as a policymaker, I need to maintain macroeconomic stability in an environment where clearly there are serious threats to the rest of the world. You've already seen neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, going into vicious cycles on their macroeconomic management. We are seeing serious issues with inflation in Europe, in US. These are turbulent times. So for me, very important that in these turbulent times, I keep a steady ship. Yes, I have to make sure that inflation doesn't spiral up. That is certainly a concern. It is a concern to the average man, and it is a concern to me personally as well. I mean, I buy the same vegetables and fuel you do. At the same time, do remember that I have to also make sure that growth keeps going, because we are, after all, recovering out of 2 years of very difficult COVID pandemic-related disruptions. And so in a situation where the growth is finally doing reasonably well, I do not want to create extra hurdles than what is absolutely necessary. So a balancing act has to be done. I think the Reserve Bank and the Ministry of Finance are doing a fine job so far. And I wouldn't get too thrown off by political rhetoric or by advice from international experts who have clearly not been able to predict how these things were going to pan out.
आप कोई ऐसे मुल्क में जाके इतने बच्चे पैदा करो ना जहाँ मुसलमान माइनॉरिटी में हो.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Times Now. Let's get you started with some breaking inputs we are tracking, and these are visuals that we've accessed from Gurugram. Just look at these pictures. Bouncers assaulting the guests outside a Gurugram pub. Even women not spared. All these people in black shirt and trouser are the bouncers working at this pub in Gurugram. Argument broke out between the guests and one of the bouncers, and we are being told that this assault went on for good 15 minutes. The cops came and intervened. Everything caught on tape. This is shocking, Priyank. What happened here?
See, certainly, Pranesh, look at the visuals. It's once again a reminder of what had happened in Noida, where Brajesh Rai, one of the techie who had gone to a very high-profile club in Noida, Sector 18, was brutally killed by these bouncers, the same set of professionals who are there to guard any individuals who come to these clubs. And once again, the visuals clearly show that how these bouncers ganged up and they were beating group of men after a small verbal argument. You can also see the sticks, big wooden sticks in their hand, and they kept on targeting one another individual. In fact, those women who were along with these guests of this club, which is known as Casa Danza in Udyog Vyas of Gurugram, were also dragged right on the middle of the street, but there was no one who could have stopped this particular, drama which was happening right in front of many guests. But what is more shocking, Pranay, is that even after the complaint which has been given by the victim in this case, the Gurugram police has filed an FIR against unknown suspect. How is it possible that the beat staff, the local police officer who is in charge of keeping a close tap on any movement which is happening inside these, or outside these clubs, could not have been familiar with these bouncers who are deployed on duty? Certainly, those police officials, the beat staff would be going and visiting these clubs every night and every day to check that whether there isn't any kind of irregularity, and there he would have met all these set of individuals who were seen in the visuals. The visuals are quite clear, Pranesh, and these visuals are also viral on various social media platforms, but instead of that, the Gurugram police have preferred to file a complaint, an FIR against unknown set of individuals. So that is more alarming in this case. We have been highlighting these kind of incidences time and again from Gurugram and from Delhi NCR, Pranesh, where all these guests who certainly in the state of intoxication.
This bouncer terror, I don't know if I can use the term or not, but this reminds one of what happened in a Noida club a few months ago.
Yes. Yes, Pranesh, so you are absolutely right. This is bouncer, terror, which is there inside many of these clubs. These heavily built-up men are kept to protect any individual as a guest whosoever comes to these clubs, that if at all he is in a drunken state or in any kind of, if he's losing his control or losing his temper, they can forcibly guard them and take them to another location so that the fight should not happen. But look at this, what is happening. We have seen that how Brajesh Rai, one of the techie, was brutally murdered, Pradesh, on 1st of May at Noida Sector 18 club, and later to that there was stringent action which was taken against those clubs. Those men were also arrested. But no lessons have been learned by these set of individuals who are being kept there to protect all these guests. But that did not happen. When these guests came out on the road, they were about to go to the parking lot. They were dragged, women were dragged, and everyone was beaten up with big wooden stick in the hand. We have also spoken to the senior officials in Gurugram. What they're saying that they have filed an FIR against unknown suspect, and now the senior officials have once again gone to the ground to check the real fact. The incident happened on 7th and 8th intervening night, Pranesh, and since then there's no action which has been taken against these group of individuals. In fact, the questioning has also not happened so far.
Now, this is not just mere thrashing. Now, women in the group have claimed that they were molested. What is the club saying, and when will the police slap that charge?
We tried to speak to the complainant in this case, whose name is Mayank. It appears that he must be in office, and because of which he is unable to attend the calls. But what he has told it to us that he could be available post 6 p.m. for his interaction. We have not got any kind of response from the Pradesh club, from this club, Pradesh, because you know that the manner in which these incidents happened, they try to keep their mouth closed, and not even that, they also try to keep the investigation on a very low profile basis because of the nexus which is already there in between the local police officers and these clubs, because the clubs operate over the time period which is permissible for them. So this kind of nexus, Pradesh, has certainly given this kind of power in the hand of these goons who came to these clubs as a bouncer or the staff member, and later to that these kind of is also happening. The visuals are quite clearly showing that what had happened, Pranesh. We are certainly not taking a side. But what is quite clearly being seen in these visuals is a heavily built-up man wearing black color t-shirt, targeting two individuals. One of them is a bald man, another one is wearing white color shirt. They are being dragged, and when these women complained, are shouting and coming out for help of these individuals. In one of the video, you can clearly see that they were also being dragged by these group of individuals while they were beating the male partners who came along with this female guest. So that is clearly showing that on the ground nothing has changed, no lessons have been learned from what had happened on 1st of May in Noida, and instead of all these precautionary measures being on paper being shown by the police officials, the messaging which need to go to these bouncers of the club, the hooliganism is quite clearly seen right on the streets of Gurugram.
And the point to be underlined in all of this, and let's go full frame to these two sets of visuals we are playing. On the right hand side, pictures, CCTV pictures from the Noida club where a techie was assaulted, beaten to death. And on the left, from Millennium City, the bouncer terror tape. Bouncers assaulting guests outside a posh club. The police came 15 minutes later. The women say they were molested. No action so far, not even questioning of these bouncers. Have the police even identified these people? How many of them? Who are they? Their names, etc. Priyank? Priyank, just hold your thoughts. Let's get some voices going on this. Brinda Adige now joins us for more on this. Brinda Adige, this is bouncer terror, ma'am, on tape now. This is a picture from outside a Gurugram pub. Guests assaulted, even women not spared.
This is appalling. This is horrendous. People go there to have a drink. People go there to meet with their friends. And assumption is that the bouncers are supposed to ensure that there is no violence and nobody hits or beats up anybody. And some people who might go a little high on alcohol need to be controlled and put to one side. But manhandling a woman who has come there, a customer, manhandling her and assaulting her, that requires absolute guts and arrogance, impunity, and that is all there with this. Who is the owner of that pub? Probably that pub owner has also said, doesn't matter, go on, I will take care of you. And this may not have been the first case. It's just that the first case that the media has taken up and it has come to you with proof. I think the pub owner and this bouncer must be booked for attempt to murder.
Absolutely. While the police takes time to investigate, our reporter saying even the pub owner, the pub management has not taken any action against these bouncers. At the very least, they should be sacked.
Sacking is not enough. There has to be a case that has to be registered, and it's important that the pub owners are also held responsible. The management and the pub owners, they cannot be left off. They can't be saying that, we didn't know, this doesn't happen, that doesn't happen. No investigation. Right now, there has been an assault, manhandling. How has that lady got hurt? How serious is she? Based on that, the police has to register the requisite IPCs.
Right, Brinda DJ, thanks for speaking to Times Now. Bouncer terror tape breaking first. Priyank Tripathi, thank you for getting us this big exclusive. We move on. A controversy has erupted in Mangalore University after a few students' organizations with ABVP links planned to hold Bharat Mata Puja event ahead of Independence Day. A pro-hijab faction has taken umbrage to the decision after posters of the event surfaced showing image of Bharat Mata holding a saffron flag. The faction urged the university management to not allow the event to be held, alleging that these posters bear religious symbols. Now, Times Now spoke to the principal of the college for an official confirmation. The principal says that puja will be performed inside the campus without disturbing the normal routine.
Yeah, one thing I'll tell you. Bharat Mata Ki Puja, whatever saffron inside the campus, we are not allowed.
Okay.
And if they put it in their WhatsApp, that is their personal. And I warn them, in the college name, they should not write ABP name or any particular wing's name. That I have clarified.
Okay.
And about Bharat Mata Ki Puja, we are not suspending the classes. Only during afternoon 1 hour, they asked us, we want to offer flowers to Bharat Mata. It was done earlier also. I had objected as a principal. For that, they showed me the proof that earlier principals few years back they had allowed. They are not disturbing the class. And they are just during the lunch break or 1 hour in the afternoon. Those who are interested, they will sit and they will offer puja because it is a Raksha Bandhan day that day.
Okay.
For that, we have, but officially I have not issued any circular, but they are circulating that.
Okay.
They just asked permission for Bharat Mata Ki Puja for 1 hour in the hall.
Okay.
With the uniform, not with the saffron or any other color.
College says this is not compulsory. If you don't want to attend, don't attend. But the puja will go on, viewers. But the secular lobby has now moved to seek intervention of the district commissioner, requesting to stop Bharat Ma Puja.
See, I just want to relate this incident to the incident which happened before. See, one piece of cloth was completely banned just to cover their head. And why when one particular community students are being targeted and they are being removed from the colleges? There were nearly 15 girl students who are at homes now. Among them, there were final year students who just had to write 1 semester more for their graduation to complete. And still they are at home. So these kinds of actions, when it is not permissible in colleges, then why it is biased, or why colleges can be biased? So education system or management or the college or university cannot be biased. Obviously they will say that we won't allow saffron shawls or anything. But the banner itself is portraying saffron itself. Then what is the use of students wearing it or not wearing? Doesn't matter.
The Congress party has also waded into this debate by calling Bharat Mata Puja unacceptable.
Some of the students are saying, hijab was not allowed, saying it was a religious symbol inside campuses. How is, worshipping of a saffron flag, Bharat Mata, how is this being allowed inside the campus? It should not, is some of the...
Well, it should not be. See, flag, you keep our national flag. We have a flag for our country. Keep that flag and do whatever you want to do. Everything else is your personal. You keep it wherever you want. We have no objection to it, but not in a college, school. See, college, school, and these are our temple of the country. They are the real temple, and they are where all of us together as Indians learn, get knowledge, and there they should not do all this. It is not acceptable at all.
It is not acceptable. What is not acceptable? Bharat Mata Puja in campus. Deepak Bopana now joining us. Deepak, the secular lobby is only seeing saffron in this.
Well, Pranesh, now after hijab, it looks like this issue, of course, could become a standing point in, the Mangalore University. More importantly, we should understand that
the students, especially the ones who have asked for this event to be held, they're saying that this has been held in the past only because of COVID. For a year, there was no event that was held, but tomorrow, in fact, the event is going to go on. In fact, they went one step ahead when I asked them about, the flag being saffron in color. When I asked them about, the entire map of India itself being quite different, they're saying that's the idea of Akhanda Bharat that, they are celebrating. They're saying that the idea of Akhanda Bharat had a map which includes all other countries, before a partition. They're talking about, pre-independence. They're saying that it was the saffron flag that symbolized Akhanda Bharat, and that's the reason they are going to have this image. We'll really have to see whether inside the campus they're going to allow for this image to be kept and for any sort of, celebration or puja to happen within the campus. On the other side, the objection coming in is that while, hijab is not allowed, when they're saying that any sort of religious symbol should not be allowed inside an educational institution, how is a puja allowed and, the use of a saffron flag being allowed?
Does Bharat have a religion? That's the question we are asking. Deepak, thanks for joining us with your inputs. A short break on Times Now. Lots more lined up on the other side. Stay with us. speculations of leadership change are once again doing the rounds in Karnataka. This after Karnataka Congress tweeted that the state will see a third chief minister under the BJP government. Congress had also tagged a news clip of Minister Umesh Katti claiming that he too is in the race for CM post, launching a fresh attack. The Karnataka Congress mocked Chief Minister Bommai, branding him a puppet chief minister. The party said Karnataka CMs are like puppets for BJP High Command and are kicked and dropped by the party. However, former Chief Minister B.S. Yadurappa hit back at the Congress party and asserted that CM Bommai will continue to be the Chief Minister regardless of what anyone says.
BJP ಹೇಳದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನ ಪಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಿ. ಬಿಜೆಪಿಯ ನಾಯಕರುಗಳು, ಮಾಜಿ ಶಾಸಕರು, ಮಾಜಿ ಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಅವರೇ ಸಿಎಂ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಆಹಾರನ, ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟಂತ ಮಾಹಿತಿನ ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ನೀವು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಿ.
With that, we are taking a short break. On the other side, the biggest expose on Gunda Tyagi, who was Gunda Tyagi's godfather. You don't want to miss this.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, a free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ. ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಬಲಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಶಕ್ತಿ ತುಂಬಬೇಕು, ನೈತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಆಗಬೇಕು. ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಮನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ನ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ದೇಶಾದ್ಯಂತ ನನ್ನ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ನನ್ನ ಗಂಡನ ಪ್ರಾಣ ಕಳ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಗನ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅತ್ತೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ನೆಹರು ಮಾಡಿದ ಕಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ದೇಶದ ಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ಋಣ ತೀರಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಒಂದು ಸಮಾಧಾನ ಇವತ್ತು ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ 2 ಹೊತ್ತಿನ ಊಟ ಸಾರ್ಥಕ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 3-4 ತಲೆಮಾರುಗಳಿಗೆ ಆಗುವಷ್ಟನ್ನು ನಾವು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನೆಹರು, ಇಂದಿರಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ, ಸೋನಿಯಾ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಹೆಸರಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕಿಂಚತ್ತು ತ್ಯಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ತಯಾರಾಗದೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ತಿಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಅನ್ನದಲ್ಲಿ ಹುಳು ಬೀಳುತ್ತೆ.
He has openly confessed, he has openly admitted. In fact, taking this cognizance, I think our agencies...
You're watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive. I'm Prithween Walia. Before we move on to the big exclusive to get you this evening, let's quickly take you through the top 50 updates. Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for the 8th time. Governor administered oath to the JDU chief at Raj Bhavan earlier today. After taking oath as Chief Minister for the 8th time, Nitish Kumar urged opposition to unite for 2024 polls. Ahead of his swearing in, Nitish Kumar called RJD Chief Lalu Prasad Yadav and briefed him on all political developments ahead of oath-taking ceremony. Lalu Prasad Yadav congratulated him and appreciated his decision. Tejashwi Yadav took oath as Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, oath once again administered at Raj Bhavan in the state's capital. Tejashwi made a promise to the people of Bihar after taking oath as Nitish Kumar's deputy. Tejashwi said people will see a change within a month's time. RJD Supremo Lalu Prasad Yadav's wife Rabri Devi, in a conversation with Times Now, said all is forgiven when asked about the past animosity between RJD and Nitish Kumar. Tejashwi Yadav's family reacted to RJD leader becoming the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. They said, "We have come to power to work." Tejashwi's wife also thanked everyone for her husband being chosen as the deputy. RJD MP Manoj Jha said it wasn't just a note-taking ceremony of two people, but of Bihar. He added that history has taken a new turn today. There was high drama in Bihar ahead of swearing-in ceremony. The BJP leaders and supporters staged a sit-in protest. Said Nitish Kumar hi hi, also Nitish Kumar Murdabad slogans were raised. In protest against JDU, former Deputy Chief Minister and BJP leader Sushil Modi said Nitish Kumar betrayed the BJP despite making him Chief Minister 5 times. BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Tarkishore Prasad lashed out at the JDU chief and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar and said Bihar will give him a befitting reply. Bihar BJP chief Sanjay Jaiswal also took potshots at Nitish Kumar, said JDU chief is like Hitler. Taking a sharp dig at RJD-JDU alliance, former Union Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad said the alliance was formed because of greed and accused the Chief Minister of turning a blind eye to corruption. Bihar Minister Shahnawaz Hussain also said Nitish Kumar's dream of becoming a Prime Minister will remain a dream and ridiculed him and said there is no GST including on dreaming. Shedding more light on Nitish Kumar's alleged ambition to become Prime Minister, Union Minister Giriraj Singh said there is no place for him in India to become the Prime Minister. JDU Vice President and Master Poll strategist Prashant Kishore hopes for political stability to return to Bihar, also urged Nitish Kumar to fulfill the aspirations of people of the state. Minister of State for Consumer Affairs Ashwini Chaubey warned Lalu Prasad Yadav and said Nitish is a snake, he will bite you as well. Also said Lalu should prepare to go to Tihar in national capital. Noida sexist Neta Shrikant Tyagi has moved a bail application in the Noida court. The court has sought reply from the investigation officer. Shrikant Tyagi's wife Anu Tyagi said her family was being targeted by her neighbors, also said that her husband was provoked and added that her children are allegedly being ill-treated in the society. Congress leader and Rajya Sabha member Shailja Kumari and Shrikant Tyagi were very much in the BJP, further said that his behavior highlights his association with the party. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed 49th Chief Justice of India. Outgoing Chief Justice N.V. Ramana recommended to the centre to appoint the senior most judge of the top court as his successor and the next CJI. Prime Minister Modi responded to Delhi Chief Minister's jibe, said freebies make selfish politicians and such policies would burden the taxpayer. The ATS of Uttar Pradesh police arrested an alleged ISIS operative who was planning an Independence Day blast. According to the police, accused Asabuddin Azmi, a member of AIMIM, was working on a plan to establish Islamic State in India and implement Sharia law by forming Mujahideen organization in contact with the ISIS. BJP spokesperson Hero Bajpai reacted to arrest of Azamgarh AIMIM leader, said propagation of anti-national ideologies behind such terror activities. Responding to the arrest of the man who was allegedly plotting the I-Day blast, UP Minister Danish Azad said security agencies under BJP government are vigilant and anyone who poses a threat to security with any political affiliation would be brought to book expeditiously. Yet another controversy erupts in Mangalore University after hijab. Now students divided over decision to hold the Bharat Mata Puja event in the campus. Meanwhile, several students and those linked with the CFI, SFI and Congress are opposing this as the posters show the image of Bharat Mata holding a saffron flag. They've urged the management to not allow for these events as these posters and banners bear religious symbols and they've been banned by the High Court. Campus Front also knocked at the door of the Mangaluru DC, requested to stop Bharat Mata Puja inside the campus premises. CFI leader Tejashwi said that August 11 event is being organized by the student who has links with right-wing groups, also accused the right-wing groups of trying to disrupt harmony in the college. Principal of the Mangalore University also spoke to Times Now and said students have not been told to wear any saffron clothes or flags, only permission sought for an hour to offer puja to Bharat Mata. In a major relief for Nupur Sharma from the top court, Supreme Court has taken note of threat to life claim by Nupur and has transferred all FIRs to the national capital. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde chaired a cabinet meeting in the Mantralaya. Maharashtra ministers arrived in Mumbai to attend the same. West Bengal Minister Farhad Hakim says the party feels shamed over Partha Chatterjee case. He also further added that not all ministers are cut from the same fabric. UP BJP Chief and Cabinet Minister Swatantra Dev Singh resigned as leader of the House in UP Legislative Council. He resigned due to his engagements. UP Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya also made the new leader of the House in the Uttar Pradesh Legislative Council. Alleging a scam of 6,000 crore rupees in Delhi Municipal Corporation, the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has demanded a CBI inquiry into it. He's written a letter in this regard to Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena. Taking a dig at the BJP and the Congress, Arvind Kejriwal in Gujarat said that the two parties only speak against each other and added that Aam Aadmi Party was more concerned about the issues of common man. B.S. Yadurappa quashed rumours of a change in Karnataka Chief Minister. The former Chief Minister said that Bommai would continue as CM for another 8 months before the polls. Prime Minister dedicated the 2G ethanol plant to the nation. This plant in Panipat, he said, will strengthen the efforts to boost production, and usage of biofuels will also immensely help our farmers. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin announced 1 crore prize each for men's India B team and women's India A team for winning bronze in Chess Olympia 2022, which was recently held in Chennai. Comedian Raju Srivastav's health deteriorated last night after he suffered a heart attack. The actor was rushed to AIIMS Hospital in Delhi, where he's undergoing treatment still. Shocker from the Millennium City. Bouncers kicked and punched women outside the Casa Danza club. The incident was reported late night on the 7th of August. Indian Coast Guard rescued 10 fishermen from a fishing boat stranded at sea off Murud Janjira in Maharashtra coast this morning. The boat suffered an engine failure and crew were in distress amidst rough sea and inclement weather condition. A youth was brutally attacked. He attacked a girl with a blade in the Nalgona after she refused love proposal. The incident was reported in Telangana. The girl is still critical and battling for her life. BJP Kashmir unit took out a Tiranga rally in the Baramulla district. Former Minister Sunil Sharma and other BJP leaders also were in attendance. Hundreds of students celebrated the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign in the terror-infested Pulwama region. Students assembled at Pulwama Sports Stadium. Top officials from civil and police administration were also present. Residents of Chumur, the remotest hamlet on the Sino-Indian border in southeastern Ladakh, also took out a tricolour rally as part of the Har Ghar Tiranga campaign. Bulldozers also joined the tricolour rally. BJP roped in the dozer for their Har Ghar Tiranga in Handwara and Kashmir. IED was detected by Joint Patrolling Party of Police, Army and CRPF at Rangmula and Pulwama. The bomb disposal squad of Joint Security Forces recovered the IED. 3 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba outfit, including terrorist Latif, were trapped in the ongoing encounter, and the terrorist is involved in several civilian killings, we're being told, including that of Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt, as per the ADGP Kashmir. On to the big exclusive we're getting for you this evening. The goon neta Shrikant Tyagi, who is facing charges of criminal intimidation and assault, as you know, has been arrested and sent to 14-day judicial custody. While parading him post the arrest, the police commissioner of Noida almost verified what the BJP had been alleging for days, that SP Maurya was the fountainhead of political clout that fueled Tyagi's arrogance. Listen in.
वकील्स जो इसमें इस्तेमाल करे थे वो बार बार बदले. इसके द्वारा एक वकील पर, जैसा आपने सुबह से देखा भी है, एक विधायक का स्टिकर भी लगाया हुआ है. स्टिकर इसकी गाड़ी पे लगा हुआ है, जो माननीय विधायकगण को मिलता है. उसके बारे में इसने पूछताछ में बताया कि इसके जो पुराने पॉलिटिकल सहयोगी थे श्री स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी, उनके द्वारा वो स्टिकर इसको उपलब्ध कराया गया।
Hereafter, pointed questions awaited the Samajwadi Party leader after this very disclosure was made by the police. The SP MLC, who switched ranks from the BJP in January this year, said he had nothing to do with the man or his MLA sticker.
प्राथमिक जांच से ही ये बात निकल करके सामने आने लगी कि श्रीकांत त्यागी का संबंध समाजवादी पार्टी के एमएलसी से है। स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य ने बाकायदा उसको विधायक का पास जारी करवा करके दिया था। समाजवादी पार्टी जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेताओं के फोटो के आधार पर हमला बोलने का प्रयास कर रही थी, अब उसको जवाब देना चाहिए कि उनकी पार्टी के एमएलसी स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य के विधायक की गाड़ी का पास श्रीकांत त्यागी की गाड़ी पर कैसे आया।
एक सोची समझी साजिश के तहत इन्होंने उसकी सुई घुमा दिया स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य की ओर, जबकि स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य का उससे कोई लेना देना है ही नहीं। तो मैं कह दिया कि मैंने कोई पास नहीं दिया है, और साथ ही साथ पिछले 4 साल से हमारी उसकी कभी मुलाकात भी नहीं है। तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी क्यों बार बार ये कहती है कि त्यागी का संबंध मौर्य जी से था। केशव देव मौर्य जी डिप्टी सीएम के साथ उसका फोटो था, भाजपा के तमाम दिग्गज बड़े बड़े नेताओं के साथ उसका फोटो था। ये कैसे अपना दामन छुड़ा सकते हैं।
And now Shrikant Kumar, the ADG Law and Order Uttar Pradesh, has said that a team has been formed to investigate whether the pass is genuine or not. But Times Now gets you first-hand testimony of an insider that conclusively proves Shrikant Tyagi's political links. This is the big exclusive we get for you this evening. Times Now tracked down Shrikant Tyagi's uncle, Ramesh Tyagi, who's exposed the root cause of Tyagi's political clout. His political stint spans across multiple outfits. Listen in.
ये मतलब शुरू से बीजेपी में थे या पहले किसी और पार्टी में थे? श्रीकांत जी सारी पार्टियों में थे? नहीं मतलब जैसे अगर अच्छा स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी के साथ में थे, अच्छा उनके कारण ये बीजेपी में आए थे। अच्छा रमेश शर्मा को डर था श्रीकांत जी से। तो पार्टी में कोई पोजीशन पे थोड़ी थे, मतलब कोई पद पे थे, ये तो साथ में थे ना। बस सब सही घर जैसी बात, सब
Well, Tyagi's uncle's testimony also establishes what the Noida CP had said, that political insignia was misused. He's revealed how Tyagi did not even pay any of the tolls. Listen in.
इनका पुलिस प्रशासन में अच्छा पकड़ था, शासन प्रशासन में इनका पकड़ था अच्छा, जान पहचान थी अच्छी। हाँ अच्छा लखनऊ ही रहते थे। टोल भी नहीं लगता था, टोल टैक्स भी नहीं।
So the next big question, does this mean that only the SP leader may have been instrumental in helping embolden the man who tried to evade police by crossing the borders, passing through Uttarakhand and Uttar Pradesh to escape the law? Watch this sensational revelation.
तो अभी ठीक है, मतलब उनके साथ संबंध इनके ठीक थे। कौन?
उसी के पास तो गया था ये।
अच्छा
हाँ, मेरे सारे के सारे
उन्हीं के पास गए थे रहने के लिए?
उससे कहने के लिए
अच्छा
देखो जी, मैं अमित शाह या योगी जी हुए, मैं इनके जैसा ये कह रहे हैं, मुझे मैं इनके खिलाफ चला आया। फिर उन्हें आए थे यहाँ दे।
हाँ
लेकिन ये त्यागी समाज मुझे तो लग रहा है ना गिरफ्तार नहीं करा,
सरेंडर करवाया होगा।
इन्हें पुलिस को बुलाया करके चलो मेरे पुलिस बुलाई है खबर करिए।
Well, let's open this up. We have Alok Awasthi, spokesperson BJP, with us. Also Zeba Yasmin, spokesperson of Samajwadi Party. Let me first come to you, Mr. Awasthi, and talk about the last sting, the last bit that we just played out. Now it's extremely clear, Mr. Awasthi, अगर हम स्टिंग ऑपरेशन की बात करें और अभी जो हमने बताया, रमेश त्यागी जो उनके अंकल है, उन्होंने साफ तौर पे बोला और ये घर के अंदर से आवाज आई है कि इनके लिंक्स थे पुष्कर सिंह धामी के साथ भी, उत्तराखंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर। तब से ऑपोजिशन के काफी सारे पार्टीज बाहर आके बोल रहे हैं कि बहुत सारे फोटोग्राफ्स हैं बीजेपी के नेताओं के साथ। तो ये डिनायल कब तक चलेगा सर, क्योंकि कोई बीजेपी लिंक तो है।
देखिए, पार्टी साफ स्पष्ट कर चुकी है कि त्यागी का भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कोई संबंध नहीं है। ये हमारे यहाँ किसी पद पर नहीं था। स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य के साथ भी ये बसपा में था। जब वो भाजपा में आया तो स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य के साथ ही वो रहा। स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जब चले गए तो उनके साथ गया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ना ये वर्कर था, ना ही इसको किसी तरह से पद दिया गया था। और आपने देखा होगा कि अभी जो है गाड़ियां पकड़ी गई हैं, उसमें जो है सचिवालय का पास इसकी गाड़ी में निकला है और उसने बयान दिया है कि वह पास भी जो है स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य ने दिया है। तो समाजवादी पार्टी को स्पष्ट करना चाहिए कि ऐसे बदमाशों को क्यों पालते पोसते हैं और ऐसे कितने और बदमाशों को सचिवालय का पास दे रखा है जो समाज के लिए खतरा है।
चलिए मैं सपा से वो सवाल करूंगी अवस्थी साहब, पर ये बता दीजिए कि उनके अंकल ने उत्तराखंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर की बात क्यों करी, मुख्यमंत्री की बात क्यों करी? ये भी कहा कि सहायता भी मांगी थी उन्होंने उनसे, पर उन्होंने मना कर दिया।
देखिए, अब उनके अंकल क्या कहते हैं, उनके और लोग क्या कहते हैं, या त्यागी खुद क्या कहता है, अब इस समय वो क्रिमिनल है और एक उसको क्रिमिनल के तरीके से हम ट्रीट कर रहे हैं। उसकी सारी संपत्ति को जब्त करने की तैयारी हो रही है। गैंगस्टर एक्ट लगाया गया, उसकी 6 गाड़ियां जब्त करी गई हैं और उसके सारे जितने भी अवैध संपत्तियां उसकी सूचीबद्ध किया गया। अब वो अपने बचाव के लिए क्या कहानी करते हैं, या आप सब जानते हैं कि जब अपराधी जो पकड़ा जाता है तो वो दाएं बाएं कई लोगों के नाम लेने का प्रयास करके बचना चाहता है। लेकिन पार्टी की तरफ से स्पष्ट हो गया है कि वह हमारे पार्टी का सदस्य नहीं था, हमने उसको किसी पद में नहीं रखा है और ऐसे बदमाशों को हम अपनी पार्टी में रखते भी नहीं है। या अपराधियों की जो पार्टी है वो एक समाजवादी पार्टी है और आपने देखा है समाजवादी पार्टी में समय समय पर अतीक अंसारी हो, चाहे अतीक अहमद हो, चाहे विजय मिश्रा हो, चाहे जितने बड़े बड़े बदमाश रहे हों, यहाँ तक कि वो खुल करके जो है दंगाइयों का भी साथ देते हैं, खुल करके जो है आतंकवादियों के मुकदमे वापस करते हैं। तो ये समाजवादी पार्टी का चरित्र है।
ठीक है अवस्थी साहब, लेट्स क्विकली टेक इन अ वर्ड फ्रॉम Zeba Yasmin. Zeba, you know, one thing that several in the BJP are saying that whatever is being accused by the opposition with regards to the alleged political patronage that perhaps was extended by the BJP in this very case doesn't quite add up, given the kind of action that was taken against Tyagi, especially how Gangster Act was slapped against him, how several of his vehicles were impounded, you know, the kind of bulldozer action we saw outside his premises in the Noida colony. So none of this really amounts to any sort of political patronage. The question then is being asked by the BJP of the SAPA as to how is it that someone who is an MLC in the Samajwadi Party, the police has said it on record, his wife has come out and said it on record, and now as per this sting, the Times Now exclusive has also revealed that there is a clear SP Maurya link to this man.
First of all, I would like to appreciate the witty attitude Alok ji is carrying, that he's being so innocent that this Tyagi has no link with BJP. I'm really surprised. Fine, as you're saying that गुंडों को संरक्षण देते हैं, स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य जी पहले बीएसपी में थे, फिर वो भाजपा में आए, उसके बाद अभी वो कुछ महीनों पहले सपा में आए। आपने मंत्री बना रखा था तब वो गुंडे नहीं थे, आज वो सपा में आ गए तो आलोक जी कह रहे हैं कि वो गुंडे हैं। आलोक जी, आपकी पार्टी से कोई भी निकलता है वो गुंडा हो जाता है, आपकी पार्टी में जब तक रहता है वो बहुत अच्छा होता है। आप नरेश अग्रवाल जी को भी पानी पी पी के उल्टा सीधा कहते थे, आज वो आपकी पार्टी में है तो आपके लिए बहुत अच्छे हैं। तो इस तरीके की राजनीति मत करिए। अगर कोई अपराधी है तो वो अपराधी है, चाहे वो सपा की पार्टी का हो, बसपा का हो या भाजपा का हो। जहां तक बात है, इट इज अ मैटर ऑफ इन्वेस्टिगेशन, वी आर नॉट जंपिंग to defend anybody.
But has the Samajwadi Party taken note of this? Has any official communication happened with SP Maurya, because his name has not been taken by one particular individual?
Let the police investigate the matter. Let the thing come. Abhi judgment dena is too early to comment, ma'am. Let the judgment come. फिर हम decision लेंगे ना. अभी तो कुछ कोई कुछ कह रहा है, कोई कुछ कह रहा है. क्या इन्होंने उत्तराखंड के मुख्यमंत्री के खिलाफ एक्शन ले लिया?
चलिए, अवस्थी साहब, Zeba Yasmin is saying let the investigation stand concluded when the cops reveal what the final word is on SP Maurya's involvement with Tyagi. Then the Samajwadi Party will decide what needs to be done. आप बताइए, जो आपसे सवाल उठाया जा रहा है, जब तक वो भाजपा में थे, मंत्री थे, जनवरी तक मंत्री थे, और ये भी कहा गया है, मल्टीपल टाइम्स कहा गया है कि वो भाजपा त्यागी एसपी मौर्य के बोलने पे उनके साथ जो एसोसिएशन था उसी के कारण भाजपा ज्वाइन करी थी, और अभी तक ये भी नहीं पता कि उन्होंने भाजपा से निकले हैं या नहीं, सपा की तरफ तो वो नहीं बढ़े हैं। तो ये इस एलिगेशन का कैसे आप जवाब देंगे?
आलोक जी,
देखिए, मैं साफ साफ कहना चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कोई जुड़ता है तो उसके पास उसको जोड़ने के लिए उसका एक सदस्यता उसको जो है वो पत्र मिलता है। वो कहीं कोई पत्र कोई दिखा दे तो मैं जान जाता हूँ। भारतीय जनता पार्टी किसी को नियुक्त करती है तो कोई पद में अगर बैठाती है तो उसको नियुक्ति पत्र जारी करती है, तो नियुक्ति पत्र वो दिखाते हैं। स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य की जेब के वो किसी के कार्यकर्ता है तो उसके लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी थोड़ी जिम्मेदार होगी। और मैंने स्वामी प्रसाद मौर्य को अपराधी नहीं कहा, समाजवादी पार्टी को मैंने कहा कि अपराधियों की पालती है और अपराधियों के पीछे रहती है। मैं आपको एक घटना याद दिलाता हूँ। एक महिला और उसकी बच्ची घर बलात्कार के आरोप में एक सरकार का मंत्री अखिलेश यादव का गायत्री प्रजापति वांटेड था, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक से उसको जो है जमानत नहीं मिली थी, अखिलेश यादव ने उसको गिरफ्तार नहीं किया था। सोचिए, एक बालिका को न्याय के लिए कहाँ का भटकना पड़ा, वो जो है उसको जो है क्या किया।
देखिए, सवाल बहुत उठ रहे हैं अवस्थी साहब। The fact of the matter is that these are details that you cannot ignore. The fact that he had a VIP registered number plate, the fact that he'd put up BJP flags on his cars that now stand impounded, the fact that there was an MLA sticker also, which the cops, as per what he has revealed to them, belonged to SP Maurya because he's the one who provided them with these stickers. So certainly can't be ignored. Questions coming to light. Let's see how it plays out. I'll have to leave it at that. Mr. Alok Awasthi and Zeba Yasmin, thank you for joining us.
The fact of the matter is, whether it is imported inflation, whether it is tinkering of GST for a longer period, the fact is that the burden is on the common man. And the common man, frankly, doesn't really care about what's happening in the United States or the UK or Russia or Ukraine. They're worried about their day-to-day living and per capita incomes where they are in India. The pressure is as much, magnified on common people in this country than they are abroad. And of course, you have social security systems which exist abroad, which don't exist in India. So I come back to asking you the same question. Is the government really being rather hard-hearted when it looks at these issues? After all, running a country of the kind that India is, with poor middle classes, lower middle classes forming the bulk of the population, do you think the government is doing enough, to cushion the impact on these classes of people?
So let me say that as a policy maker, one has to make various trade-offs. So first of all, let me be clear that the government is fully cognizant of the spike in inflation. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen the measures we have taken, including the Reserve Bank tightening monetary policy. So clearly, the tightening of monetary policy is one response to bringing down inflation. But do remember that this is a trade-off, because if you do tighten monetary policy too fast, too quickly, yes, it will bring down inflation, but then it will slow down growth, it will slow down incomes, and so on and so forth. So there is a balancing act that has to be done. Ultimately, what do we want to do? We want to increase as far as possible the trajectory of welfare and real incomes. And in that context, we have to trade off between growth and inflation. So the trade-off that we are making right now is, rather than tighten so harsh that growth slows down, we are tightening somewhat, but not so much that growth slows down too much. So keeping GDP growth going, create jobs, which is an important question, which I hope we will come to later on. These are issues that are also foremost in our mind. So given this balance we have done, I think the Reserve Bank's response is the correct one for this point in time.
Well, Sanjeev Sanyal, you know, governments are not necessarily only policy makers. They are also political entities, and you understand politics as much as anybody else. I want to ask you a simple, straightforward question that is...
I'm a policy... Wait, no. I cannot answer any questions on politics. I'm a policy maker. So if there are political questions, I'm afraid I will simply not be in a position to answer them.
Well, you know, that disclaimer taken on board, but I'm still asking you the question that when policy makers within the government do not have enough measures that solve problems of the common people of India, they end up being called insensitive and arrogant because they're winning elections anyway. They don't really need to bother about the common man. That is the question that often comes up. How do you think the government can respond to that?
As I said right in the beginning, I'm not a politician, and winning or not winning elections is a concern of the political leadership. I can tell you the key here is that as a policymaker, I need to maintain macroeconomic stability in an environment where clearly there are serious threats to the rest of the world. You've already seen neighboring countries like Sri Lanka going into vicious cycles on their macroeconomic management. We are seeing serious issues with inflation in Europe, in US. These are turbulent times. So for me, very important that in these turbulent times, I keep a steady ship. Yes, I have to make sure that inflation doesn't spiral up. That is certainly a concern. It is a concern to the average man, and it is a concern to me personally as well. I mean, I buy the same vegetables and fuel you do. At the same time, do remember that I have to also make sure that growth keeps going, because we are, after all, recovering out of 2 years of very difficult COVID pandemic-related disruptions. And so in a situation where the growth is finally doing reasonably well, I do not want to create extra hurdles than what is absolutely necessary. So a balancing act has to be done. I think the Reserve...
And more breaking news coming in with regards to the West Bengal SSC scam. CBI has made first arrests in connection with the case. CBI has arrested former advisor of SSC Shanti Prasad Sinha and former chairman of SSC Ashok Saha in connection with the scam. Let me go across to Bhavtosh. Bhavtosh, the two were previously also questioned by the CBI. This upon the Calcutta High Court ordering the CBI probe into this very case, and these arrests have now been made. They've been taken into custody after hours of interrogation. What more can you tell us?
Yes, in fact, this is the first big arrest that has been made by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Remember, the Calcutta High Court had asked the CBI to carry out its investigation, and on the basis of the Calcutta High Court multiple orders, the CBI has registered 5 separate FIRs, and on basis of those FIRs, the Enforcement Directorate registered its own case, and then subsequently, you in fact saw the arrest of Parth Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee, recovery of a huge amount of cash, approximately around 50 crore rupees, and gold jewelry worth at least 4.3 crore rupees. The CBI said that SP Sinha as well as Ashok Saha were called in for questioning and then placed under arrest.
So the first arrest being made by the CBI this time around in the SSC scam case. Thank you, Bhavtosh, for joining us with those details. Heading to a very short break here. News and updates continue. Don't go anywhere.